Ha! Where's my tattoo? Zhao Yu rolled up his sleeves and was shocked by the sight of his own two arms, which were white and unblemished. Previously, they were covered by a tattoo of two oriental dragons, drawn by one of the most famous tattoo artists in the area. They looked intimidating, to say the least. But, where were they now? Zhao Yu raised his head and found himself sitting in a brightly lit office that was split into many small cubicles. At the moment, the office was in a state of chaos, phones ringing non-stop, documents flying around, and a flurry of office workers running through the hallway, each of them with anxiety and exasperation written all over their face. All right, everyone, gather around. A middle-aged man clad in a brown jacket appeared and directed everyone's attention. Team leader Chu Ping shall now describe to us the situation regarding taser rape cases. Tonight, we're moving out, so everyone listen carefully. Another person quickly pulled over a whiteboard which was filled with words, along with many pictures posted on it. Upon hearing the announcement, many workers quickly crowded around the whiteboard, pulling up chairs whenever convenient before sitting and watching intently. As for Zhao Yu, he merely remained in his own seat. At the moment, he was still in a state of shock. Zhao Yu touched his right ear perfectly intact. As he remembered, his right ear should have been split in two during a scuffle with some runt. Zhao Yu wished he could see his own face with a mirror or something. He looked around and his eyes fell on a photo sitting on the office desk. The photo depicted a young, handsome man wearing a police uniform, but the man looked exactly like himself. Holy sh*t. The shock was finally passing, and the man felt foreign memories flood his mind. Zhao Yu finally realized, could it be that he had encountered the legendary mind crossover? He could still clearly remember that he was previously the top strongman for the Qinglong Mafia, a true ruffian to the bone. Although his actual name was Zhao Yu, everyone called him King Fighter Zhao. What happened right before? Jesus Christ! What Zhao Yu finally remembered came as a shock. He had already been subject to the death sentence by lethal injection. The memories came back more clearly now, when the medicine slowly entered his body, and the slow-spreading fear that came with it. He was muttering some old sayings, better an honorable death than living like a dog. But, midway through his muttering, how did he suddenly appear here? Could he have actually crossed over into another body? It was so sudden, there were no warnings or signs, or even reincarnation into a baby. With new memories entering his mind, he was shocked to realize that not only did he still reside in the regular world, but his current identity was an investigator in the Key Case Investigation Unit. In other words, he was a police officer. So, where he was sitting was the office of a police station. Jesus Christ! Zhao Yu could not believe his eyes. From a street ruffian to a Key Case Investigation Unit member, how could this be? The contrast made his head spin. The man ran a hand over his head. He previously had many blade injuries on his head that messed up his hairline. That has led to his baldness both for convenience and intimidation. But now, he possessed long, jet black hair, presenting the image of a handsome young man. Everyone, since the 12th of this month, our city has had 3 cases of taser rape incidents. At this time, a female investigator with short hair and large eyes was briefing everyone about the situation surrounding their mission. Zhao Yu quickly found the female investigator within his memory. She was the team leader of the Key Case Investigation Unit, Team B. Despite her youth, she possessed a sharp mind and incredible nerves, contributing to her high success rate in crime solving. The woman was also incredibly popular with the higher-ups. Usually, any cases that required full team cooperation were led by her. The victims have always been scantily dressed young females, usually with some problematic habits. Team leader Chu Ping started her introduction. The crime scenes were usually places such as bars and the like. The crimes were all committed after midnight. According to our victim's description, the perpetrator first followed her into an empty alley, then knocked her out with a taser shock before proceeding to rape her. After the act, the perpetrator then peed on the victim. Upon hearing the word peed, the entire crowd turned quiet. We've run tests on the urine sample, Chu Ping continued, and have concluded that all 3 cases were indeed done by the same person. Also, when the third victim woke up in the middle of the crime act, she managed to scratch the perpetrator's face during the ensuing struggle. With this, we have also obtained blood samples as well. Team leader Chu Ping was still explaining the situation in front of the whiteboard when the previous middle-aged man wearing the brown jacket suddenly turned his head towards Zhao Yu. The man waved his hand absent-mindedly and commanded, "Hey, kid, tonight we're definitely working overtime. Why don't you run along and get us some coffee?" Zhao Yu threw a glance at the man. He was the Key Case Investigation Unit's vice captain, Lu Changhu. During Zhao Yu's internship here, the man often bullied Zhao Yu, forcing him to do menial work more like a servant than anything. Also, the Zhao Yu of this world was not some ruffian or fighter, but a weak-willed boy who had just recently completed his internship towards becoming a full-fledged cop. Not just Lu Changhu, but many other more experienced co-workers often teased him as well, giving him work that was obviously not his responsibility. "Oi! Hurry up!" Lu Changhu's smile faded when he saw Zhao Yu's lack of reaction. "Didn't you hear me? What are you spacing out for?" This Zhao Yu now was no longer just the spineless wimp he used to be. How could he start letting them push him around? The man slammed his hands loudly on the table and stood up in one swift motion. His sudden action had shocked Lu Changhu. Even team leader Chu Ping could not help but pause and turn to look at him. "I'll do it instead." No one expected the interruption when a bell-like, feminine voice rang out as the team stared at Zhao Yu. Everyone watched as a slightly chubby, ponytailed female, wearing a huge pair of glasses came into view. The girl's name was Li Bainey, a new intern at the Key Case Investigation Unit. Unfortunately, she was also a little eager. It had not even been a month since she had started, but she was already head over heels in love with Zhao Yu. It was not much of a surprise, though. Despite Zhao Yu's weak personality making him a constant target of bullying, he was easy on the eye, to say the least, 5 feet 10 inches tall, elegant, young, and handsome. The man was definitely the type to turn heads on the street. When Li Bainey saw her crush become the target of the verbal attack, she quickly stepped forward to help. "Vice Captain Lu, I will go instead. I'm still an intern, these kinds of chores were mine to begin with." The girl flashed a smile at Zhao Yu before leaving for the lobby to make coffee. Seeing the girl leave, Lu Changhu shot Zhao Yu an angry look before turning away. Zhao Yu also realized this was not the best situation to unleash his anger, and calmed himself enough to sit down. He was still considering the whole situation. Despite his transition, his memories were crystal clear, because only a few minutes ago he was on death row. The him from the previous life was prosecuted for murder, although Zhao Yu knew himself that he was framed. The victim was the boss of a real estate conglomerate. Zhao Yu was only following the orders from higher-ups to rough them up a little, but there was no way he could have caused their death. Besides, even if it was death by battery, it would have been manslaughter. There was no way it would be prosecuted as murder. Therefore, his death sentence was clearly due to some outside influence. Remembering this much, Zhao Yu could not help the rage flaring within him. His knuckles cracked with force as he tightened his fist. If he found the people who framed him, he would make them pay. At this time, Li Bainey came back with everyone's coffee, distributing them among all the workers. The girl's face overflowed with enthusiasm. She even gave out appreciative comments like, "Thank you for your hard work, and good luck," as she gave each person their coffee. Finally, she stepped in front of Zhao Yu, winking at him as she put the last cup of coffee before him and lowered her voice. "Officer Zhao, this cup has 2 bags of sugar in it. We will definitely be working overtime tonight, but I believe you can do it." Even before Zhao Yu showed any reaction, the girl had already turned around to put the plate away, with a smile on her face. Captain Chu Ping had finished explaining the case, and stepped aside to give the floor to Captain Jin Jinbong, the top brass of the investigation unit. Captain Jin was already over 50 years old, with peppered gray hair. The man was immensely serious during work, rarely cracking a smile. "So basically, everyone will be quite busy. Captain Jean spoke in a resounding, formal tone. This taser case had already occurred 3 times, any more offenses and it will become a serial offense. We cannot take this responsibility. We must try to take care of this case as fast as possible, so everyone please stay alert. Then Team A is responsible for evidence gathering. Since the culprit followed the victims, he must have appeared at the bar the victims had frequented. Search through all the camera recordings, find this person. Not only that, but also check all the cameras near the bar and car registrations. Do not let a single trace of evidence escape. Understood, all the officers confirmed. Team B, your responsibility lies in cross-examination, Captain Jean commanded. We don't have any data on the culprit's blood, so we cannot use blood comparison. However, the culprit's urine is an important piece of evidence. Even though we cannot find any match with the basic tests in the station, we can ask hospitals and other medical centers for possible matches. As long as the culprit has had a body examination before, we can definitely pin him down. Of course. Also, the taser used by the culprit, all the cell phone signals within the area, and the victim who saw the culprit's face, this evidence cannot be ignored. Make sure to have people check through all of them. Yes. Alright then, now that every team has been assigned their job, there shouldn't be any problems. Please head out as soon as possible. The man finished up his speech and closed his notes, ready to turn around and leave right away. No one expected a dissenting voice to speak out in the crowd. Hold up, there's a problem. Everyone turned their head to see the source of the voice was none other than Zhao Yu. Even Captain Jean paused shortly in confusion, but urgently asked, "What is it, Zhao Yu? What seems to be the problem?" "Me." Zhao Yu pointed at himself. "I'm feeling under the weather right now, so I'll be taking my leave. You all can enjoy yourselves and take care." Chapter 2, Miracle System. Chapter 2, Miracle System. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Zhao Yu's words instantly made the entire office deathly silent. The group of investigators who were ready to start working all froze in place, staring at Zhao Yu in disbelief. In their eyes, the man must have been crazy. Captain Jing was the top brass of the key case investigation unit. The investigation plan had already been set in motion, yet Zhao Yu was suddenly asking for the day off? Not only that, but to say it so boldly, how foolish could he be? Besides, even if it really was some kind of emergency, there was no need to bother Captain Jing about it. Usually just letting a group leader know would suffice. To ask for work leave from the captain himself as Zhao Yu had done was no different than taunting the captain. And of course, hearing Zhao Yu's discourteous tone, Captain Jing's expression darkened immediately. Oi! Vice Captain Lu Changhu jumped at the opportunity. The man tilted his head and yelled, "Zhao Yu, are you crazy? Looks like your recent promotion to an official officer has gone to your head. Don't you see everyone's trying their best to catch the criminal? To ask for the day off right now, how could you face yourself?" With Vice Captain Lu's words, other investigation members also began taunting him, pointing fingers at Zhao Yu in dissatisfaction. Captain Jing only shook his head in annoyance before turning and leaving the lobby. You see, with the captain gone, Vice Captain Lu was even more conceited. Pointing a finger at Zhao Yu, he laughed coldly. "Zhao Yu, kiddo, you're just being foolish now. Asking for a day off just because you are feeling under the weather? Where are you uncomfortable? Cramps? Do you need someone to buy you some pads?" Vice Captain Lu's words became increasingly crass. The lobby rang out in laughter with his words. But suddenly, among the laughter, Zhao Yu unexpectedly picked up a glass full of coffee and threw it straight at Lu Changhu's head. Lu Changhu was caught off guard by the projectile, and quickly held up his hand to brace against it, but even though he blocked the glass cup, the boiling coffee spilled all over him. The cup smashed into pieces as it fell onto the ground. "Zhao Yu, have you gone mental?" Lu Changhu's rage flared. He was about to point at Zhao Yu and give him a lecture when Zhao Yu charged at him. Like a beast, he roared and rammed straight into Lu Zhanghu with his shoulder, sending the vice captain flying back. Lu Zhanghu's back crashed harshly into the whiteboard, sending the object rolling back a fair distance. F***ck off, stupid papa. Zhao Yu pointed right at Lu Zhanghu and cursed wildly, Lu, I've already tolerated you for far too long. Who the hell do you think you are? Didn't you say you like coffee? Had enough yet? Zhao Yu's sudden outburst stunned all the investigators around him. No one expected it. The usually mild-mannered Zhao Yu, how did he become so violent? Zhao Yu, you maniac. As the vice captain of the Key Case Investigation Unit, how could Lu Zhanghu tolerate such disrespect? His face was like a tomato as he got to his feet again, ready to fight with Zhao Yu. Yet Zhao Yu was the strongest strongman around. He had little to fear as he stepped forward, prepared for the death brawl. At this time, other investigators could no longer stand and watch. They all quickly stepped forward to stop the escalating situation. However, everyone only wanted to please the vice captain, trying to restrain Zhao Yu and letting the vice captain take a few swings at Zhao Yu to save the vice captain's face. Yet against their expectations, Zhao Yu's strength was unbelievable. With just a swing of his arm, the investigators, who were all physically fit, were all sent flying to the side. Someone even slammed into a cubicle, sending a computer crashing into the ground, breaking the monitor. Within moments, the office was filled with chaos. Even group leader Chu Ping stepped forward to try to defuse the situation. Li Baini hurried towards Zhao Yu instead. You stupid PPOS! Zhao Yu roared, pointing a finger at the crowd, all the times you've abused me, I remember them all. I'm warning you now, if anyone still has the nerve to mess with me after today, don't blame me if I don't hold back. Zhao Yu's violent words had Zhao Baini frozen in fear. All the investigators were in a state of confusion. No one could figure out why the previously gentle and meek Zhao Yu had become so wild. Zhao Yu! Lu Zhanghu's lips were shaking in anger. You, I see you don't want to work here anymore. Who the hell cares? Zhao Yu's eyes bulged as he shouted back in disdain, this is the Key Case Investigation Unit? Blah. Me being a puppa, I can't even face the shame. Finishing his outburst, Zhao Yu pushed up his sleeves, even whistling a little as he made his way out of the office. As he exited, he purposely slammed the security door harder than he needed to, making the entire office shake for a while. Only after he had been gone for some time did someone dare to speak out weakly. Did Zhao Yu go wrong in the head? What police officer calls themselves papa? Yeah. He was so gentle before, how did he turn out like this? Almost like some kind of thug. Zhao Yu. Vice Captain Lu was shaking in anger. He grinded his teeth as he yelled, You. Just you wait. Sending the police station into a state of chaos gave Zhao Yu great satisfaction, but the confusion in his mind did not cease. He was not sure how he crossed into such a regular world. Not only that, what happened to the Zhao Yu that had his body stolen? In this kind of situation, did it count as possession or reincarnation? The new memories told him that the Zhao Yu of this world had the same birthday as himself, was born in the countryside, had aged parents, and a poor living situation. The two had the same starting point, but as they grew, they walked two completely different paths in life. One chose to fight and die in the streets, becoming a street thug, the other excelled in school and entered the Public Security University of China, becoming a proud member of the society, and then a policeman. This sort of crossover was beyond ironic. Before, he was always tailed by the police, but his role had reversed completely. Now he was a police officer himself. Don't tell me. I will have to chase down other thugs with a gun now? Thinking far ahead, Zhao Yu couldn't help but contemplate his own future. Now that he had crossed over, what was he supposed to do? Should he leave the police and go back to his thug life? Or keep his job and have a stable income? Thinking back and forth, Zhao Yu quickly came to a brilliant decision. Screw it all, first things first, to celebrate the successful crossover, let's enjoy life for the moment. Before his execution, he had to sit in jail for 2 whole years. It had been a long time since he had lived freely. He was not exactly hungry right now, but there were other bodily needs he craved. And so, Zhao waved down a cab, planning on having some fun in the red light district. First, take care of his own bodily needs, other problems he could worry about later. The car engine started up with a hum. Zhao saw a pack of smoke besides the driver, and took one without even asking, dangling it in his mouth. The driver was fairly gracious too, even handing Zhao his lighter. Zhao clicked the lighter on and lit his own cigarette. But only inhaling once, he started coughing violently as if he was choking. Zhao felt like he was going to cough his own lungs out. The feeling was unbelievably unpleasant. Jesus Christ! The man cursed to himself. Could it be that the Zhao of this world had not even smoked before? Unexpectedly, he barely finished his thoughts when he felt a rumbling in his mind, followed by a clear, androgynous voice speaking out suddenly. Miracle system successfully engaged, randomizing. What the hell was that? Zhao turned to the cab driver, but the driver's blank expression told him that he had no idea what Zhao was talking about. Zhao suddenly realized, only he could hear the voice just now. Gen Doi hexagram. The voice in his mind was loud and clear. Gen 4 mountain, and Doi 4 lake. Lake in the mountain, not hard to find. You are blessed. Good luck with come. Take it easy. The words were spoken quickly, and stopped within a few seconds, returning to silence. Zhao gaped. He didn't remember a single word of what was said. What the hell was that? Why were there voices in his head? Am I going crazy? Wait. Suddenly, Zhao remembered the first few words, miracle system. Miracle system? Oh. Zhao finally remembered the familiar routine. In all the crossover dramas he had watched, there were always some magical system that appeared. Using this system, promotions and escaping crimes were all easily achievable. Aha, holy sh*t. He had obtained the miracle system? But, this miracle system, what does it do? Chapter 3, True Love? Priceless, a night? 3000. Chapter 3, True Love? Priceless, a night? 3000. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Since this is the miracle system, should there be some sort of introduction? But when Zhao tried to search through his mind, there was no such thing. He could not even recall the strange voice that had just spoken to him. He angrily slapped his head over and over, but there was no change. What the hell is this? Just now the voice spoke too quickly. He did not even hear it completely, only remembering a few words related to the lottery. He could not help but think, could it be that the so-called miracle system was just some lottery system? If so, did I win the jackpot, or the complete opposite? Zhao could not help but feel a little disappointed. Even if he had won some sort of system, it was probably the easiest one to win in history. He tried to smoke a few more puffs, but realized that after his violent cough session just now, the cigarette was already extinguished. He sighed heavily. He returned to searching through his memory, and realized the Zhao of this world was in a terrible financial situation, living in the work dorms, eating in the police station cafeteria, and he did not even have $1,000 worth of savings. Looking at the situation, it seemed like his only source of income was the salary from the police station. How sad. Back when he was a thug, every day was a feast. Even though he did not live in any fancy houses, there were hot girls here and there, and every night was always a party. His life could have been compared to that of a king's. Compared to now, it seemed like his old life was much better. But back then, every day was deathmatch after deathmatch. The danger level was much higher than just being a policeman. Also, there were too many scums. It was easy to just die because of some hidden agenda. He was a living example of such. Zhao quickly scanned through his memories, and realized the current world and his old one were not very different except for a few details. Although they lived in the same city, there were not any familiar faces or places from his previous life. None of the old gangs existed, and of course, none of his old friends or underlings. But even if they did, none of them would recognize Zhao Yu now, because the current Zhao Yu was a policeman. He sighed again. Let's not think about this anymore. Zhao Yu turned his eyes to the front. The car was not far from the most infamous red light district within the city. He figured he would first play around for a bit and have some fun before he would worry about anything else. After the car stopped, Zhao Yu put the cab driver's pack of cigarettes and lighter in his own pocket. When the man saw 29 displayed on the fare meter, he quickly pulled out his police badge. Key Case Investigation Unit on the job. Thank you for your cooperation. Zhao Yu spoke with a stern expression. I've already memorized your plate number, just wait for your exemplary citizen certificate. Ignoring the driver's confused expression, he opened the car door and disappeared. In his memory, the old Zhao Yu was a goody two-shoes. He never would have come to this sort of dubious place. But the current Zhao Yu was experienced, and he knew all the fun places could not be found by walking through the front door. So, the man turned into a hidden alley. It did not take long for him to find a small iron door with a few youngsters standing in line outside. Even though the small iron door looked rather dingy, what was behind it was without a doubt a luxurious location. Zhao Yu had no patience to wait in line, and walked straight towards the entrance. The door was guarded by a muscular staff member with a nose ring who blocked his path. Sir, our bar is members only. Are you a member? F***ck off. Zhao Yu simply cursed him out, nearly spitting on the man's face. He pushed the man aside, then pulled the iron door open and strutted in without a care. In Zhao Yu's perspective, some rules simply did not apply to him. Despite the burly build of the staff member with the nose ring, he was not sure what to make of Zhao Yu, so he could only watch as the fearless man disappeared out of sight. Inside was indeed a luxurious private bar. Many colored lights reflected on the wine glasses, magnificent decorations all around, emotions ran high, and scantily clad youngsters were enjoying themselves on the dance floor, shouting non-stop. Zhao Yu knew these sorts of bars usually were not run by upstanding businesses, but by some powerful mafia groups. From property rights to management, everything was within their control. Back when he was on the streets, Zhao Yu commanded many of these kinds of places just by himself. He could be considered a pro at this. Of course, he also knew that within some of these darkened, private rooms, there were always many illegal activities occurring. If you wanted to catch criminals, it was like a dime a dozen in these places. But today, Zhao Yu was only here to enjoy himself. He only wanted to satisfy his manly urges. After making a few rounds around the bar, he quickly found his target. Sitting in front of the bar was a slim, dainty female. The woman wore a black and white striped, business casual outfit. She was slightly plump, elegantly postured, with a face to match her beautiful figure. Her cheeks were reddened, with many wine glasses laid before her. It was clear she had been drinking more than a little. Girls like these were easy targets. Zhao Yu was celebrating inside. He should be able to take care of this fast and easy. Hey beautiful, are you by yourself? The man barely took a seat before he started his classic pickup lines. How about a drink or two with me? I know some amazing cocktail recipes. Are you interested in trying some? The woman had a spacey look on her face as she looked at Zhao Yu contemplatively, smiled, and hiccuped. Sorry handsome, your pickup line was wasted. Ha, I'm not just some pure and pretty face. I'm not here for a date. Oh. As soon as the woman opened her mouth, Zhao Yu understood. This woman was not some innocent drunk girl. She was here for business. Originally, Zhao Yu was just here to pick up a pretty girl, and he had no intention to pay for it. He thought about changing his target, but was somewhat bitter. Firstly, the woman simply stood out too much. There were no other girls there that could match her looks. Secondly, everyone else was already paired up. So it would be hard to engage other girls in any conversation. Zhao Yu made his decision as long as it felt good. What's some money? He would consider it a celebration for himself for successfully crossing over. And so, he sat right beside the woman, continuing the conversation. "Hey beautiful, so those feelings of yours, how much are they?" "Ha!" The beauty laughed coldly, readily putting up 3 fingers. "True love? Priceless. One night? 3,000. Also, I won't go home with you, or to some cheap motel. 4 stars and up or bust. Holy sh*t. Zhao Yu slammed the table. "Is this a robbery? 3,000? 4-star hotel? My God. Say, do you do discounts? Handsome, I can tell you're in this business." The woman did not even bat an eyelash. "You should know, with this price, there's no discount. If you have the guts and the money, we leave now, and I guarantee you will be satisfied. If not, move out of the way and don't waste my time." My God. Zhao Yu searched through his memory, and realized that even if he put his entire savings together, it was not even enough for a motel. So, he could only angrily yell at the woman, "Okay, I've decided to leave." Little did he know, it seemed as if someone had overheard their conversation. Zhao Yu had only just moved aside when a man clad in a brand-name suit came with a wad of cash and sat in Zhao Yu's seat. "Let's go, girlie." The man chewed his gum and slapped down the cash. "There's no money concern with me. Tonight in Shangri-La, we go round after round, how about it?" When the woman saw the money, her spacey expression vanished, instantly replaced by liveliness. She pretended to nod her head coyly, and left with the rich man without any hesitation. The woman didn't even look at Zhao Yu as she left. Zhao Yu's frustration was insane. He clenched his fist and angrily stared as the foxy pair left and told himself, "Gold diggers. The less I see them, the better." But as he stared, he saw a man sitting at the bar. The man was wearing a black windbreaker and a baseball cap. His head was down, and the collar of the windbreaker was propped up, covering most of his face, only revealing 2 gloomy eyes. The man's eyes never left the gold digger who was just drinking. Now that the beauty was leaving, his eyes followed the woman into the distance, as if deeply entranced. Because the beauty was leaving from Zhao Yu's side, as the strange man's eyes followed the woman, he and Zhao Yu's gazes suddenly met. "What the hell are you looking at?" Zhao Yu had thought the man was mocking him, and immediately flipped him off. The man in the windbreaker shook a little as if surprised, then immediately stood up and left, disappearing within moments. Zhao Yu ordered one of the cheapest cocktails, wanting to quench his own thirst, but his mind immediately jumped to a very important issue. Holy sh*t. That guy in the windbreaker, could it be that guy? Chapter 4, Invisible Item. Chapter 4, Invisible Item. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Could there really be such a coincidence in the world? Zhao Yu tried to convince himself otherwise. He was probably thinking too much. There was no way. He had just finished listening to the briefing for the taser rape criminal case, and had he really seen the culprit himself? Those kind of odds must be smaller than winning the lottery. Zhao Yu held the wine glass in his hand, yet he could not drink properly at all. The man in the windbreaker was just too suspicious. Baseball cap, lowered head, gloomy expression, and that suspicious feeling. Zhao Yu thought about group leader Chu Ping's case briefing. The taser rape case victims were all females with questionable habits. It fit that gold digger perfectly. Not only that, but the culprit's face had been scratched, and the man in windbreaker was covering his face with his collar. Could it be? Could it really be that the male in the windbreaker was the taser rapist? Having come to that thought, Zhao Yu could no longer sit around. He figured even if he was wrong, he still had to take a look. He put down his wine goblet and quickly went in the direction where the male with the windbreaker had run off to. The bar exit was a plain, small iron door, similar to the entrance. Zhao Yu rushed out and immediately emerged into a narrow, dark alley. It was already 10 o'clock at night, and the alley was deathly quiet. Zhao Yu looked both ways. Using the moonlight, he quickly saw the shadow of someone fleeing past on his right. Ha! Zhao Yu paused for a moment, even more suspicious now. He quickly ran in that direction. Chasing and being chased were both Zhao Yu's previous specialty. Not only was he fast, but he was also light on his feet, and there was no sound in his pursuit. The shadow had disappeared to another small and dark alley. The alleyway headed straight towards the parking lot. When Zhao Yu walked past a green trash can, he suddenly saw someone on the ground. It was the rich man who had just left with the gold digger. But right now, he was lying face up, completely out cold. Holy sh*t. Zhao Yu was stunned. By the way the man laid stiffly on the ground, Zhao Yu was 80% sure that the man had just been knocked out with a taser. If the man was already tasered, then what about the woman? Zhao Yu lowered his head and stared into the darkness. He could not see anything, but he heard shuffling from around a corner somewhere ahead. Holy Mother of Jesus! Had he really hit the bullseye? Zhao Yu couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He looked to the side again and conveniently noticed a short rod, which he picked up. He tiptoed towards the corner nervously, and poked his head out. He suddenly saw the man in the windbreaker from the bar on the ground messing with something. Taking a closer look, Zhao Yu could see the gold digger was already knocked out on the ground, and the male in the windbreaker was hurriedly removing her clothing. Zhao Yu's eyes bulged. There was no question now. What was happening before him explained everything. The taser rapist that the police were trying so hard to catch was currently right in front of him. Alright, kiddo. Zhao Yu thought to himself. Meeting me here today, you should count yourself unlucky. It's time to eliminate the enemy of the public. Beating people up was Zhao Yu's specialty. He moved forward in one swift step, and before the man in the windbreaker could react, Zhao Yu slammed the stick into the back of his head. Zhao Yu was strong to begin with, but he was even more forceful using the rod. With a loud clacking sound, the stick had even broken in half. The man in the windbreaker had not expected the ambush, and jumped up in surprise. He then glared at Zhao Yu with a look of immense evil, the taser in his hand rattling menacingly. No way? Zhao Yu thought. He was thunderstruck, and stared blankly at the man in the windbreaker. How can it be that the man is unharmed? Was his skin made of iron or something? But the man in the windbreaker glared at Zhao Yu for 2 more seconds, then his eyes rolled backwards, his legs gave out, and he fell to the ground completely out cold. Zhao Yu let out a long breath of relief, then quickly pulled out his phone. An hour later, Zhao Yu was back in the police station office. Right now, the office was in even more commotion than before. All the investigators were nervously waiting for comparison results. Li Bainie's cute, large eyes were wide as she gave a thumbs up. Senior, you're amazing. To catch the criminal single-handedly. So, when you said you wanted the day off, was it to hide your true intention? Tell us, did you already find the information about the criminal long ago? He was not sure why, but Zhao Yu felt nothing for cute girls like Li Bainie. Maybe it was her lackluster figure, or that she looked too young, or maybe too average? Seeing her talking non-stop, Zhao Yu was somewhat annoyed and spoke up. Can you go make some coffee for me? Sure. Sure. Li Bainie could not have been happier as she ran towards the break room. At this time, Lu Changhu spoke to no one in particular. Don't be too happy too early. We're still not sure whether we caught the criminal or not. If it was a mistake, someone's in big trouble. The words were clearly directed at Zhao Yu, but right now, Zhao Yu was exhausted, and simply ignored him. But right as Lu Changhu finished, group leader Chu Ping excitedly ran into the lobby and exclaimed, "Comrades! The results are out, blood and urine both match, as does the taser type. We can assuredly say that this person is the culprit of the taser rape case. Case closed." Hearing this, the office broke out in clapping, some happy, some excited, and some jealous, but everyone's eyes all turned towards Zhao Yu. Just an hour ago, Zhao had fought with the vice captain over asking for the day off. No one could have expected that only an hour later, the person who solved the case so quickly was also Zhao. Everyone was definitely confused. Everyone wondered what kind of method Zhao had used to catch the culprit. Yay! That's great, Officer Zhao. Li Beinei placed the coffee in front of Zhao, complimenting him excitedly. Congratulations. Once you get your reward money, don't forget to invite us out for some food. Reward money? Zhao thought back. Indeed, the investigation unit had a rule. Usually the officer who caught the criminal would be awarded prize money based on the situation. Not only that, but it would also be recorded in their records, greatly helping them with promotions or exams later on. There's money to be made catching criminals? Good. Good. The side of Zhao's mouth tilted up, and he threw a glance at Vice Captain Lu. Lu Changhu was unhappy to begin with. Seeing Zhao taunt him, he crossed his arms, no longer speaking. The culprit's taser was modified by himself. The voltage goes up to 30,000 volts, which can instantly knock a person out. Group leader Chu Pin continued, the culprit's name is unknown. We only know that he is a high school student, but he could have stopped going to school. Due to the injury, the culprit is currently in the emergency room while under surveillance, and currently cannot be questioned. Little Zhao, your attack was a little too strong. What? Too strong? You've already said it. A 30,000 volt taser. How could I not? Zhao spoke confidently. If I didn't knock him out, I could have been the one in trouble. The doctor said because of that one hit, he probably will take 2 to 3 days to regain consciousness. Chu Ping smiled, having no intention of blaming Zhao. She turned to Lu Changhu and requested, Vice Captain, tonight we need someone on duty at the hospital, can you arrange it? Lu Changhu nodded, but his eyes lit up and he hurriedly turned to Zhao. Alright then, little Zhao, since you caught the guy. Tonight, how about you work a little more and guard the culprit too? Zhao simply ignored him, stretching instead, then spoke lazily, I'm tired, you guys can do whatever. I already caught the culprit for you guys. I'm going to go and take a good nap now. Aha! You! Lu Chenghu's face twisted in anger. Zhao, this is a police station, we have our rules, what kind of attitude is that? What? You caught a criminal, and now you're the king of the world? Humph. If you ask me, you probably just got lucky, so what's there to be proud of? Alright, just before, who was it that said they didn't care about being a police officer? Who dash? Lu Chenghu was talking excitedly, but faltered when he saw Zhao grab his glass cup, still filled with coffee. He flinched, then reflexively backed away, ducking behind the side of a cubicle. Zhao picked up the glass cup quickly, but raised it to his mouth and took a gulp, having no intent of throwing it. With this, Lu Chenghu felt even more awkward hiding behind the desk. Zhao had wanted to tease Lu more, but as the coffee entered his stomach, a clear, crisp voice suddenly spoke, today's adventure was completed. Completion rate, 75%. Congratulations, obtained one invisible item, please accept. Chapter 5, Another Game of Roulette? Chapter 5, Another Game of Roulette? Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Another voice. Again? Zhao was caught off guard. He had wanted to listen more carefully, but the voice disappeared as suddenly as it came, returning to silence. Reward? The man only remembered the word reward. Reward, reward, where are you? Just as he was thinking of the word, his mind suddenly displayed a virtual image. There was a small, round black ball displayed on the image in 3D. Zhao clicked on the black ball using his thoughts, and a voice suddenly rang out in his head, invisibility eavesdropper device. One-time use. After usage, allows for invisible eavesdropping, completely undetectable. Lasts 48 hours. What? What? Zhao Yu was puzzled by the sudden introduction, and hurriedly clicked on the ball again, causing the voice in his head to replay the description of the invisibility eavesdropper device. "Officer Zhao, I put 2 bags of sugar in this cup of coffee again." Li Beinei watched Zhao Yu's spacey expression, and assumed he was simply enjoying the coffee too much. Zhao Yu was instantly pulled back to reality, and was dismayed by the crowded noise around him. He wanted to find a quieter place and ponder this new development. Ignoring Lu Changhu's unpleasantry and Li Beinei, he stood up and left the office. Yet, as he exited the room, he came face to face with Captain Jing Zhenbang. Zhao Yu had never been close with the captain, so he lowered his head and tried to walk past him. Unexpectedly, Captain Jing blocked him from leaving and asked, "Zhao Yu, didn't you say you wanted to take the day off? How come you caught the criminal instead?" The captain asked very seriously, "I don't understand. How did you know that the culprit would appear in that place tonight?" "Captain Jing, I really do not feel well today. Can I tell you some other time?" Zhao Yu spoke quickly and tried to leave again, but Captain Jing suddenly patted him on the shoulder and spoke wisely, "Little Zhao, no matter what, if you can catch the criminal, then you're worthy of the uniforms we wear. Good job. Keep up the good work." Captain Jing's words shocked Zhao Yu. In his memory, the stern and strict captain rarely praised anyone. What was wrong with him today? Captain Jing walked into the office after he finished talking to Zhao Yu. As soon as he entered the room, Lu Changhu's ill-intentioned complaints started up yet again. Zhao Yu did not care to argue anymore, and headed straight for his own dorm. While it was technically a dorm, the room was more like a small office behind the main building. The living space was tiny and shared among 3 people, and there was not even a private bathroom. Zhao Yu's roommates were 2 of his co-workers from the patrol section. The younger roommate was alright, but the older one had a thunderous snoring issue every night, was quite a headache. Luckily, the snoring one had night shift tonight, otherwise, Zhao Yu was sure to have a sleepless night. It was already 4 in the morning now, nearly dawn. Zhao Yu returned to his dorm, but went to bed without washing up. He climbed on his bed right after taking off his shoes, ready to hit the hay. Yet the night of this magical adventure had already doomed him to sleeplessness. First, executed by lethal injection, then crossing over to a different world, swapping his identity completely, and obtaining the mysterious system and item reward. All these strange encounters swirled in his mind endlessly, preventing him from sleeping. Especially this weird miracle system. Zhao Yu had a feeling that his amazing luck today, catching the taser rapist, was not some strange coincidence, but was set up by the miracle system. Maybe when the miracle system was engaged, something was changed, allowing Zhao Yu to coincidentally capture the criminal? After the case was closed, the system even told him his completion rate was 70-something%. This completion rate probably referred to the completion rate of the quest given by the miracle system. Back when he was at the bar, had he not chosen to chase down the man in the windbreaker? If he had not chased him, could his completion rate have been drastically lower? Then that meant, no matter how many opportunities the miracle system set up for him, in the end, it was up to him to take those opportunities in order to succeed? Thinking up to this point, Zhao Yu could not help but feel somewhat excited. By having this miracle system, if he met similar cases in the future, could he also solve them magically like he did today? Wow! If this was really the case, then won't I end up being a master detective? The reward for that is massive. Only after that thought did he finally start falling asleep. In truth, being a policeman was not an easy job. Despite most of the key case investigation unit working practically overnight yesterday, most people still came to work today. Nobody would take a day off so easily. This was because new cases could happen at any moment, and they must be prepared for them, always. Of course, that did not apply to Zhao Yu. The next day, Zhao Yu was barely waking up at 10:30 a.m. In the end, he was awoken by the thunderous snoring, otherwise, he would have slept even longer. The elder roommate had come back from his night shift, and was happily snoring away. Zhao Yu really wanted to pummel the snoring man. He scratched his messy bed hair and looked around. The room was messy, not to mention smelly, definitely not a suitable place to live. Seeing this, Zhao suddenly had an idea. Living like this was just depressing, so why not rent a different house starting today? Because he lived in the police dorm, the old Zhao was often assigned extra work from the senior investigators. If he left, then naturally he could avoid this type of problem. Besides, the current Zhao still was not used his new identity. Going to work was still tolerable, but if he had to live in the police station too, that would just be too awkward. First the bathroom, then washing up. Zhao did not feel much like cleaning up. After combing his bed hair, the man headed straight for the police station. He did not go in order to do work, but only wanting to use the computer at the office to find a good house to rent. As he climbed the stairs, he ran into a few officers smoking along the way. The smell of the smoke aroused his own old addiction. Stopping by a corner at the stairs, Zhao took out the cigarettes he had confiscated from the cab driver, dangling one in his mouth as he lit it. The result was as expected. With just one breath, he started coughing violently again. But between the violent coughs, a clear voice rang out in his head again: "Miracle system engaged, currently randomizing." My God! This time Zhao was more prepared. As soon as he heard the voice start, he focused on the words, carefully trying to remember each of them. DUI Sun hexagram. DUI 4 lake, and Sun 4 wind. Wind on the lake makes small waves. Smooth sailing regardless of your choice of way. The voice stopped as soon as it finished the line. Even though Zhao tried his hardest to remember, he still failed to remember much. The only thing he remembered was wind, and smooth sailing. The last word especially made Zhao feel much better. It looked like this game of roulette treated him well. Even though he could not quite understand it, he still connected it to roulette. Could it be that this miracle system made use of some sort of roulette wheel? If so, then he must be sure to research it well, so he would be well prepared when his luck failed him. Chapter 6, Professional Opinions. Chapter 6, Professional Opinions. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Roulette. Another roulette. Zhao could not help but feel somewhat nervous. What did the miracle system have planned for him this time? He hurriedly checked for the reward he obtained yesterday. The invisibility eavesdropper was still there. Without a doubt, this thing was made for eavesdropping. It was completely undetectable, and was definitely a valuable item. Zhao trekked back to the office, but saw that the office was not nearly as crowded as before. There were only a few investigators working in their cubicles. People like Lu Changhu and Chu Ping were not there. Seeing Zhao's arrival, a few of the investigators could not help but awkwardly stare at the man. No matter how they saw it, yesterday Zhao was just out of ordinary. The usually meek manchild had acted like such a violent thug, but then had single-handedly solved the taser rape case. It was hard to imagine. But Zhao could not care less about the stares, and headed straight for his work computer. His neighbors were Zhang Jingfeng and Liang Huan. The two were responsible for investigating cold cases. The so-called cold cases were those that happened a long time ago, but were still unsolved. As a part of the key case investigation unit, these cases were naturally of significant importance, usually involving robbery if not murder. In these cases, due to the long downtime, most evidence or important personnel tended to disappear, drastically increasing the difficulty of the cases. Some cases could be left unsolved for over 20 to 30 years without a lead. Because of this, the cold case investigation department was one of the least popular departments, and everyone avoided being transferred over. Not only were the investigations often fruitless, but there was often much pressure from the higher-ups. If there were not enough results in the allocated time, they would be punished. Zhang Jingfeng and Liang Huan were a pair of unfortunate souls. Due to various reasons, the two had been transferred to the department this year. At the moment, the two were looking at a stash of photos and poring through some file records with difficulty. Zhao was waiting for his computer to turn on, so he snuck a peek out of curiosity, only to see the photos were all of bloody corpses. Bro, what the hell was this? Hella brutal. Zhao Yu asked with minor interest. This? Zhao Yu's words were crude to say the least, making it hard for the other two to accept. This? Zhao Jingfeng spoke first. This was a murder case from 10 years ago in the uptown area. The victim died very brutally, got slashed 40-something times. Oh? Although the computer had booted up, Zhao Yu had become interested in the case. He hurriedly picked up a photo, looking at it carefully. This case made a huge commotion at the time, Liang Huan said. The victim was a jobless wanderer, walking around aimlessly, not to mention a gambling addict as well. Probably due to his debts with loan sharks, after being hacked to death, return debts were written all over the wall, as well as things like an eye for an eye. Because of the brutal death, this case was named H-Gang Murder Case. Yeah. Zhang Jingfeng followed up. According to the previous policeman working on the case, the victim's blood was all over the house. His wife even ended up with mental issues thanks to this. After the case, half the people uptown moved out in fear. The government had to enact their plan ahead of time and demolish the place early. Ah. Zhao Yu examined the picture intently, and asked, with this much commotion, how come the case still hasn't been solved? Zhang Jingfeng sighed helplessly. If this case was already closed, us two wouldn't be here suffering right now. In the beginning, the station pretty much mobilized everyone, searching day and night, even taking down quite a few gangs in the process. But the weird thing is that there wasn't a sliver of the killer's identity anywhere. The case ended up going cold like that, and now it's just a headache for Captain Jing. And now, Liang Huan spoke again, the area was already demolished. Other than these photos and some incomplete file records, we don't have any other evidence. Where could we go and investigate? This is already a dead case. Because it's almost the 10-year mark, the higher-ups especially want us to investigate this case. Zhang Jingfeng sighed again. If we can't solve it, then the two of us are probably going to be demoted to traffic duty. Yep, Zhang. Liang Huan smiled bitterly. Let's just go practice now. He made a slamming motion. First thing I do is to go down to those cars parked illegally near my apartment building and ticket them all. Ha ha ha. Zhang Jingfeng could not help but laugh, then copied the same motion for ticketing. Say, Zhao Yu drummed on his nose as he looked at the two, then picked up one of the photos. Bro, I have a few things to say, dunno if I should dash. Go on, go ahead. Zhang Jingfeng noted, we've accepted our fate at this point. That, Zhao Yu furrowed his brows. It's like this, I think this H-Gang murder case, is it right, or at least the name is wrong? What? The other two were more than a little shocked, exchanging a glance with each other. You guys misunderstood. A real gang wouldn't operate like this. Zhao Yu pointed at the photo, and started his analysis. Think about it, if you guys owed me tons of money, would I try to force you to repay the debt, or just kill you straight up? Liang Huan pondered. Obviously, force them to pay the debt. Exactly. Zhao Yu continued, the gangs are only looking for money, there's no reason to murder him, alerting the police. Even if the victim owed them millions or billions. They definitely wouldn't kill him. We have an occupational say. Zhao Yu quickly corrected himself. I mean, the gangs have an occupational saying, called go hard, die fast. If you hack them 40-something times, to do something so brutal, wouldn't it be obvious it would cause a huge commotion? To cause such a huge commotion can only be bad for them, with no benefit in return. Zhao Yu continued, in fact, the gangs vandalizing, breaking glasses, destroying cars, and threatening women or kids are only trying to force people to repay their debt. If you kill them without reason, how would you get your money back? Alright? Zhang Jingfeng's eyes lit up. How come I didn't think of this? Then, Liang Huan pondered, the old police's investigation target was wrong? It wasn't done by a gang? Bro, what do you think? 40-something cuts. Zhao Yu thought about it more. Murder only takes one, yet the murderer hacked the victim 40-something times. My guess is that the victim and the murderer had some sort of deep-seated grudge. The killer purposely made this especially brutal just to mislead the police into thinking it was gang activity. This is called a diversion. Oh. Makes sense. Zhang Jingfeng considered the possibility, but the record already showed that the victim was a jobless bum, and had quite a temper too. He had many enemies, and bad relationships with the neighbors too. To investigate this much is, he paused, at a loss for words, difficult. Is the victim's wife still around? Zhao Yu suddenly asked, are they still crazy? Nope. Liang Huan thought back on the records and answered, already remarried, with a kid now too. Apparently she's doing pretty well. Then why don't you guys ask her? If the victim had any enemies, she would know. If she doesn't, then it's not too late to start practicing ticketing people. Zhao Yu turned back to his own computer, not to mention, maybe the wife and the murderer could have some sort of connection. What? Liang Huan almost knelt in front of Zhao Yu in gratitude. You mean 40-something cuts? A crime of passion is possible, right? Zhao Yu started searching up rent information on his computer. Why don't you guys look it up? It's not like. Before Zhao Yu could even finish his sentence, Zhang Liangfeng and Liang Huan rushed out of the office. Chapter 7, Housing Adventures. Chapter 7, Housing Adventures. Translator, Naibo Studio Editor, Naibo Studio. Zhao Yu was truly penniless. He did not even have money to buy data on his phone, and had to look up house rental information on a computer instead. In the end, among the massive advertisements, he randomly picked a few that were near the police station. Showing no regard for work hours, the man threw on his jacket and left the workplace. As for Zhao Jingfeng's investigation, he did not have high expectations. If just a few of his words could solve a cold case that had been plaguing the investigation unit for 10 years, it would really be the joke of the century. Executed by lethal injection but having escaped death and crossed over, and then obtaining the magical, so-called miracle system had put Zhao Yu in a great mood. As he strolled down the street, the sun beamed upon him warmly as he walked with an extra spring in his step. He started realizing that being a key case investigator might not be so bad. Catching criminals and getting rewards, not to mention some special privileges. That kind of life did not sound bad at all. Maybe it would be better to stick around for a bit, and not think about going back to his old business just yet. Zhao Yu's first rental possibility was in a shopping district near the police station. The house was being advertised by a shopfront called Difeng Fruit Company. The owner was a pale, bulky man named Zhang Dafeng. He was highly personable and was often laughing. Seeing Zhao Yu arrive with the advertisement, he hurried forward and greeted him warmly. As it turned out, his fruit shop was located within a standalone 3-story building. The first floor was the shop, the second was his own home, and the third floor was an open space spanning about 60 square meters. Conveniently, the man wanted to rent it out. Zhao Yu looked around and decided he really liked this place. 1, because it was convenient for traveling. 2, because there were not any barbecue places or other food stands around to disturb his sleep at night. Lastly, the house was even furnished, allowing him to move in immediately. The chubby Dafeng also suggestively told him that the neighboring shopfront was similar to his own, with a few college students living upstairs. The students are like models. If you rent my room, you might even be able to take care of some of your personal issues. Through the bars on the balcony, Zhao Yu indeed saw many feminine articles of clothing that were being hung dry on a drying rack. Wow! Nice place. Zhao Yu's eyes narrowed at the idea. His thoughts were decided. The place I need is this place right here, right now. Zhao Yu asked for the price and was immediately shocked. The house was 2,000 yuan a month, and must be paid biannually. Right now, Zhao Yu would not be able to pay that much. Any discount? Zhao Yu asked. Doffing Bro was also very straightforward and immediately nodded, then 1,980 yuan. If it's too much, you can also pay seasonally instead. Jesus Christ. Zhao Yu immediately started cursing. This sh*tty place is this expensive? Is this a robbery? I'll tell you now, as a policeman, I can arrest you now. Do you believe me? But Doffing Bro knew the rules. There's nothing wrong with me renting out my property. Why would I be afraid of you? This is downtown, the perfect area. Not to mention the daily eye candy. My price is already dirt cheap. If you don't want it, fine, I've got a line waiting for it. Jesus. Who the hell do you think you are? I don't want it, then. Zhao Yu cursed angrily as he left the fruit shop, mumbling to himself, if this were my previous life, I'd have already gotten a bunch of people and wrecked the shop. You'd have to pay me to live there. Humph. Zhao Yu left the shop angrily. His good mood had been killed by the stupid fatty. He walked into a wonton store and ate 3 bowls of wontons before he felt like he had let off some steam. If that one would not work, then he had to go to his backup. The other house was a boarding room for rent. To get there, Zhao Yu had to cross through the narrow alleys in the LC district. This area looked just like Zhao Yu's previous world. He had often brawled in these alleys, and knew the area like the back of his hand. He easily found a shortcut. It was exactly noon, the residents were all preparing or eating their lunch. The alley was basically empty. As Zhao Yu crossed through, he suddenly saw a suspicious shadow running through one of the alleys. Zhao Yu was not sure why, but he reflexively hid before whoever it was saw him. The kid was wearing a dark green hat. He was of average height and skinny, almost like a student. Yet he looked very nervous, as if he were doing something questionable. Interesting. Zhao Yu used to deal with these delinquents often, and followed the kid out of curiosity. Despite the kid being on high alert, constantly checking left and right, Zhao Yu was experienced in stealth and avoided all detection. Finally, Zhao Yu followed him into a dark corner. There was a tattooed man with dyed blonde hair waiting. The two exchanged no words when they met. The youngster immediately handed the other man some sort of black USB, while the blonde pulled out an envelope in exchange. Ha! Zhao Yu watched from the sideline. Even an idiot could tell that the two must be making some sort of illegal deal. If Zhao Yu rushed out now, he could definitely catch them red-handed, adding more credit to his criminal catching record. But Zhao Yu was used to this sort of activity. He knew there were other, more beneficial ways to deal with this. So he simply waited silently in the shadows until the blonde disappeared with the USB. Zhao Yu then strode forward and immediately pinned the youngster with the green cap against a wall. Freeze! Police! Zhao Yu spoke with confidence. He thought, humph, now that I am a police officer. No need to fear. The young boy nearly collapsed upon hearing the word police, and suddenly broke down and started sobbing. When the cap came off, Zhao Yu realized that it was not a boy at all, but a short-haired girl. Judging by her childish appearance, at best, she was a middle schooler. Zhao Yu was taken by surprise, but still darkened his expression and scolded, "Do you know why I caught you?" The little girl was shaking non-stop. She raised her head and begged, "Mr. Policeman, I know I was wrong, I won't do it again. Save it. Tell me the truth now, or I." Zhao Yu paused for a bit, then started again, "I'll call your parents." No. No. The girl looked much more anxious now. "Please don't tell my parents. If my dad finds out about this, he'll kill me." Zhao Yu saw the girl was not a threat and let her go, but snatched the envelope. Opening it, he saw that there was a huge wad of cash. Whoa! Zhao Yu had assumed the envelope probably contained money, but he did not anticipate it would be this much. He questioned the girl in a hurry, "Quick, this money, how'd you get it?" Hearing this, the little girl started wailing. She grabbed Zhao Yu's arm and begged pitifully, "Mr. Policeman. This was really my first time, please let me go. I know I'm wrong, I won't do it again." "Oi, you're getting your snot on me." Zhao Yu pushed the girl off, "Don't cry anymore. First tell me, what did you just hand to the other guy?" Chapter 8, The Shameless Are Truly Invincible. Chapter 8, The Shameless Are Truly Invincible. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Apparently the thing the little girl handed to the blonde really was a USB. The USB contained 2 game accounts' usernames and passwords, both for a currently popular game. So, it was just about game account theft, he thought. Zhao Yu was secretly relieved that he did not dash out just then to catch them red-handed. The Grand Key Case Investigation Unit officer coming out to catch 2 measly game account thieves? If it ever got out, he would never be able to live it down. But the man was also somewhat strange to think 2 game accounts would be worth this much money. According to the girl, there was 10,000 yuan in the envelope. That was his salary for the next few months. "Sir, this was honestly my first time. The money, I don't want it anymore." The little girl was still talking through her tears, "Can you let me go? I honestly won't do it again." "But..." Zhao Yu spoke abrasively, "That deal just now was completely wordless and smooth, yet you say that's your first time?" The little girl could not retort. "Say, if you're stealing game accounts, why with cash? Isn't it easier to just do online transactions?" Zhao Yu was rather curious. "Mr. Policeman." The little girl answered honestly, "I still don't have my social security card. I can't open a bank account. Besides, online transactions always can be traced." "Oh?" Zhao Yu was a little surprised, couldn't tell, "But are you a pro at this? Say, with all the money you got from hacking, what do you do? Go buy more equipment for games?" No. The little girl must have seen an opportunity because she had stopped crying and answered very honestly, "The money is for my mom's illness. She has uremia." "Humph." Zhao Yu huffed. Obviously he did not believe these sorts of amateur lies. "It's true." The girl was serious. "One examination needs a few thousand yuan. Just the money from my dad selling fruits really isn't enough. He's so concerned, he wants to rent out the floor above our house." "Wait." Suddenly Zhao Yu stopped dead in his tracks. He examined the girl carefully and realized she looked a little familiar. "Tell me the truth, what's your name? And your dad's? If you lie, I'm taking you to the police station." "I'm really not lying. My name's Zhang Shaoqing," the girl answered. "My dad's name is Zhang Dafeng. Dafeng the fruit company on Shunfeng Street is also my house." "Holy, no way?" Zhao Yu's thoughts were replaced by exclamation marks. The second biggest coincidence in the world had just landed in his lap. He had just fought with the owner of the Dafeng fruit company, and now he had caught the daughter red-handed, doing illegal activity. This sort of coincidence must be second to none. This time Zhao Yu no longer doubted the power of the miracle system. It had to have something to do with it. "Mr. Policeman, sir?" The girl saw Zhao Yu spacing out but was too afraid to run, so she stood obediently in front of him and asked weakly, "Say, can you let me go? The money, stolen fee, I don't want it anymore." "Oh." Zhao Yu returned to reality. Looking at the envelope in his hand, he suddenly had a plan. He hurriedly returned the envelope to Zhang Shaoqing. "What do you mean you don't want it? Here, you take it. It's all right, since we're all friends. Here, this is no problem at all." "Oh, you." The girl was shocked this time instead. "You know my dad?" You see." Zhao Yu's thoughts changed. He spoke, I just rented out your house. Now that I know your house situation, if it's to save your mother, then I can turn a blind eye." There's no worry, just continue on your way. Really? Really? The little girl stood there stunned, feeling like her entire worldview had been turned upside down. You aren't playing with me, right? Do I look like I'm kidding? Zhao Yu was all smiles, a model example of someone with hidden agendas. Just so you know, I know all about this area. If you have any problems later, Uncle here can take care of it for you. Just this. He pointed at the envelope in the girl's hand, you see? Oh. The little girl knew immediately, I see, so you want a protection fee. Eh? Zhao Yu put his hand over her mouth in a hurry. What protection fee? That just sounds rude. This business is our cooperation. You're the technician, and I run the business. Since we're cooperating, then obviously we should split the reward? Mister, I think. The little girl asked rather meekly, I'm also doing the business side, right? Zhao Yu wrinkled his brows. It's fine, I'm the subordinate in this discussion anyway. Jiang Shaoqing was blunt and concise, you not arresting me is already good enough. Then, how much do you want to split? The rule on the street is you, 30, me, 70. Zhao Yu was a pro in this field, but, since I know your dad well, I'll be nice. You, 40, me, 60, how about it? Ha? No. The little girl argued helplessly, my mom really needs the money, that won't be enough. Zhao Yu frowned, then 50-50, that's final. Just do your thing one time every month. Gotta teach those addicted kids a lesson anyway. Every day, wasting their parents' money on games and equipment. They deserve to lose their account. This way, they can learn their lesson. Even though he was trying to convince the girl into doing more questionable activities, Zhao Yu spoke as if they were on the side of justice. The way he talked, full of confidence, spoke volumes for his god-level shamelessness. Jiang Shaoqing was only an inexperienced child, how could she win against Zhao Yu? In the end, she gave up. 20 minutes later, Zhao Yu was holding the 5,000 yuan reward he had obtained from Jiang Shaoqing. The man was walking back to Defeng Fruit Company as he planned to rent out the house. As it turned out, after he left someone else had come for the house. 2 young men had set their eyes on the property. When Zhao Yu arrived, they had just paid the rent. The chubby Jiang Dafeng was standing there laughing as he thumbed through the bills. Stop! Zhao Yu immediately roared as he strode over, causing everyone to jump. What kind of situation is this? Jiang Dafeng raised his head to see Zhao Yu. He did not even have time to react. Zhao Yu was already inches from him, savagely yelling, Holy sh*t, you stupid fatty. Didn't you say you already rented the house to me? How come I come back with the money and you've already rented it to someone else? Do you still want to live? Ha! Zhao Yu's fierce expression intimidated the 2 young men, who were too afraid to open their mouths. No. Jiang Dafeng was confused, didn't you say you didn't? Didn't F***King WH? As he cursed, Zhao Yu grabbed hold of a piece of sugar cane. Look here, you want me to crush your stupid shop? When he finished, he pointed the cane at the 2 men, I'll say it right now, whoever it was that wanted to rent this house, you should reconsider. I'll be watching your every F***king move, if you guys have some unfortunate. You? Jiang Dafeng was enraged as he yelled, if you keep this up, I'm calling the police. Zhao Yu immediately pulled out his own police ID. You want to F***king call the police? First I'll search your shop. Just now, someone reported you're selling rotten fruit. The 2 young men already took their money and disappeared before Zhao Yu could finish. Jiang Dafeng raised his hands in defeat. Alright. Bro, you win. You can take the house, alright? He sighed in defeat, geez, the shameless are truly invincible. Chapter 9, Lost Hand Case. Chapter 9, Lost Hand Case. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. It was 5:30 in the morning, with the sun just peeking over the horizon, and most of the city still shrouded in the shadows. Zhao He Street's KFC was open 24 hours. The shop was currently only occupied by two middle schoolers trying to catch their morning recitation. The two were sitting near the entrance, quickly chewing through their delicious chicken sandwich. Suddenly the door opened. A person wobbled into the store. It was a woman wearing a brand-name windbreaker, yet the windbreaker was stained with blood. The woman's hair was a mess, and she was clearly exhausted. She nearly fell to the ground as she pushed open the KFC's heavy glass door. She limped with immense difficulty towards the middle schoolers. Her voice was weak as she called out the best she could. Help! The two middle schoolers raised their head and nearly screamed. They shuffled back many steps, dropping their soy milk in the process because the woman did not have a right hand. At the end of her right wrist there was only an ugly wrap with a bandage that was overflowing with blood, yet the hand wasn't there. Comfortable. Yay! At 7 o'clock that night, Zhao was lying in his giant bed in his new house, feeling comfortable to no end. Although the rent was still 2,000 yuan a month, the landlord's daughter was paying now. These sorts of luxuries, where in the world could you find them? He. Zhao couldn't help but chuckle. With the 5,000 yuan he got from Jiang Shaoqing, after paying the rent for his house, and giving Jiang Dafeng 4,000 yuan for the first 2 months, there was still 1,000 left as his allowance. Jiang Dafeng could not be bothered to argue with Zhao Yu. So long as Zhao Yu paid the rent, he supposed it was fine and just agreed to the deal. The two signed the rent agreement then and there, and Zhao Yu finally had a satisfactory place to stay. Zhao Yu was a man of much stealth. If he greedily took the entire 10,000 from Jiang Shaoqing today, then he would have made a lot of money at the moment, but then there would be no second time. Now that he had a cooperative relationship with Jiang Shaoqing, every month he would obtain some of the money. Obviously, the second option was more beneficial. Of course, Zhao Yu knew that encouraging the little girl into hacking gaming accounts, and then putting the money into his own pocket were both against the law. Especially considering that he was a police officer, the offense would be even worse. But, the Zhao Yu now did not really see himself as a true police officer. He still had the same character prior to crossing over, and had even considered returning to his old profession. Things such as what he had done to Jiang Shaoqing today could not even be compared to all the questionable things he had done in his old life. Thinking this far, Zhao Yu comfortably enjoyed his situation, and even considered that with the leftover 1,000 yuan, maybe he could get a better phone. Right at the moment, the system in his mind spoke suddenly. The androgynous, neutral, and machine-like yet amazingly clear voice said, "Today's adventure has been completed. Completion rate, 79%. Obtained 1 invisibility device, please accept." Again? What kind of rewards did he get this time? Zhao Yu could not wait a second longer as he rushed to check in his mind. In his head there was an extra black, round ball. Upon clicking it, the system's voice started immediately. Invisible tracking device, after use can achieve invisible tracking ability, undetectable, lasts for 48 hours. Invisible tracking device? Zhao Yu thought it over. It's probably just something used to track people. Put it on someone, then immediately know their position? This time Zhao Yu could not help but feel a little disappointed. He had expected some better rewards from the system. Like some overpowered items for X-ray vision, wall phase, cloning skills, or even some kind of invisible camera or knockout pills, maybe. But it had only been eavesdropping or tracking so far. Not to mention, it had a time limit. What fun is that? Zhao Yu started pondering again. This time the adventure completion rate was 79%. If it was higher, would he get something even better? But how could he get a higher completion rate? He thought maybe he should restart the system again, and this time carefully observe what happens. So he pulled out his cigarette, lit it and breathed in deeply. But strangely, this time he did not even cough. He tried taking a few more puffs but had absolutely no reaction. Huh? What happened? How come it doesn't even work anymore? He breathed in deeply over and over until he could not catch his breath, yet the magical miracle system did not appear. His mind was quiet as usual. After a short moment of panic, Zhao calmed down and started analyzing the situation. Thinking back to the 2 times he managed to activate the system and complete the adventure, he quickly realized a possibility. Could it be, the miracle system could only be activated once a day? So today he already used it up, and had to wait till tomorrow? Zhao was focused on figuring out the mystery of the miracle system when his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Li Bainey. Hello? Officer Zhao, where are you? How come you still haven't arrived? The entire unit's waiting on you, said Li Bainey's urgent voice. What's up? Go where? Zhao Yu answered lazily. No way? Li Bainey sounded surprised. Didn't you get the text? The lost hand case. The whole team is at the office for a meeting. Hurry up and come, hurry. The line shut off, and Zhao Yu now saw the phone notification. Due a sudden case today, everyone was required to be at the police station at exactly 7 p.m. for a meeting to analyze the situation. The entire team must be there. Looking at his watch, it was almost 7:30. Holy sh*t. Zhao Yu was rather agitated. Yesterday he did not get any sleep, today he finally got some shut-eye, but how come there was another case out of nowhere? With a name like the Lost Hand case, too? At first, he was much too lazy to go. But after thinking about the name Lost Hand case, it sounded somewhat interesting. After much contemplation, he rose from his bed and headed for the police station. When he entered the office, it was just like yesterday. The lobby was packed with worried faces. Everyone was crowded around a white table, currently focused on listening to team leader Chu Ping's case introduction. Captain Jean was also there. After seeing Zhao Yu arrive late, his expression darkened. Vice Captain Lu Changhu smiled evilly at him, as if waiting to see Zhao Yu make a fool of himself. But as soon as Zhao Yu accepted the coffee given to him by Li Bainey, his smile instantly froze. This time, if we do not catch the culprit quickly, team leader Chu Ping pointed at the whiteboard, the culprit could repeat the offense within a short amount of time, and this tragedy will repeat. Zhao Yu had just sat down as team leader Chu Ping finished up her introduction, letting Captain Jean talk. Captain Jean first praised the lightning-fast speed at which the unit closed the taser rape case, followed by pointing out the importance of solving the lost hand case as quickly as possible. The speech ended with a motivational speech calling everyone to attention and to quickly solve this case. Zhao Yu listened carefully for a long time, but could not understand a single thing. The only thing he understood was when the tasks were distributed. He was assigned to the victim investigation group. The meeting had just finished, and Zhao Yu was about to ask Li Bainey for details when his way was blocked by Lu Changhu. He. Lu Changhu smiled darkly as patronized Zhao Yu. What's up, Zhao? Just now you were so late. Did you look for evidence yourself? Did you find anything, Mr. One-Man Army? Can you solve the case by tonight while you're at it? Chapter 10, The Bet Made in Anger. Chapter 10, The Bet Made in Anger. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. In regard to Lu Changhu's taunt, Zhao Yu did not even blink. None of your business. After he finished, Zhao Yu wanted to leave but was once again blocked by Lu Changhu. Halt! Lu Changhu pulled out a form, putting it in front of Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu, as your vice captain, I am just being fair. Today you didn't clock in for work, and didn't ask for the day off from any leaders. Not to mention, you arrived at the investigation meeting half an hour late. According to the rules, I must mark you down for absence. Che. Zhao, you had thought it was something important. But just an absence? He looked lazily at Lu Changhu, but could not be bothered to care. However, Lu Bani and the others were very surprised, because in the police station, very few people ever got marked for an absence, since being absent had severe consequences. Because the key case investigation unit's investigators were often doing field work and working overtime, their attendance was not documented by something simple like signing their name on a card, but rather, they were noted by every team's team leader personally. Based on the overtime situation, they were given breaks accordingly. This allowed for some wiggle room for the workers. Zhao Yu was a part of Team A, so his attendance was naturally managed by the Team A leader. But Team A's leader, Ma Wei, was currently injured and hospitalized. Thus, the attendance duty for Team A had temporarily been given to Vice Captain Lu Changhu. Despite the strict attendance rules, there was still some breathing room. Usually taking a day off here and there was reasonable. Unless there were emergency cases, people normally would not care too much. But today, Lu Changhu clearly had something against Zhao Yu to decide to mark him down for an absence. In regular jobs, being absent usually did not have many repercussions, but in the police department, absence reflected on your attitude. The higher-ups gave very strict punishments: absent once, lose 1 month worth of salary and stripped of the possibility of being yearly model investigator; absent twice, denounced in front of the entire investigation unit, and on the third time, you would be transferred out of the key case investigation unit. The repercussions of an absence could not be ignored. Lu Changhu doing such a thing was clearly an act of revenge. That was not even the extent of Lu Changhu's actions. Lu Changhu also took a slip from the attendance sheet and smiled. "Oh, also, last night you went crazy and smashed one of our computer monitors. Here's the bill, 1,800 yuan. I've already asked the higher-ups, and they all agreed that you should pay it. Later just submit the money to the finance department, hey." Seeing Zhao Yu putting a hand on his coffee cup, Lu Changhu retreated in a hurry. You better watch your attitude. If you go crazy again, I'll report you for assault. The office has cameras, don't be rash. Vice Captain Lu. Li Bani could not watch anymore. Her expression was determined as she argued with Lu Changhu. Last night we all saw it. The computer wasn't smashed by Officer Lu. How was it not him? Lu Changhu craned his neck condescendingly. If it wasn't him going crazy, how would the computer have been smashed? Right. Another young investigator chimed in. If it wasn't for Zhao Yu pushing me, I wouldn't have bumped into the computer. This was definitely his responsibility. Yeah. A few other investigators took Lu Changhu's side. The atmosphere within the office immediately turned hostile. Everyone was ready to fight. He. Seeing the start of a fight, Zhao Yu smiled instead. He gently put down the coffee cup, then walked right in front of Lu Changhu, his voice strangely calm. Vice Captain Lu, we have an old saying back in my hometown: always leave a way open for yourself, and victory will be yours. Do you want to push it this far? Humph. You are the one who doesn't respect authority. I don't like you, so what? Lu Changhu raised an eyebrow, giving a very definitive answer. All right. Zhao Yu smiled. Zhao Yu, ain't afraid of you. Since you aren't afraid, then you and I can have a standoff, and see who lasts longer. Kiddo, you. Lu Changhu was shocked, and took some time to digest what Zhao Yu said before roaring against the other, his eyes bulging. You little rascal, who do you think you are? I'm the Grand Key Case Investigation Unit Vice Captain. Me? Scared of you? Watch me wipe you off the face of the earth. Sure. Zhao Yu smirked, even whistling a little. Nozunity. I've never been afraid of authority. Come at me. That monitor's 1,800 yuan, think I'll give it to you? Also, if you dare mark me down as absent, make sure to watch your back and your ancestors' grave. One day it'll be gone and you won't even know it. Oh, check your wife's closet, in case someone put a skeleton in it. Zhao Yu's chain of insults stunned not only Lu Changhu but also the entire investigation team. These people had never seen such crude insults in their life. They could not even fight back. The group was completely at a loss of what to do. After his long speech, Zhao Yu had no change in his expression, yet Lu Changhu looked like he was about to have a heart attack, his face red with anger. Zhao Yu, you little rascal, you. Lu Changhu huffed and puffed, yet no words came out. He knew Zhao Yu had a violent temper, but had no idea how skilled Zhao Yu was using such crude language. Zhao Yu smiled, satisfied. He had wanted to continue, but the office door suddenly swung open and Captain Jing Jinbon walked in. His expression was of immense dismay as he shouted at the group, "Do you guys think this is appropriate?" "Ha!" The old man's eyebrows were raised high as he angrily yelled at the group, "Everyone's on the same investigation unit. Now that there's a case, the people are waiting for us to catch the criminal, and you guys have the energy to fight each other? What kind of image are you painting of the police?" Seeing the old man truly angry, the group went silent. No one dared to make a noise. "Zhao Yu!" Jing Jinbang turned to Zhao Yu and yelled, "Your problem, I've already heard it. You youngsters are just too rash, try to look at the big picture more, got it? Don't keep trying to always solve problems with your fists, people will laugh at you. Here." As he spoke, the old man pointed to Lu Changhu. "Lu, cancel Zhao Yu's absence. It's been more than a decade since we've had an absence mark. If the bureau chief found out, how could I face the shame?" "But Captain..." Lu Changhu began to argue. "Shut up." The old man's voice was thunderous, and with one look silenced the vice captain. Then, he turned to Zhao Yu again, "As for the computer, you can't avoid it. Destroying public property, and for personal reasons too, this one's on you." Hearing this, Lu Changhu's face once again showed a triumphant smile. Zhao Yu clenched his fist and nearly yelled out, "I'll pay you my ass," but Jing Jinbang raised a hand to stop him. "I've always tried to be fair with what I do. Kid, when you solved the taser rape case, you truly surprised me. How about this, we'll make a bet. If you can solve this lost hand case we have right now, then the computer, I'll pay it for you." "What?" Zhao Yu gaped. He would have never imagined the old man would make a bet with him. "Captain." No. Lu Changhu's eyes became alert, and he spoke up, "We simply can't bother you with such a foolish bet. How about this, I'll bet with Zhao Yu instead. If Zhao Yu can solve this case within the allocated time, I'll pay the computer fee." "Ah? Holy **T? Zhao Yu thought. He was never one to be intimidated, so he slammed his hands down on the table. "All right, stupid Lu, no going back. Within a week, I will definitely solve this case, this lost hand case." Chapter 11, Lost Hand Case is not equal to Lost Hand Gang. Chapter 11, Lost Hand Case is not equal to Lost Hand Gang. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. With the bet placed, the group dispersed, and everyone went back to their own business. Li Baini rushed to Zhao Yu and pulled him aside. "Zhao Yu, what's been up with you recently? Is something wrong with your brain? This is the infamous lost hand case. How could you make a bet like that? Lost hand case? What up?" Zhao Yu replied casually. Zhao Yu searched through his memory and quickly found the related keyword. His memory jumped to around the same time last year. At the time, he was just an intern investigator, but had been sent to help the forensics department with setting up new equipment instead of participating in the case. "What up?" Li Baini sighed helplessly. Quite a few officers lost their jobs thanks to this case. If the case was this easy, we wouldn't be talking about it today. Zhao Yu finally remembered. Last year around the end of April, Xinshan City had 2 cases of a serial lost hand case, causing a huge commotion. The victim's right hand had been chopped off using a sharp tool without mercy. Due to the slow progression of the investigation, one of the victims continued to complain. That added with the paparazzi's interference, the case became wildly public, dragging the police department's name through the mud. Including the previous leader of Team B, quite a few police officers were forced to quit. Team leader Chu Ping had been promoted during that time as a replacement. Despite the massive effort from the police department, the case was still cold to this day. You really don't know? Or are you just messing with me? Li Bainie's eyes were wide. This morning at 5:30, near Joachi Street, another lost hand case happened. What? Again? Zhao Yu was surprised. Yeah. Li Bainie replied, otherwise, why would we have an emergency meeting? Didn't you see we were all prepared for the worst? Especially team leader Chu Ping, she hasn't even eaten yet. Oh. Zhao Yu finally remembered. No wonder when he had come to look up houses to rent, most of the investigators were missing. It was because of this case. Just now, team leader Chu Ping already explained, Li Bainie continued, there was a 1-year gap, but the modus operandi was exactly the same. If there isn't some unknown factor, the crime must have been committed by the same person. Interesting. Zhao Yu looked at the case record. According to the record, the victim of the current lost hand case was a 36-year-old housewife. The husband worked with construction materials and was fairly well off. At the time of crime, the lady had just finished attending a party. She had been knocked out while walking to her BMW. By the time she woke up next morning, her right hand had been chopped off. The culprit had even gave her simple first aid to prevent her from bleeding out. The two cases from last year were about the same. The victim was always a female around 30 years old. No way? Zhao Yu muttered to himself as he looked at the information. With his sort of case, how could you not catch the culprit? With cameras everywhere, there should at least be photos? You aren't wrong. Li Bainie shook her head and sighed, but there really wasn't any video evidence. This culprit is like a ghost, and now he's got quite the reputation. If you ask me, just save up some money and pay for the monitor. You can't win this bet. Bah! Little girl, don't go raining on someone else's parade. It's discouraging. Zhao Yu spoke calmly, if the culprit is really bold enough to repeat the offense again, I guarantee he will be captured. I'm not afraid the case won't be solved. Li Bainie wore an expression of worry. I'm worried that you won't solve the case. What do you mean? Zhao Yu didn't understand. Just now your bet with Vice Captain Liu was clear. Li Bainie furrowed her brows, only if you solve the case, and catch the culprit by yourself, does it count as your win. If team leader Chu Ping solves the case, you still lose. Hoof. Zhao Yu thought about his miracle system, and simply huffed with confidence, throwing the case records aside. No need to fear. Anything's possible. Who knows, maybe I'll have solved the case by tomorrow. If you ask me, the culprit of the lost hand case was probably the victim's husband. These *TTY housewives just spend too much money, so the husbands don't have to put up with it anymore, and chop their hands off. Ah, Jesus. Li Bainie slumped back into her chair, very much disappointed in Zhao Yu. That night after going back to his apartment, Zhao Yu could not sleep. He was worried. Could his miracle system have actually disappeared? If tomorrow he smoked and there was no response, then everything was over. If he really did not have the miracle system, how could he solve the case or talk about bets? Lost hand case? Why did they chop off the hand of all things? Was it really because the women were too troublesome? Thinking this much, Zhao Yu became even more interested in the case. He calmed down and started rereading the records over and over. Despite Zhao Yu's crude nature, when he worked, he was very serious. He was the type that did not rest until he finished what he was doing. It was this attitude that allowed him to push and shove his way to the top, becoming one of Qing Long Gang's top affiliates. After Zhao Yu read through the entire case record, carefully memorizing all the details, he could not help but think about the difficulty. He did not imagine the case would be so complicated. No wonder the police had worked so hard but still did not crack it. The criminal was very careful. Out of the 3 incidents, he avoided the surveillance camera every time. This was not something a regular person could do. Not only that, but the culprit's methods were highly brutal. All 3 victims' right hands were chopped off with a single move by an axe-like weapon. Thus, the police suspected the culprit was a strong, young man. But after forensic testing, the place where the culprit had cut the arm was very precise, right at the most fragile point of the wrist, avoiding any hard bones. As long as the weapon was sharp enough, any regular person could have committed the act, thus they could not eliminate the possibility of a female culprit. Also, the crime raised many questions, like why did the culprit only choose 30-year-old females with decent living conditions? At this time last year, the culprit committed 2 acts within 5 days, then disappeared. But why did he wait a whole year before starting again? Would it be like last year, where he would act again within the next few days? Why did the culprit only cut off the hands of women? Was it really related to money? Or was it a gang? Thinking this much, Zhao could not keep his eyes open, and gradually lulled himself to sleep. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Zhang Dafan was about to go to the market and pick up a shipment of fresh fruit from the south. Yet, just as he squeezed some toothpaste onto his toothbrush, he heard a chain of violent coughs coming from upstairs. Cough, cough, cough. Is he okay? Zhang Dafeng recognized Zhao Yu's voice, yet angrily spoke again, "You deserve it. Go die, shameless PR**CK. Wah!" But from upstairs suddenly came a loud exclamation, shocking Zhang Dafeng, causing him to drop his toothpaste all over his slipper. All he could hear was Zhao Yu from upstairs, there. Finally. Ha ha ha. Chapter 12, Camels. Camels. Chapter 12, Camels. Camels. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Due to the number of personnel required to investigate the lost hand case, the key case investigation unit drastically understaffed, even putting office workers, like Li Baini, on investigation duty as well. But Li Baini was very happy today because she and Zhao Yu were assigned to the same unit. Having the chance to be with her crush was obviously a stroke of luck for her. Similarly, Zhao Yu was in a good mood too. On the bus ride, he was even humming some tunes. While chatting with Li Baini, he entirely forgot about his bet with Lu Changhu. As it turned out, he could restart the miracle system. How could Zhao Yu not be excited? As soon as he woke up, without even going to the bathroom, he lit a cigarette. But with his first breath, he started violently coughing, as if he had been shocked by electricity. Miracle system engaged, the excited voice started, Can Gen Gua. Can 4 water and Gen 4 mountain. Water first, mountain second. Ups and downs are to be expected, and the good and bad will be determined. This time, Zhao Yu was readily prepared and rushed to memorize what the system said. But due to the complexity of the words, he quickly forgot most of it. Putting what he remembered in a small notebook, he could only note words like mountain, water, and other easy words. Even though he still could not quite understand the rules of the miracle system, after his first 2 adventures, he was confident in his ability to crack the case. Ho ho! Just watch, stupid Lu Changhu, I'm going to watch you pay 1800 yuan out of your pocket for me. Zhao Yu confidently departed. But unexpectedly, this time he was not very successful, nearly getting cussed out by someone. As it turns out, the victim he and Lu Baini were assigned to question was the second lost hand case victims, Yuan Lily. According to the information, Yuan Lily was previously a piano teacher at the city musical school. Losing her right hand caused irreparable damage to her life and work. Apparently, because she lost her hand, her husband divorced her. Before it was Yuan Lily who contacted the first victim and complained that the police were not doing enough. This caused the media to become involved, and a few excellent officers were forced to retire. As expected, this victim was not the nice type. She started fussing as soon as Zhao Yu and Li Beini entered the door, saying things like the police were all useless, and complaining that although a year had passed, the culprit was still at large. Was it so hard to ask for justice? Then she asked, despite already having gotten a detailed response, why there a need to be questioned again. Was it just to add salt to the wound? She even threatened to contact the newest victim, to complain about the police officers yet again. Yuan Lily spoke fiercely, fingers pointing everywhere. It annoyed Zhao Yu greatly. If it was not for seeing her missing right hand, Zhao Yu honestly wanted to insult her in retaliation. At least Li Beini spoke more gently and eloquently, allowing the two to finish their questioning. Honestly, Zhao Yu was very confused to begin with. Last time, Yuan Lily's testimony was very clear and complete. Why did they have to go meet her again and waste time? Only after finishing up did he realize that this time, the topic was focused more on the newer developments of the lost hand case. The police wanted to know if Yuan Lily and the new victim had any relationship in order to decide the direction of the investigation. But Yuan Lily stated that she did not know the new victim at all, just as she had no relationship with the first victim. This meant none of the three victims knew each other. Thus, it was possible that the culprit simply chose them randomly. Zhao Yu truly witnessed the meaning of leaving no stones unturned. The police investigation truly analyzed every single tiny detail, leaving no room for error. Yuan Lily's home was located in the downtown's high-end housing area. Even though she was no longer a piano teacher, she still enjoyed the college teacher tenure. Not to mention, when she got divorced, her husband left her a large sum of money. She lived quite comfortably thanks to these things. The district was very busy, surrounded by huge malls on all sides. When Zhao Yu and Li Beini were leaving, the narrow street was already jam-packed with cars. Thank God we took the bus. Li Beini celebrated. Had we came by car, we probably would have to have dinner here. Ha! Zhao Yu, look. Unexpectedly, Li Beini saw something interesting as she talked, and she signaled for Zhao Yu to come look. Zhao Yu turned his head to see what it was and was equally interested. On the sidewalk below the high-rise building, there was a huge camel, and it had two humps. A man wearing an ethnic costume was currently leading the camel. There was a tag hanging off the camel's neck, photos, 5 yuan. Camel. Li Beini clapped her hands in excitement like a child. It's a real camel. The city Zhao Yu lived in was near the south. Other than at the zoo, it was very rare to see animals like a camel. Zhao Yu was also very interested as he stared at the large animal. Ah, handsome, beautiful, do you want a photo? The man holding the camel smiled, 5 yuan per photo. Cheap, isn't it? Yes. Li Beini pulled Zhao Yu by the arm, very excited as she spoke. Let's go take one. It's a rare opportunity. Without Zhao Yu's permission, the man with the camel already led the large animal in front of them. Should I sit on it? Li Beini tilted her head as she asked. Sure. The man with the camel nodded. Then, can we sit on it? Together? Li Beini asked, hoping for an intimate photo with Zhao Yu. Before the man could respond to Li Beini, a high-pitched scream suddenly came from around the corner. Thief! Catch the thief! My wallet! The voice came suddenly, and all three people turned towards the noise. A young man wearing jeans ran through the three of them. Zhao Yu saw clearly that the youngster was clutching a woman's bag that clearly did not belong to him. Without a doubt, whoever it was that yelled thief was referring to that boy. Ha! Thief? Li Beini finally reacted, and pointed at the thief. Hey! Stop! Halt! Stop running! The thief was not dumb and picked up the pace. Li Beini rushed and pushed Zhao Yu. What are you waiting for? Go! Chase the thief! But Zhao Yu did not move, and spoke slowly. Are you kidding? We're key case investigators. Catching thieves and the like, does that look like our job? What kind of talk is that? Li Beinei was agitated. We're still police officers. Everyone's responsible for catching thieves, go who go. Seeing Zhao lack of drive, Li Beinei rushed to hail a cab, but the traffic was awful. Even if she found a cab, there would be no way to move. Alright. Zhao waved his hand dismissively. Don't bother wasting your time, let's just take the photo. Yet, when he turned and saw the owner of the lost bag, Zhao was glued to his spot as if he had been hit by lightning, and his vision spun. Holy sh*t. Why is it her? Chapter 13, Where's the break? Chapter 13, Where's the break? Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Life would be much less painful if there were no relationships. In his old life, Zhao had a passionate love encounter. The 18-year-old fell in love with a similarly 18-year-old girl. Her name was Yao Jia. Yao Jia was beautiful and one of a kind. She could be compared to a goddess. Her flowing black hair had Zhao head over heels in love with her. The two of them were madly in love. During the days of their youth, they had created the most beautiful memories, but just like all tragic K-dramas, the result was inevitable. At the time, Zhao was youthful and rash, and fighting was a daily occurrence. One particularly violent scuffle caused Yao Jia's leg to be injured, leaving the girl permanently crippled. Yao Jia's parents were enraged, and beat Zhao horribly before taking their daughter with them to a different city. The two lovebirds never met again. Even when Zhao was on the executioner's chair, watching the injection slowly enter his bloodstream, he muttered Yao Jia's name. People always love things that they are familiar with. Even her name, Yao Jia, Zhao could not forget in death. Who knew, who would have known, who could have known? Zhao's lost love suddenly appeared in front of him again. She was the owner of the stolen bag. Seeing his lover again, Zhao felt as if he were alive again, even though he was alive. The Yao Jia in front of him was wearing a long pink dress with her hair in a ponytail. Even though she looked more mature now, she was still gorgeous and elegant. Despite her bag having been stolen, her movements were still very ladylike, drawing everyone's admiration to her. Thief! Thief! My bag! Yao Jia had an agitated expression as she glanced at Zhao from the side of her eyes but did not look directly at him. It was as if deep in her mind, she did not expect the man to help her catch the thief. Ha! Zhao came back to reality, startled. No way? If it was Yao Jia's bag that was stolen, then this is a whole different matter. Why am I still standing here? Zhao quickly started running after the thief, but saw that the thief had already ran far away. If he just relied on his speed, it would be too difficult to catch up. But the street was jam-packed with cars, even bicycles would not be able to move. There was simply no suitable mode of transportation anymore. What should he do? Zhao turned and suddenly saw the large animal, the camel. Ha! There! Zhao did not even think twice as he snatched the leash from the owner and hopped onto the camel in one swift motion. Ha! He had rode horses before. He squeezed the camel's side with his legs, he slapped the camel expecting the animal to move. Yet no matter how much he struggled, the camel was like a mountain, absolutely immovable. Bro, what are you doing? The owner became nervous. Get down. You can't do this. Shut up, I'm the F***king police. Zhao roared, I'm doing my job, can't you see? Right now, I'm using your camel for public business, tell me how to get it to run. Hurry. The loud yell intimidated the camel owner quite a bit. Using some weird method, the owner pinched the camel's butt. The camel instantly responded, and began dashing forward at top speed. The sudden acceleration almost caused Zhao to fall off. He quickly held tight to one of its humps, trying not to fall off. The camel was truly impressive. The wind whooshed by as it ran. It was more exciting than riding a motorcycle. Zhao you. Li Beinei was stunned as she stood on the sideline. She stared for a long while before yelling out, "You, careful." Li Beinei's voice did not reach Xiaoyu at all. The camel's speed allowed them to pass Yao Jia within the blink of an eye. Yao Jia was also stunned. She raised her head to see the large camel, and Xiaoyu awkwardly riding the camel. The image was out of the world. The camel ran along the sidewalk. Despite the narrow sidewalk, the camel was surprisingly flexible. It did not decrease in speed at all. Before long, the camel had caught up with the thief. At first, the thief thought he was safe. But when he turned around, he saw a gigantic mass coming towards him. His eyes bulged out in shock and he started to speed up again. The camel was just about to catch the bag thief when the thief turned a corner and fled into an alley. Zhao pulled on the leash, and the camel turned into the alley in pursuit. The alley was filled with small shop stands selling pots and pans, snacks, and advertising fortune-telling. The thief was quick on his feet and easily ran past the small shops. But the large camel could not run through with such ease. Instead, it merely ran into everything in its path, sending stuff flying everywhere. Within seconds, pots and glass stumbled onto the floor, chairs and tables broke, even the blind fortune teller was flipped into a wall. The alley was complete chaos and confusion. Despite this, the camel's speed did not decrease at all. Finally, at the end of the alley, it caught up with the thief. The bag thief was completely exhausted. He panted louder than the camel. Just as they caught up with the thief, Zhao noticed a huge problem. Crap! He forgot to ask how to stop the camel. How do I stop? Stop! Zhao tried many classic braking methods in quick succession, but the camel did not respond at all, and continued barreling forward at lightning speed. Within moments, it had passed the thief and continued forward a few meters. Ha! The bag thief looked up and saw the man riding the camel had not even tried to stop him. He quickly turned around and ran the other way, but was simply too exhausted and could only muster a saunter. Holy sh*t! Zhao felt his heart stop. In a moment of helplessness, he pulled fiercely on the leash and made a huge loop at the end of the alley and managed to turn around. No way? The bag thief wanted to die, but could only clench his teeth and tried to speed up again. This time, Zhao did not give him a chance. When the camel caught up with the thief again, he jumped off in one smooth motion. Making a magnificent leap through the air, Zhao landed on the thief. After the chase, the thief had already lost all hope. By the time Zhao got up, he was already raising his hands in defeat. But Zhao was still angrily ignoring the thief's declaration of defeat. He punched the thief directly in the face, giving him a black eye, watching as his nose bled profusely. Holy sh*t! You dared to run from me! Zhao gave the thief a resounding slap across the face, before slumping onto the ground, feeling as if his entire body was about to come apart. The camel was also quite intelligent. Having felt the weight vanish from its back, it stopped automatically, and kept looking at Zhao. Zhao gave it a thumbs up. Thanks, bro. Chapter 14, A Classic Old Tune. Chapter 14, A Classic Old Tune. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Zhao's camel fiasco caused quite the commotion. In the end, the thief, him and Li Beinei, the bag owner Yao Jia, the owner of the camel, as well as the very proud camel itself, were all invited into the police station. While they were giving their testimonies, the police station nearly exploded from complaints from all of the shop owners in the alley who had their shop wrecked. They were all complaining about the culprit, begging the police to repay their losses. The officers in the station were completely swamped. Li Beinei was worried that Zhao would be forced to pay the reparation fee, and tried her best to resolve the situation. But at that moment, Zhao did not have any energy to focus on those things. As soon as he entered the station, he could not do anything except stare at Yao Jia. When an officer came to ask questions, Zhao Yu completely ignored the officer and slapped down his investigator ID on the table. The officer was enraged, thinking it was just a key case investigator abusing his authority. Ah! Zhao Yu's heart was pounding from finally seeing his gorgeous ex-lover. Has God finally taken mercy on me and gave me a second chance? The girl looked as beautiful as she was before. Her pure white skin and her stunning face were all exactly the same as when Zhao Yu had been with her. Zhao Yu had to stop himself from rushing to Yao Jia and embracing her to confess his woes. He wanted so badly to say, "Love. Do you know? I've missed you my entire life. Are you all right? How have you been? Do you still remember me?" But his remaining sense of reason stopped Zhao Yu from actually doing so. He knew he had already crossed over. The Yao Jia in front of him looked like his old lover, but was probably not the same person. The Zhao Yu from before was not the same as the current Zhao Yu. She probably doesn't even know me. The biggest difference in this world is probably that I am standing in front of you, yet you don't recognize me. Zhao Yu stared without blinking as he watched Yao Jia give her testimony. Her name had not changed, she was still Yao Jia. But just like Zhao Yu, her life was very much different from the other world. She was now a nurse in the downtown hospital. A head nurse too. The old Yao Jia would faint at the sight of blood. There was no way she could have become a nurse. Zhao Yu's stare already caught everyone's attention. Even Yao Jia felt like his gaze was unnatural, as her face turned a bright shade of red. After her testimony, she daintily held the bag Zhao Yu worked to get back and coyly walked in front of him to thank him. "Thank you, truly. I didn't think you were a policeman. If it wasn't for you, then..." Yao Jia threw a glance at the camel outside. "I would have lost so much." Ah, hallelujah. Zhao Yu felt drunk from hearing her very familiar voice, and started swaying like a madman. Yao Jia clearly had no idea what to do, and could only thank him again, then turned to leave. "Wait." Zhao Yu stopped her, holding a sliver of hope. "Yao Jia, Jia. Think carefully, do you remember me?" "Huh? Do we know each other?" Yao Jia was shocked. She examined Zhao Yu up and down, but surely shook her head. Zhao Yu sighed in his mind, but did not want to give up. He quickly called for Li Beini to come to his side. "Junior, hurry. Call my phone." "What?" Not only was Li Beini very confused, Yao Jia was also puzzled, not sure what Zhao Yu meant. "I told you to do it, so just do it. Hurry up." Ignoring the sad state of his generic brand phone, Zhao Yu put it in front of Yao Jia. With Zhao Yu's constant urging, Li Beini called his phone. Soon Zhao Yu's phone rang. Zhao Yu's ringtone was unusual. The music was one of the ancient classic tunes from the 80s. It was the theme song of the kung fu drama, Lu Xiaofeng. The song's name was "Leaving My Sweet Dreams." Thriving for life within difficulty, with a forceful smile. "Ah hero, please accompany me in my dreams. Ah hero, please leave me my sweet dreams." When this old tune played in the lobby, the entire station went quiet. Everybody looked at Zhao Yu as if he were a maniac. How's this? Zhao Yu looked expectantly at Yao Jia. "Do you remember something now?" "This." Yao Jia's eyes were large as she yelled, irritated. "This? What kind of stupidity is this? F***CK. Zhao Yu exclaimed in his head. Zhao Yu shook where he stood and nearly fell over. This song was old, but it was Yao Jia's favorite. Zhao Yu remembered this, which was why it was his ringtone. Yet the Yao Jia in front of him had no reactions, meaning that she and his ex-lover really were not the same person. Her interests and personality were definitely different from the old Yao Jia. Finally understanding the situation, Zhao Yu hurried and stood up. His expression was much more serious, and he looked like a normal person again. He was very polite as he spoke. "Miss Yao Jia, if you don't mind, can we exchange contact info? Oh. Yao Jia showed reluctance, as she was clearly unwilling. Zhao Yu saw her reluctance and followed. If I need to go to the hospital later and such, maybe I can contact you? Oh, okay. Yao Jia finally relented and pulled out her phone in a hurry. How about WeChat? This is my QR code, you can scan it. Alright. Zhao Yu hurriedly turned on his phone, but remembered he did not have any data, so there was no way for him to use WeChat. Zhao Yu's reaction was very fast, though, as he turned on his camera and snapped a picture of the code, so he could add it later. Officer Zhao, honestly, thank you. Yao Jia generously shook Zhao Yu's hand. If you really stop by downtown for something, feel free to find me. But obviously I hope you don't end up hospitalized. Ha ha. Yao Jia turned around and left the station. Zhao Yu watched her leave, feeling the lingering warmth in his hand tugging at his heartstrings. In that moment, he made up his mind. No matter if the Yao Jia of this world was not the same as the other. No matter what her situation was, married, boyfriend, whatever, he would use any and every method to obtain her. Everyone could see Zhao Yu's obsession with Yao Jia. So did Li Baini, who was head over heels for Zhao Yu. Seeing his reaction, she crossed her hands angrily and raised her head up in disdain. Chapter 15, Like a Ghost. Chapter 15, Like a Ghost. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. That afternoon around 4 o'clock, the completion message suddenly started in Zhao Yu's brain, telling him that today's adventure was over. The completion rate was 72%, obtaining him another invisibility device. Upon opening the item and obtaining it, he saw it was another invisible tracking device, the same as last time. What's this? Why couldn't it have been something newer, more fun, or exciting? Despite feeling somewhat disappointed, Zhao Yu finally had the time to ponder about the miracle system. Up until now, he had used it 3 times. Despite not fully knowing the rules, he still learned certain things about it. He pulled out his little notepad and started analyzing the information he recorded. First, the miracle system could only be activated once a day, with the ending time unknown. Zhao Yu estimated the ending time had something to do with the completion rate. The faster he finished the adventure, the faster it ended. Secondly, the adventure was random, and was not really according to his wish. Like today, he had hoped the miracle system would help him crack the lost hand case, but today's adventure was mainly meeting Yao Jia, and riding the camel to catch the thief. Another point is, the difficult words spoken when the miracle system engages, may have some kind of meaning. Like the third time, it had something to do with destiny, and red string of fate, which appears to be very much related to Yao Jia, and the word about going up and down, seems to refer to him riding on the camel. Could it be that the complex word's meaning was alluding to the adventure he would have later? The word's theme also seemed to have some sort of meaning. He remembered vaguely the words Gen Dui Gua, and Kan Gen Gua. Kan, Gen, Dui were all words used in the 5-element Bagua. Zhao Yu looked them up online, and saw that it was in fact a match. Kan represented water, Gen represented mountain. Back-facing water. Zhao Yu vaguely felt that if he could understand the theme and the complex passage, maybe then when he used the miracle system, then he could drastically increase his success rate. It looked like he would have to do some more research to completely grasp the system. Once he did, he would be able to use it to his benefit, and do whatever he wanted. Throwing the system aside, Zhao Yu had to shift all his focus towards the lost hand case. Looking at it now, even if he had the miracle system, it might not help him solve this case at all. Not only that, it might even do things like today, adding some random adventure and wasting his time. If it's like this, Zhao Yu began to think. After much consideration, he made a brilliant decision. From now on, he would use his own power, and expend all his energy to solve the lost hand case by himself. He did end up betting after all. Losing and paying 1,800 yuan was not a big deal. The important part was losing face. Just so he did not let scum like Lu Changhu get the last laugh, he would have to work hard. Although he was mostly an amateur at crime solving, having crossed over with no formal knowledge, but in his old gang he had caught many spies. He had some confidence in his ability to catch criminals. So that night Zhao printed out more of the important records on the lost hand case and brought them all home for research. His current home was excellent, but it did not have Wi-Fi. The stupid Jiang Dafeng would rather use his own phone data than use in Wi-Fi apparently. Actually, the reason why he did that was to prevent his daughter Xiaoqing from playing on her phone, which would interfere with her study. Yet little did he know, his daughter was actually a master hacker. Zhang Xiaoqing had already gotten the password for the neighbor's Wi-Fi. There was no interference with her games. Zhao Yu was also very sneaky, and got the hacked password from Zhang Xiaoqing the day he moved in. The internet the two used was from the beauties next door. Zhao Yu laid all the information on the table, and started researching yet again, wanting to clean up all the information pertaining to the case. Last year April 22nd, in Qinshan City's fitness gym's underground tunnel was where the first incident had taken place. The woman's name was Gao Tian, an office worker for a foreign company. She usually lived in the capital, but had come back to Qinshan to watch a music concert. According to Gao Tian herself, once the concert was over, she was following the crowd through the underground tunnel but was knocked out by someone. When she came to, her right hand was gone. After the culprit chopped her right hand off, they even gave her first aid to prevent her from bleeding to death. The strange thing about this case was that after the culprit committed the crime, there was absolutely no evidence. Even with all the surveillance cameras in the fitness gym, there was not a trace of evidence. The victim had been knocked out despite the fact that the area had been full of people. In addition, there was a lack of light, not to mention, it was late at night and everyone was tired, thus there was no good witness that could help. At the time, the police mobilized full force to solve the case, yet within 5 days on April 26, another lost hand case struck. The victim this time was Yuan Lily, who Zhao Yu and Li Baini interviewed. Yet Yuan Lily's circumstances were even more mysterious. She was laying in her own bed when her hand was chopped off. That day nothing happened, and Yuan Lily had simply finished washing up and went to sleep. Yet when she woke up, her right hand was gone. The shock and terror were expected. At the time, Yuan Lily was not living in the current high-end district as she was now, but where she had lived also had quite a few surveillance cameras. The weird thing was, no matter how the police searched through the footage, there were no suspicious personnel. They even pulled up the video from 7 days before the case and looked through them carefully to no avail. According to the records, Yuan Lily's door did have signs of forced entry, but by using forensics methods they realized that the door had indeed not been forced open, but that the culprit had her house key. Yuan Lily was home alone that day. A few days before, she and her husband had a fight, and she kicked him out of the house. At the time, the police naturally focused on her husband. But those few days her husband had been out on a business trip. Yuan Lily and her husband had a rocky relationship. After this struggle, it was not a surprise when they divorced. After Yuan Lily, the lost hand case stopped for a whole year. Yet the third case suddenly happened again 1 year later. The date was still April 22nd. The third case victim was Luo Mena, a classic housewife, her husband, a classic uneducated rich man. That night she attended a party, but on the way back home in her car she was knocked out. When she woke up in the morning, her right hand was gone. At the time she was laying in her own BMW. The car was stopped in an alley on Zhou Street. The shocked Luo Mena ran out of the car and asked for help from a KFC nearby, and was found that way. Similar to the two before, other than the BMW being in the surveillance camera, there was not a single sign of the culprit themselves. According to the field research, the culprit probably laid in wait inside of Luo Mena's car, then knocked her out once she entered. Then the culprit drove the car into the alley on Zhou Street, and chopped off Luo Mena's hand, then put her back in the car. And then disappeared. Holy sh*t. Seeing the data that he organized, Zhao Yu could not help but remember Li Bei's words. This culprit was like a ghost, but he did not think it would be this bad. Could it be, this case is really unsolvable? Chapter 16, The Four Gorgeous Neighbors. Chapter 16, The Four Gorgeous Neighbors. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. When he woke up the next morning, the first thing Zhao Yu did was pull out a cigarette. He did not want to smoke for the pleasure of smoking, he had an alternative reason. Ever since the miracle system, Zhao Yu felt a lack of attraction towards smoking. If it were not for getting to play the lottery, he did not really want to smoke at all. He felt like he had been influenced at least somewhat by the other Zhao Yu. Today was the Kenli hexagram. Water reigned as fire weakened. The exact words were, fire and water coexist. Yin and yang combine. Positive and negative both persist in harmony. Zhao Yu memorized the words. It meant that the fire element had left the Bagua. This was the first time that had happened. What would he be doing today? In his previous life, Zhao Yu had always loved pondering needlessly. Despite knowing that there would be a new adventure today, his mind was still focused on the lost hand case. He truly did not want to surrender and let Lu Changhu and others see his embarrassment. He did not believe that there was no way lost hand case could be unsolvable. After a night of intense research, Zhao Yu realized that in order to solve this entire case, he must use the current case as the launchpad. Because the previous two cases had already been researched thoroughly by the police, there would be no point in doing the research all over again. He planned to ask team leader Chu Ping for some information when he got to work in order to see if she had any other news. After all, she was the person in charge of the lost hand case. He woke up too early, so there was still a long time before work. Zhao Yu had too much time on his hand, so he took out a can of beer and sipped it as he went out on the balcony. This was one of Zhao Yu's small habits. When he needed to think, he liked to think over a beer. The balcony on the third floor was about 60 or 70 square meters. Zhao Yu sat on a chair, thinking intently as he sipped his beer. The warm sunlight poured in from the east. Zhao Yu felt highly satisfied as he enjoyed the warmth, basking his face in the sun's golden glow. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the neighbor's balcony. The two balconies were originally connected, but were now separated by an anti-theft net. Zhao Yu saw a tall, long-haired woman appear on the neighboring balcony. She looked young, at most a little over 20. She was currently holding the newest iPhone, the speaker under her ear as she listened to messages on WeChat. Shockingly, she only wearing thin, revealing white pajamas. The semi-transparent fabric showed off her beautiful figure. Zhao Yu could clearly see that she was not wearing any underwear. Regarding the neighboring beauties, Jiang Dafeng really was not kidding. Zhao Yu had just moved in, and only saw them once. They had a room with 4 people, who were all thin, tall, and beautiful girls. Their figures could be compared to models. Yet regarding their identity, Jiang Dafeng was off the mark. Zhao Yu could tell with one glance that the neighboring 4 beauties were definitely not college students. The 4 of them often went out at night, and most of the time did not return home. How could they be college students? Due to Zhao Yu's old job requirements, he often dealt with women like these. He did not need to hear it from them. Just from their posture and expression he could tell that these 4 beauties were definitely social butterflies in the night district. Despite their youth, the lack of heavy makeup, and brand names, Zhao Yu saw through their innocent appearance with a single glance. So when he saw the figure on the balcony, there was no change in his expression. The desperation he showed with that gold digger in the bar was long lost. The white pajama beauty already had noticed Zhao Yu. As she listened to her WeChat messages, she nodded confidently at Zhao Yu, completely nonchalant about her revealing clothing. Zhao Yu also politely raised his beer can, then drank a huge gulp with a rise of his head. His motion attracted the beauty's attention. She put down her phone immediately and asked with some curiosity, "Drinking beer this early in the morning?" You're the newcomer, right? The fatty actually rented the room out? Zhao Yu politely nodded, but did not want to talk. Leaning back again, he downed the rest of his beer. With that, the woman was more interested. She examined Zhao Yu and asked, "What do you do?" "Investigator. Key Case Investigation Unit." Zhao Yu's answer was very brisk. He was not sure why, but he felt a little excited mentioning his job, even a little proud. "Oh? I couldn't tell, but you're a police officer." The woman's expression instantly changed. Despite Zhao Yu's morning stubble, his broad frame and handsome appearance were still very enticing. "You?" The beauty gaped slightly before remembering to introduce herself. "Hello, I'm Hua. Mr. Policeman, if I end up in some kind of trouble, will you come and help?" Hua? Zhao Yu sighed inside. Why was her name so boring? "Girl, don't tell me your first name is Bai? Also, has your house never had pets?" Zhao Yu thought to himself. Seeing the woman waiting for his response, Zhao Yu replied without a pause, "Nope." Miss Hua was very surprised by his response. Every man that had met her was desperate to please her, groveling in front of her. Yet the man in front of her did not even bat an eye. "Why?" she asked in a hurry. "Because, I'm an investigator on the Key Case Investigation Unit." Zhao Yu stood up slowly with a smirk, and spoke with pauses. "All those I meet are dead people." Hua stared hard for a while digesting his words, then forced an awkward smile. Seeing Zhao Yu return to his own room, she crossed her arms and muttered, "Insane." The truth was, Zhao Yu used dry humor and ended the conversation early, not because he did not care to make friends, but because he was worried he could not actively be someone's friend. He knew social butterflies like Miss Hua much too well. If you got caught with them, there would only be tragedy. He had seen too many living examples of such. No matter what man, if they fell for that kind of woman, it was like an addiction with no return. In the best-case scenario, families were broken. The worst-case scenario was complete financial destruction. When he saw those sorts of situations before, his seniors all sincerely warned him, "Remember, one shouldn't harm their own neighbors, do not date H***s, especially since she's under your command. Do not touch." Zhao Yu was mindful of his senior's words, and had no desire to get close to Hua. But he knew clearly in his mind that today his adventure words were fire and water mixes, and yin-yang coexists. Perhaps if he had chatted more with Miss Hua, he might have been able to date a babe. But if that had happened, the person who fell in the trap definitely would not be Miss Hua, but Zhao Yu himself. Of course Zhao Yu had never sworn celibacy. Regarding sex, Zhao Yu certainly was not deprived. If Hua really was a pure college student, then he definitely would not have let go of such a good chance. Not only that, but Zhao Yu had also just met his old lover. Remembering their everlasting promise from back in their youth, he wanted to return to Yao Jia and fix his old mistake. How could he look at anyone else? Zhao Yu had already decided that once he solved the lost hand case, he would use all his energy to pursue Yao Jia and find true happiness. Chapter 17, Even if I stand alone, I will not fall. Chapter 17, Even if I stand alone, I will not fall. Translator, Naibo Studio Editor, Naibo Studio. Zhao Yu, what are you trying to say? Do you think we're all slacking or something? In the police station building B team office, team leader Chu Ping was currently standing there with her arms crossed, mildly angry. Many investigators on the B team surrounded the office, highly interested in seeing what the commotion was about. I didn't mean it like that, Zhao Yu explained. I just felt that since the culprit cut off Luo Mena's hand, but didn't leave any evidence, he must have planned this ahead of time. So he must have followed Luo Mena for a long time. I feel like we shouldn't just focus on surveillance near the time the crime was committed, but also... Alright, Chu Ping interrupted Zhao Yu immediately, not allowing him to speak. Zhao Yu. I already know that you and Vice Captain Liu have that bet. You're hurrying the case since you don't want to lose. But, I hope you can understand, the police solving a case isn't a joke or justice, but a responsibility. Responsibility, do you understand? You see. She pointed at the few workers in front of the computer and said, these few co-workers have already stayed up 2 whole nights checking the surveillance cameras. They even pulled out the records from the past 2 months. Are you saying that there is still a need for you to remind them? Also, she pointed again at the photos posted all over the whiteboard. Do you think that over the past few days we've been playing? Did you see anyone in the entire team go home? If they weren't interviewing, they were looking for evidence. We're using all of our time and effort to solve the case, and not with just our mouths. Zhao Yu looked carefully at the investigation whiteboard. It was packed with various information, photos of the victim, background information, and possible suspects. There were also potential relationships, and evidence circled in red. The amount of information was staggering. It was easy to tell with one glance that it had been assembled with a huge amount of effort. It was the first time that Zhao Yu had seen this, and it was news to him. No wonder the police were always on his tail before. These people were so careful. His own photos had probably been posted often on the whiteboards too. Seeing Zhao Yu spacing out staring at the whiteboard, Xu Ping reflexively stood in front of the whiteboard, blocking it from his view as her expression darkened. What? Don't tell me you want information from me? Do you need my help? What? Zhao Yu did not think that Xu Ping, as the team leader, would say something so selfish. What did that even mean? Could it be that not only Lu Changhu, but the entire key case investigation group was waiting to laugh at him? Within that moment, Zhao Yu felt that all the investigators around him were smiling evilly at him. He clenched his fist and roared at Xu Ping, holy sh*t, you think you're so great? He pointed at the whiteboard behind Xu Ping. You guys were so hard-working, so focused, so capable, yet still didn't solve the case? God! If you dared to give all that information to me, I'd solve the case before you guys. Unexpectedly, his intimidation did not scare any of the investigators, but instead made them laugh. Even Xu Ping was unaffected. She uncrossed her arms and said, all right, Zhao Yu. All the information here, take them as you will. Later I'll tell Lu to make a set of complete information for you, without a single word or photo left out. We'll see how this great detective Zhao solves the case before us, okay? Hearing Xu Ping's words, the investigators on Team B made even more expressions mocking Zhao Yu. Okay. Zhao Yu did not care at all. What he truly needed was the newest information on the lost hand case, so he agreed immediately. When Zhao Yu went back to his office desk holding a whole crate full of investigation materials, the investigators on a team looked at him with bewildered eyes. No one knew what Zhao Yu was thinking. Zhao Yu pulled a whiteboard in front of his office desk and imitated the other one, putting up stickers and information from his book. Humph. What's the big deal? Zhao Yu thought. Don't pretend like you guys are the only professionals, I'm not bad either. In his old life, when he needed to catch a traitor, Zhao Yu had sat in the snow for a whole month. Just sticking pictures on the whiteboard in front of him, how hard could that be? But it had not even been an hour before Zhao Yu felt completely clueless. He finally understood that sorting through these complex bits of information was not something that everyone could do. Despite all the information in front of him, to transform them into evidence was not as easy as it seemed. There was a need for a sharp mind and great analytical ability, things Zhao Yu lacked greatly. Gradually, Zhao Yu felt like he could no longer add to the whiteboard, as if his brain had short-circuited. He sighed and raised his head to see Li Bei's empty office desk. Where did the girl go? Maybe she could help him with this. But today was the day to officially conclude the taser rape case. As a member on the information team, Li Bei went with Captain Li to the city police station to report the case. They would be back the next day. As if his day was not bad enough, just as Zhao Yu came to a screeching halt in his progress, the system in his mind started the finishing message. The system told him today's adventure was finished, the completion was a pitiful 9%. With a completion rate like that, obviously there were no rewards. Holy sh**t. Zhao Yu checked his watch. The system had not even started 5 hours ago. How come it was already over? Could it be that the adventure the system had given him had been wasted? Thinking back on his day, other than talking to Miss Hua in the morning, he did not even leave the police building. Therefore, it was easy to tell that this time the adventure's main point was Miss Hua. If Zhao Yu had not chosen to end the conversation quickly with his dry humor, maybe something would have happened with Miss Hua. But not getting close to Miss Hua did not make Zhao Yu feel the least bit of regret. He was only a little frustrated. It seemed like the miracle system did not intend on helping him solve the lost hand case. If it continued like this, what could he use to solve this case? To beat the stupid Lu Changhu? He could not rely on the system, and there was no progress on the case. Not to mention, the entire investigation team was waiting to laugh at him. Even Li Baini was not around. Zhao Yu was completely alone. But Zhao Yu wasn't someone who would lower his head so easily, even if the situation was hard. The thought of giving up never crossed his mind. It's just standing alone. Even if I stand alone, I will not fall. I will never give up until the very last second, he thought triumphantly. Humph. Not to mention, there might be some random miracle that could happen. Wait. Thinking this far, Zhao Yu suddenly remembered something, focusing on an exciting possibility. Oh right. How could I forget it? Chapter 18, Misfortune is Here. Chapter 18, Misfortune is Here. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. In actuality, despite the peaceful appearance of the key case investigation unit, hidden underneath was a highly fierce competition. The rule within the unit was that other than huge cases requiring the two teams to work together, the normal cases were given to individual groups to be taken care of. Since the key case investigation unit was split into Team A and B, there was naturally a fair amount of competition. The team with the higher case solving rate not only looked better, but also had a significantly higher annual bonus. Thus, in order to surpass the other group, the investigators put all their effort in every case. The two team leaders were also highly competitive, not holding back one bit. Over the last few years the teams had been fairly even, and shared the reward equally for years. But ever since team leader Chu Ping had been promoted as the leader of Team B, the situation changed completely. Using her own rich experience and excellent leadership, Chu Ping solved many difficult cases, and within a year, left Team A in the dust. Last year, Team B investigators were given a whole 5,000 yuan bonus over Team A. The people of Team B were ecstatic. Ever since the start of this year, Team B was even more fierce, already having a huge lead against the other team, leaving Team A even further behind. Under such pressure, Team A leader, Ma Wei, obviously carried the biggest burden of all. Yet, despite all of his hard work, he could do nothing about the situation. In the end, not only did he lose to Chu Ping, but during a fierce chase he accidentally fell from a building and ended up in the hospital. After Ma Wei's injury, the leadership of Team A was temporarily given to the vice-captain Lu Changhu. But he could care less about the salary of Team A, and naturally did not bother competing for case-solving rates. Every time there was an important case, he pushed it towards Chu Ping. Team A was even more pitiful than before. All of them were so defeated and ashamed, seeing no way to come back. Due to Chu Ping's exceptional performance, the higher-ups also looked favorably to her. Every time there was a large-scale case requiring two teams to cooperate, she was always the leader. Even the people of Team A listened to her instructions. Since then, Chu Ping's pride was at its peak, being very satisfied with her achievements. But unexpectedly, during the taser rape case, Zhao Yu had randomly popped in. Not sure where the guy's luck came from, but she had not even started when Zhao Yu had already caught the culprit. It was especially shameful because Zhao Yu is part of Team A. Despite the case being a cooperation, the reward was split. Having a member of Team A like Zhao steal all the thunder was something Chu Ping could not accept. She was so irritated that she did not eat simply thinking about it. Yet, the lost hand case came the following day. Chu Ping obviously could not let go of such a good opportunity in order to redeem herself. She perked up almost immediately, and worked like a machine endlessly and efficiently on the case. Chu Ping was no stranger to this lost hand case. It was because of this case that she was transferred from a county bureau's first station to the key case investigation unit. But this was the first case since her promotion that she could not solve, and had bothered her since. Now that the culprit appeared again, it excited her greatly, and she swore she would catch the culprit this time. Not only for the victims, but also for her own pride. Over the past few days, she had worked tirelessly with her team, garnering a huge amount of new evidence, and even making some progress in the investigation. But against the mysterious culprit, it was still like looking for a needle in a haystack. For some odd reason, facing the jam-packed whiteboard pasted with information, Chu Ping had a feeling that the key to solving the case was right on the board. As long as she could figure out the first step and find that key piece of evidence, the identity of the mysterious culprit would appear. Yet, right when the team was painfully grueling over the key evidence, Zhao once again appeared to barge into the case, bringing more misfortune with him. Although she had finally gotten rid of the guy by sacrificing her giant crate of information, Zhao floated back to her yet again for some reason. Zhao walked around the office with his hands behind his back as if investigating something. As he shuffled through the Team B office, he completely ignored all the hostile eyes around him. Zhao Yu? Chu Ping's tone was a bit more than annoyed. What are you doing back here? To sabotage us? Didn't I already give you all the evidence you wanted? After the long competition, the members of Team A and B almost felt a little like enemies. Despite only being separated by a wall, the two groups rarely visited each other. Seeing Zhao come with clear ill intent, Team B prepared for the worst, guarding against him as if guarding against a thief. Just in case he stole or broke something. Nothing, nothing. Zhao giggled a little at Chu Ping. I'm just here to tell that one guy something. Just now he said he was sending me the BMW surveillance camera things. I don't need it anymore. I already got too much evidence, can't use it all. That's it, go do your work now, I'm going. No need to send me off. After that, Zhao strutted out slowly. For some reason, seeing Zhao receding figure, the members of Team B felt as if an immense weight had been lifted off of their shoulders. Even Chu Ping let out a sigh of relief. Returning to his own desk and sitting down, Zhao giggled nonstop, almost like a monkey. The investigators of Team A saw and shook their head, thinking Zhao went even crazier. In reality, little did they know that Zhao had not merely walked into Team B's office for fun, but had planted a bug. This was the Key Case Investigation Unit office. Naturally, there were many measures against bugging, but Zhao's bug was the cream of the crop, completely invisible. How could it be detected? When Zhao was in Team B's office, he controlled the invisibility eavesdropper within his mind, easily placing it on the whiteboard. The entire process from setup to implanting was completely invisible. Other than Zhao himself, no one could see it. After the implanting process, a button suddenly appeared in Zhao's mind which could be controlled with his mind. Once turned on, Team B investigators' conversations could be heard very clearly. Zhao smiled sneakily. Team leader Chu had never expected this, right? This is called, there's always someone better, I'll slip past your every guard. Originally Zhao truly had not expected that his first time using the system items would be on his own people, but this time they forced his hands. It was their fault for looking down on him. Hearing talking coming from Team B's office, Zhao was very excited. He was planning more misdeeds. Once Chu Ping saw a possible suspect, or locked on the culprit, then he would be one step ahead of them. He's going to catch the culprit and take all the glory. Chapter 19, Key Case Investigation Team is just as shady. Chapter 19, Key Case Investigation Team is just as shady. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Luo Mena's BMW was last stopped in an alley on Joichi Street, one of the Team B investigators said. That alley leads directly towards the Zhangjun Shrine LC district, then splits into many directions that can be used to go to any area in Qinshan City. We've already found all the surveillance cameras we could, but still haven't found any suspicious persons. Xu Ping spoke. If he could avoid this many surveillance cameras, there are only two possibilities. Either the culprit is very familiar with this area, or he lived around here, and after cutting Luo Mena's hand off, he went straight home. Team leader, another investigator, spoke up. Zhangjun Shrine area is very complicated, with at least 900 residents, not to mention many part-time workers with their houses rented out. It will be very difficult to investigate thoroughly. However, Yao Hui and De Peng have already started. I see, try your best. Xu Ping paused for a moment as if pondering something, then spoke up. Lu, what does Luo Mena's blood test say? Yes, team leader, the investigator called Lu immediately answered. The test showed that there were two types of anesthesia in Luo Mena's system. One is a high concentration of ether, which works through inhalation. The other is an injection-based drug named compounded thiamine, which works intravenously. So first the culprit used ether to knock her out, then injected her with the other drug. Xu Ping remarked. Exactly the same as the first two victims of the lost hand case. The components of the medicine are longpang, ketamine, phencyclidine hydrochloride, and bucinazine, Lu continued. This sort of anesthetic is also known as the treasure of the sleeping deer. It is used for sedating large animals. *T. Zhao Yu is currently sitting at his desk, not even needing earphones to clearly hear Team B's discussion. As he heard all this, he also logged information down on his own whiteboard, putting down all the useful evidence. He had not known, and was shocked by the fact that the medicine used to anesthetize Luo Mena was used for animals. I've already done some research. This type of anesthetic is usually fed to animals for sterilization. It is often used in urban villages, Lu continued. We can't track down the source of this medicine. Yes, the report also said that the dosage the culprit used on Luo Mena was nearly fatal, causing Luo Mena to be knocked out cold for nearly 5 hours. If it was used on someone with a weaker condition, I fear. Team leader Xu Ping pondered. I remember that the first two cases of the lost hand case also used the same anesthetic and dosage. Just like this time, the victims were knocked out for nearly 5 hours. Logically, there would be no need to use such a high dosage to cut off a hand. The culprit, why would he use such a high dosage? Maybe because he's new at using the anesthetic, one investigator suggested. This is already the third case, Xu Ping rebuffed the idea. Even if he's a new user, he would have figured it out by now. Not to mention, aren't there also instruction manuals? Could it be? Another guessed, the culprit had some kind of grudge against the victims? Purposely using large dosages and hoping they would die? Even less probable. Xu Ping quickly refuted again. If he wanted to kill someone, why wouldn't he just leave after he cut off their hand instead of giving first aid? If you ask me, the culprit used such a high dosage because he was afraid that the victim would wake up too quickly, which may have led to the victim recognizing his identity or his escape route. Lu, look on the report. Where's the injection location? The back of the left hand, where the vein is. It is a common area for injection, no special notes. Hearing Xu Ping and others' analysis, Zhao Yu was also secretly learning their methods. It was why they were professionals at their job. Zhao Yu had to learn it well. Yet, as he listened, Zhao Yu felt even weirder. Why was it that all the information and details he heard through eavesdropping, he was not able to find in the information Xu Ping gave him? Oh. Zhao Yu finally realized, holy **T. It was on purpose. The information they gave me was all useless, unneeded information, he thought to himself. Really? Zhao Yu could not help but be agitated. He could not believe that the key case investigation unit was this shady. This sort of sabotage and guarding against their own was almost a match for his old job. Shay! Zhao Yu made a sound of annoyance. After he calmed down, Zhao Yu quickly relaxed, thinking, since you guys sabotaged me first, don't be angry when I return the favor. This time, I'll take all the glory for sure. Holy sh*t, I definitely will catch the culprit before you guys. Aren't you guys hardworking and serious? Then I'll just be more so than you. At noon, Xu Ping led the Team B investigators and continued the busy investigation. They rushed for some takeout and continued their work. Zhao Yu was even simpler. In order to continue jotting down all the information he heard, he took a box of instant ramen from someone's table, which filled his stomach somewhat. With the increasing quantity of information, Zhao Yu's whiteboard was not full of scattered pieces of information. He had learned how to draw connecting lines between pieces of information and how to analyze some simple evidence. Maybe it was Xu Ping's influence. Looking at these tightly packed evidence analyses, Zhao Yu also had the feeling that the culprit of the lost hand case was close at hand. Yet, every time he had this feeling, the evidence would suddenly come to a screeching halt, with no way to continue. Why is it like this? Did I miss something? Missed something very important? As he thought like this, Zhao Yu could not help himself anymore. He started looking through the evidence over and over, almost memorizing it all. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the neighboring Zhang Jingfeng and Liang Huan had just came back from patrol. The two were shocked to see Zhao Yu's massive pile of evidence. Zhao! Zhang Jingfeng asked, what, did we miss something? Zhao Yu could not even bother looking at them, and continued to stare at the whiteboard as if spellbound. Oh, isn't this the lost hand case? Liang Huan recognized it instantly, and took a sip of water, sighing, ah. Because of this case, we couldn't even finish investigating the other case. Say, do you think a hand is more important than a life? Liang Huan's words finally attracted Zhao Yu's attention. He asked, what do you mean? Zhang Jingfeng sat down, ranting, see. The higher-ups want us to help Team B to investigate the lost hand case, and told us to temporarily put the brutal murder case on hold. You guys are investigating it too? What did you guys find? Zhao Yu saw that they had just come back. Maybe they had new evidence, so he was curious. Zhang Jingfeng rushed to answer first, just talking with the traffic department and the forensics department. We followed the captain's orders and investigated the victim's BMW. Wasn't it already investigated? Why again? Zhao Yu questioned further. The day of the case, a lot of traffic surveillance cameras got shots of the BMW, Liang Huan answered, but the weird thing is, none of them could see the driver. It's not that they could not see the driver clearly, but that they could not see the driver at all. Why? Zhao Yu was interested. Was there a reason? Yeah. Zhang Dingfeng and Liang Huan nodded in sync eagerly. Chapter 20, The Unfortunate Brothers. Chapter 20, The Unfortunate Brothers. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Apparently. After an entire afternoon of investigation, Zhang Jingfeng and Liang Huan had finally figured out why the cameras could not see the BMW's driver. After the forensic department's repeated investigation, they saw that on the inside of the BMW's windshield, there were signs that something had been stuck on it with glue. Testing showed that the residue of glue had been left by some sort of glass stickers. The professionals in the forensics department suspected that on the day of the crime, the culprit probably had done something to the windshield. He may have used some sort of one-way mirror. After taping it to the windshield, one could only see from inside, but no one could look in from the outside. Although some expensive car films could have similar effects, there was no way for it to be as opaque as it was on the BMW on that day, to the point where the driver's silhouette could not even be discerned. So, the culprit must have used some sort of special tape. In the end, after endless work from the forensics department, they finally found the brand of the film. Unexpectedly, this sort of one-way film was used by magicians for magic tricks. They were used during grand illusions to increase the effects. This sort of material was very special. Currently it was not produced within China, and could only be imported from another country. If you ask me. Liang Huan saw there were not many people in the room and lit a cigarette, lowering his head and taking 2 deep puffs. This lost hand case is pretty much solved. The senior told us that the more effort the culprit put into making this a perfect crime, the more evidence is left behind. This time is definitely like that. Why? Zhao Yu was curious. If the sticker material is that special, once we look up the source, no matter if it was bought online or in person, we can find the target right away. Liang Huan blew out a smoke ring. Zhao, if you ask me, your whiteboard is full of shenanigans. It's useless. Oh. Zhao Yu thought carefully. It seemed that a perfect crime was not that easy to achieve. The more there was to consider, the more mistakes you could make. If the culprit was caught because of the glass film, he would have many regrets. If it was like this, then Xu Ping must have already grabbed a hold of this evidence. Alright, I'll monitor them, and move right away once the target appears. At this time, Zhang Jingfeng and Liang Huan cleaned up the office, and pulled out some documents. They put on their jackets, ready to leave. What? Is it time to leave? Zhao Yu looked at his watch. There was still about an hour before it was time to leave work. Liang Huan smiled. If it wasn't for Team Leader Chu's orders, we would have already gone home. Zhang Jingfeng patted Zhao Yu on the shoulder. Don't work too hard. Even if we work as hard as we want, in the end the reward for solving the case just goes to Team Leader Chu and Team B. Just rest up. Come on, how about we go play some pool? Zhao Yu examined the 2 in front of him, and felt rather conflicted. It looked like every police officer was also different. At least the 2 in front of him were not that serious about their job. No wonder the higher-ups transferred them to the long-term cold case investigation group. It's fine, I have something to do, you guys go. Zhao Yu was currently busy with the case at hand. How would he have energy to go play pool? Alright, Zhang Jingfeng tilted his head. We'll go play then. Once we get transferred to the traffic department, we probably won't get to play that much. The 2 gathered their belongings and got ready to leave. Wait, Zhao Yu suddenly remembered something and asked in a hurry. Right, you guys were looking at that murder case, how goes it? The one from 10 years ago? Did you guys find his wife? Liang Huan sighed heavily. Don't even mention it. Being reminded of the Uptown murder case, Liang Huan quickly lit another cigarette. Nothing but dead ends. We did find the victim's wife, but Zhang almost got murdered by her current husband. What do you mean? Zhao Yu was interested. But right at that moment, a female investigator walked by. When she saw the 3 of them, she immediately started yelling, Liang Huan. What kind of attitude is this? Put out the cigarette. Okay. Liang Huan immediately threw away his cigarette, then muttered to himself, fierce woman. This is the worst thing about cold cases. Zhang Jingfeng continued the conversation. Think about it, the victim's wife finally returned to normal, made a new family, and even had kids. Then we come in and rub salt in the wound. Who would like that? Oh. Zhao Yu shook his head. So you're telling me, you guys got kicked out before you even got to investigate? Not really, Liang Huan took over the conversation. This was work after all. We're working for the people. With some persuasion, we managed to get some information. But the wife told us the same thing as before. The victim was a terrible person with a lot of enemies. People often broke their windows, and their door would be vandalized with paint. Other than that, nothing new. Actually, According to the neighbor's testimony, the victim had a huge temper and often hit his wife when he was angry. Zhang Jingfeng continued. If you ask me, his wife couldn't wait for him to die. Then, another lover? Possibly? Zhao Yu asked. He really wanted to know if his guess was right or not. Definitely not. Liang Huan answered definitively. We already read through the huge amount of evidence, and even found some witnesses. The victim's wife was abused by the victim. Forget a lover. Every day, she was almost afraid to leave the house. Her and the current husband also met 2 years ago. Before that, she was single. Hitmen are even more out of the question. Zhang Jingfeng answered. The two were insanely poor, with nothing but debt. They wouldn't even be able to shell out $5. This is the same as before. Just like a huge loop, we're back to the start again, Liang Huan said. Other than getting hostility, we didn't learn anything. In the end, we are still going to end up directing traffic on the street. Bro! Zhang Jingfeng spoke emotionally to Zhao Yu. Remember, no matter what method, don't ever end up on this team. This is basically a hole. There's only in, no out. You take care of yourself, we can go now. Zhang Jingfeng waved his hand, Liang Huan followed, and the pair of unfortunate guys left side by side. Watching their backs walk further and further away, Zhao Yu felt some sort of sadness for them. After a few years, would he end up like them too? No way. The stubborn Zhao Yu woke himself up again. No matter what, he would definitely not lose the chase for the lost hand case. Chapter 21, The Reason for Lost Hand. Chapter 21, The Reason for Lost Hand. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Zhao Yu had decided that he would fight Chu Ping in Team B to the death. He always sat attentively at his office desk, carefully eavesdropping on Team B's every action, even forgetting to use the bathroom. As he expected, Chu Ping and Team B focused mainly on Zhang Jingfeng and Liang Huan's newest evidence, and immediately focused on figuring out the source of the one-sided film. The type of one-sided film was rarely imported. Within a few hours they had already found all of the people who had recently bought the product. Immediately afterwards, they quickly started investigating the buyers. Team leader Chu Ping almost mobilized the entire team for this. But when the results from the investigation came back, bad results came one after another. As it turned out, the one-sided film had been purchased by performance groups, some used it for magic, and some for setting up the stage. Even though not many performance groups purchased it, every group that did purchased a huge amount. According to the distributor, the one-sided films were not cheap, but most people had no use for it. Within the groups they were not guarded by any specific personnel, and were usually thrown in the storage room. Regardless of who they were, workers, other performers, or even audience members, anyone could take some and leave. Because of the chaotic situation, if they really wanted to continue down this road, the workload was going to be difficult. From the looks of it, this evidence was pointless, and they were back to square one. Hearing this, not only Chu Ping and her team members, but even the eavesdropping Zhao Yu felt despair. It seemed like they were still underestimating the culprit's abilities. This person's execution and planning were flawless, with no openings at all. He was a genius of crime. Even though following the trail of the one-sided film was almost useless, Chu Ping did not give up completely. She still left 2 investigators on the scene to continue the investigation, but everyone else was transferred back to the office. This time, Chu Ping undoubtedly felt great pressure. If she failed to solve the lost hand case, it was very possible that she would follow in the previous team leader's footsteps and be forced to resign. But Chu Ping had already exhausted all of her strength, having already pulled out all of the evidence and thoroughly examining them. But by this point, besides not even having caught the culprit, she could not even give a decent description of them yet. Compared with her spotless record, this was unprecedented. Soon, it was almost dawn, and despite the team continuing their tireless analysis, the talking slowly died down. Zhao Yu was the only person in the Tima section of the office. He laid down on the desk for a long time, but heard nothing from the eavesdropper. It seemed that Chu Ping's crew were at their limit. Holy sh*t Zhao Yu turned around and carefully stared at his own whiteboard. On the center of the whiteboard was the number 4.26. This number represented April 26th. Last year, the first case happened on April 22nd. The second case occurred 4 days later on April 26th. Coincidentally, this year's incident had also happened on April 22nd. Thus, the investigators were all worried that this year would repeat the last, and that there would be a fourth incident on the 26th. If a fourth incident occurred, then the consequences would be heavy. The media would surely stir a huge commotion, and the police officers involved would be heavily criticized. Right now, the entire office was covered with a thick gloom. It was already past dawn on April 25th. If the culprit really was readying for another attack, then there really was not that much time left for the police. But the culprit, who is it? Zhao Yu scratched his head and continued to ponder the case without stop. Regarding this case, besides following Chu Ping's ideas, Zhao Yu also had his own ideas. He held on to an incomplete idea, feeling that the reason why this case was taking too long to solve may not have been because the culprit was sneaky, but because of Chu Ping's idea being wrong from the start. Such as the fact that although Chu Ping and her team had never said it aloud, the team had already come to the conclusion that the culprit was a male. This was because during the first case, the culprit was out in a crowded area but managed to pull the victim into a small electric supply room in the underground tunnel. Not to mention, chopping off a person's hand with one stroke took a lot of strength. If the victim was female, then those two things would have been very difficult to accomplish. But, what if they were wrong? What if the culprit wasn't a male? What would happen? Using the BMW one-sided film as an example, the culprit had taken such advanced measures as not to reveal anything, even their own silhouette. But why would the culprit be so careful so as to not even reveal their own silhouette? Could it be that the silhouette would expose something? Like, exposing the fact that she was a woman? Other than that, Zhao Yu also felt that Chu Ping often had the wrong idea, including the culprit's motive. By this point, the culprit had already cut off the hands of 3 females. But why did he cut their hands off in the first place? Chu Ping and the team had always thought that the lost hand case's victims were randomly chosen. They were sure that there were no connection between the culprit and the victim. Their reasoning was sound as the 3 victims had never met each other. They were not classmates, and never even went to the same school. Worrying about whether she was wrong or not, Chu Ping had carefully researched if the 3 victims had any mutual acquaintances. From her research, even though there were 1 or 2 mutual acquaintances, they obscure relationships with little investigational value. Since there were not any relationships between the culprits and the victim, Chu Ping obviously thought that the lost hand case had been done by a mentally ill person. She figured that the culprit had endured some sort of mental trauma, like housewives spending too much money, and got his revenge with this crime. But Zhao Yu did not think that was the case. Even though he had not been a police officer before, his ability to judge certain problems was not weaker than any detective in the unit. The 3 victims not knowing each other. Their body shape, appearance, height, clothes, hair length, and even job were all completely different. The only similarity among the 3 was their gender, age, and family's financial situation. Zhao Yu felt that if the culprit really had some sort of perverted tendency, then they would at least pick victims who looked similar. If they were cutting people's hands off because their housewife was a large spender, then they would at least pick victims who looked like their wife. Not to mention, the information already showed that despite the victims being from wealthier households, they did not really have spending issues. Thus, Zhao Yu had doubts regarding Chu Ping and her team's judgment. What if the culprit didn't have any mental issues, he thought. Due to Zhao Yu's old, rather special job situation, he had seen many cases out of grudge or revenge. For some reason, he felt that the lost hand case in front of him felt very similar to case where the motive had been a grudge. The culprit who had chopped off those women's hands was not just doing it because of their own interests or issues, but because they were actually out for revenge. And the reason why Zhao Yu thought that was not just a guess, but because of a very specific reason. Chapter 22, Be My Dad. Chapter 22, Be My Dad. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Zhao Yu realized that all of the hands were missing. It was the same for all three victims. Their chopped-off hands had been missing at the scene of the crime, and were still missing. Without a doubt, the hands must have been taken away by the culprit. But why did the culprit take them? According to Zhao Yu's understanding, the culprit might have kept the hands as trophies. He would keep his trophies, and in future, every time he looked at the victim's hands, the hatred inside him would lessen. This behavior was very similar to some of the feuds that Zhao Yu had experienced, so he felt that these lost hand cases was some form of revenge. The culprit's targets might have been chosen purposely, not randomly. Zhao Yu deduced that the victims might have previously offended the culprit, whether intentionally or unintentionally, so the culprit chopped off their hands to take revenge on them. But, what kind of hatred could have caused the culprit to decide to chop off their hands? Also, why was it the right hand and not the left hand? Like previous investigations, after thinking about it from this perspective, Zhao Yu soon arrived at a dead end. The investigations had shown that the victims did not have any black marks or offended anyone. According to their colleagues, neighbors, and relatives, they had good reputations and were not the kind of people who caused trouble. Moreover, the three did not know one another, and their paths had never crossed. Why would they have anything to do with that sick and cruel crime? The truth, what was it exactly? Who was the one who chopped off their hands? While thinking, Zhao Yu seemed to have fallen into a repetitive maze, unable to get out. Gradually, his head got heavier. He could not even hear the sound from the listening device clearly, let alone think about the case. Fortunately, Zhao Yu did not forget an important thing, which was to activate the miracle system in his brain. Since it was past midnight, it was a brand new day, so he should be able to do another calculation. Taking out a cigarette and lighting it, a loud cough suddenly came from Team A's office. At dawn, Zhao Yu was awakened by the alarm from his own mobile phone. "Ah, hero, please chase the dream with me." Zhao Yu was startled and suddenly sat up straight. It was only then that he realized he had not gone home last night and had fallen asleep on the table. Oh yeah. He suddenly recalled last night before sleeping. He seemed to have activated the miracle system and did a calculation. What were the words? Was it Zhenli Gua or was it Zhensun Gua? He could not stop scratching his head. He did not even remember the title, let alone the words. He had been so tired that night that as soon as he had closed his eyes, he fell asleep. "Ah, hero, please chase the dream with me." The mobile phone was still vibrating on the table. Zhao Yu unlocked his phone and was surprised to see that the call was from Jiang Shaoqing, the daughter of his landlord Jiang Dafeng. He looked at his watch. It was past 7, so she should have been in school by this time. Why is she calling me, he thought. Zhao Yu did not want to answer, but the phone was ringing non-stop. He was afraid that Jiang Shaoqing might have something important to tell him, so he pressed the answer key. "Phew, you finally picked up the phone." Jiang Shaoqing sounded relieved. "Well, where are you? It seems like you did not come back last night. I left you a message on WeChat, did you see it? I had to work overtime." "What's up?" Zhao Yu answered curtly. "Well, Jiang Shaoqing sounded awkward and seemed to have something difficult to say. "Speak quick. I have cases to settle." Zhao Yu got impatient. He hurriedly switched on the listening device to check if Chu Ping and her team had any new developments. "How about this? I can't speak clearly over the phone. I'll be reaching your unit soon. Could you come out for a while?" Jiang Shaoqing sounded anxious and spoke very fast. "Oh please, I'm really settling serious stuff." Zhao Yu became more impatient. "If there's anything, can't we talk tomorrow?" It would be useless tomorrow. Well, you. Zhang Xiaoqing seemed to have mustered up her strength before saying loudly, didn't you say that we are partners? Now that I am in trouble, you should help me out. We agreed on that, right? Hearing this, Zhao Yu started to worry. He was worried that someone might have discovered the stolen number incident and said hastily, all right, I'm scared of you. I'll go out now, will that do? After ending the call, Zhao Yu did not rush out of the office. He switched on the listening device and checked on Team B's situation, but there was only silence. He was unsure if there had been a change in the situation. He ran to the corridor in a hurry, leaned on Team B's window, and looked inside. Upon looking inside, he felt relieved. He saw Team B's members were all like him, sleeping on their office tables. Only team leader Chu Ping was still standing in front of the whiteboard, thinking deeply about the case. It was good that they had not solved it yet. Zhao Yu felt completely at ease. It was only then that he tidied his hair and clothes, and walked toward the main gate of the police station. When he arrived, Zhang Xiaoqing was already waiting there, dressed in her school uniform. In the breeze, the young lady's thin physique was even more obvious. With tight lips and dodgy eyes, she looked very nervous. Zhao Yu saw and pulled her hastily into the alley at the side. Speak, why are you looking for me? While talking, Zhao Yu saw a bottle of unopened cola at the side pocket of the young lady's school bag and took it without any hesitation. He opened the bottle and started drinking. The young lady was still thinking about her own problem and did not bother about the cola. She opened her mouth a few times and finally mustered enough courage to speak to Zhao Yu. Could you be my dad for today, okay? Rook. Zhao Yu spit out the cola. He did it so quickly that some came out from his nose. Hork hork, hork hork. Zhao Yu looked terrible, coughing and using his sleeve to wipe his face. There's a parents' meeting this morning, and all parents have to participate. I can only find you. Zhang Xiaoqing said hastily, if my dad goes, I'll be dead. Stop. Zhao Yu was perplexed. Your dad? Am I that old? Can't I be your brother? You can only be my dad. Zhang Xiaoqing said seriously, I've already intercepted my dad's mobile phone information and copied it to your phone. My teacher won't be able to tell. Holy **T. Zhao Yu was about to kneel down. Big Missy, should I give you a job at the police station? You're so professional? Please. Zhang Xiaoqing begged, the parents' meeting starts at 8 o'clock, I'll pay for the cab fare, okay? Enough. Zhao Yu shouted with a stern face, if your real dad knows about it, I'll be chased out of the house, do you know that? Why don't you hire a person? It's impossible for me to go. Let me be frank, I really have an important case to investigate today. Get going, quick. Quick. If not, you won't be able to make it in time for the bus. Zhao Yu had lost his appetite for the cola. He closed the cap and gave it back to her. Chapter 23, The Missing Link. Chapter 23, The Missing Link. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Looking at Qinshan's second middle school's solemn and magnificent gate, Zhao Yu felt his legs become heavy, gluing him to his place. Qinshan's second middle school was one of the biggest, most famous middle schools within the entire district. Many people would give up everything just to get themselves into the school. Zhao Yu never would have dreamed that Zhang Xiaoqing would be attending the second middle school. Not to mention, she was in the 8th grade, and that in a month and a half she would be taking the high school entrance examination. He was even more surprised that Zhang Xiaoqing did not want her own father to come to the parent conference, not because her grades were too low, but because her grades were too good. As it turned out, Zhang Xiaoqing was the second middle school's genius. Every mock exam that she had taken, she was always ranked in the top 3 among the entire school. The little girl was very interesting. She told the school that night recitation did not fit her learning style, and that she wanted to study at home. The teachers did not even dare to say no to their best student. With just a simple notification to Zhang Xiaoqing's father, she was allowed to skip her night recitation. But the teacher did not know that Zhang Xiaoqing's so-called father was not actually Zhang Xiaoqing's father. Even before Zhao Yu, the kid had already faked her parent contact information multiple times. The reason she did not want to show up for night recitation was because she went to study hacking in internet cafes, teaching herself how to scam people's accounts. Although she did these things, her grades never slipped, so her actions were not noticed by the school or her parents. Zhang Xiaoqing's grades and capabilities almost put Zhao Yu to shame. He was not sure why, but as he stepped through the school gate, he had a feeling that he did not fit in. His heart sped up and he started sweating buckets. Even back when he walked into another mafia's territory to taunt them, he had never been this nervous. At that moment, he truly regretted agreeing to pretend to be Zhang Xiaoqing's dad. With the lost hand case taking up so much of his time, he did not have any energy left to spare for this. But Zhang Xiaoqing had pulled out her trump card, and had stumped the experienced and street-savvy Zhao Yu. Zhang Xiaoqing had said it like this: think about it. Both of our lives are at stake here. If you don't come to the parent conference with me, my scamming will be exposed. And when it does, you won't get any money. Also, you might even face heavy repercussions since you're a policeman. Her move had been checkmate for Zhao Yu. Of course, Zhao Yu could simply not admit the truth and escape, but he also had a lot at stake and realized it was not worth the trade. With no way out, Zhao Yu could only reluctantly become her dad. Don't worry, seeing the other's reluctance, Zhang Xiaoqing tried to make the situation less intimidating for him. It's only a parent conference, all of the parents are going to be there. You just have to sit in a chair and listen. If our homeroom teacher asks you to make a speech, you can just say something random. Just don't say why I don't attend night recitations. Zhao Yu could not do anything except follow the little girl. After Zhang Xiaoqing opened the gate with her card, she brought Zhao Yu to the school's music building. The building was fairly old, with many eaves and pillars, almost looking like it was from the 70s or the 80s. You could even see the yellow 5-point stars that were scattered on the walls, somewhat faded from age. In fear of affecting the students studying, the parent conference was organized in the music building's lobby. The lobby could hold up to 100 people. Using it for the parent conference almost felt like a waste. But the sign-in at the door was very strict. Every participating parent must use their phone to scan their WeChat code. Thankfully, the hacking expert Zhang Xiaoqing had already taken care of everything, and Zhao Yu did not have any problem getting in. Because students were not participating at the parent conference, Zhang Xiaoqing left for class once she led Zhao Yu to where he needed to be. As she was leaving, she was still worried, and threw several glances back at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu was unprepared, so he simply found a seat near the front and sat on a chair. The eavesdropper in his mind was still turned on. Even if he was acting as Zhang Xiaoqing's dad, he could not slack off at his real job. He was still keeping an eye on Team B's every move. But even as Zhao Yu was sitting in the music building, team leader Chu Ping was still out of ideas, unable to continue. There was still some time before the start of the parent conference, so there were not that many people yet. Among them, there was a 40-something-year-old mother. When she saw the piano on the podium, she looked incredibly interested, and ran up to begin playing a tune. Unexpectedly, she was apparently a pro, playing a gentle and soothing, yet incredibly difficult tune. The clear and elegant music rang through the lobby, lifting the mood of the parents present. Everyone stood by the piano player and listened with great interest. Zhao Yu may have been a crude person, but he was very interested in music. Leaning against his seat, he was also enraptured by the sound of the piano. Zhao Yu sat at the perfect spot as he could see everything that was happening. Unconsciously, his eyes were drawn to the piano player's beautiful, pearly white, long hands. It was probably the influence of the lost hand case, but in his mind, Zhao Yu was considering, such beautiful hands. What would be the best way to chop them off? The woman's hand fleeted across the piano agilely yet with strength, producing beautiful notes. The music was almost alive, filled with emotions and tugging at everyone's heartstrings. The entire room was spellbound. It was easy to tell this female parent's piano skills were not simply average. When the music ended, the seated parents were all stunned in silence for a few seconds before they started clapping loudly. He, Shan Shan's mom. Another mother praised, I didn't notice before, but your piano skills are amazing. Even better than professionals. I don't know what you mean. Shan Shan's mother, who had just been playing the piano, smiled humbly, I haven't played in so many years. Not to brag, but during our time, to reach the 10th level of piano was much more difficult than today. Oh. You're piano level 10. We've already known each other for so many years, how come you've never mentioned it? Were you hiding it? The other mother laughed. Ha ha. Shan Shan's mother laughed, it's not like I do this for a living. Why should I tell people? Actually, I was just being nostalgic, almost emotional. I still remember 20 years ago, I was right here attending a piano tournament, and almost got accepted into the Central Music School. She continued, even though this place looks old, at the time, the second middle school of music was known to be the musical paradise in Qinshan City. A lot of famous people graduated from here. Sigh. If I worked harder at that time, maybe, I could be living a whole different life. Ha ha ha, joking again. Another female parent noted, your Shan Shan is so excellent already. If you went to some music school, where would you get such a wonderful kid? True, haha. The mother laughed. Hearing the discussion between the two, Zhao felt like he had caught something. He tried hard to remember something. Then suddenly, as if struck by lightning, he hopped up from his seat. Holy sh*t. Piano. He thought. Piano. Piano. Could it be that the key to the lost hand case was right here? Chapter 24, Piano. Chapter 24, Piano. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. 53 days. Needless to say, I think all parents already know how important these 53 days are to the children. On the stage, a white-haired middle-aged man was knocking on the table with his index finger. The objective of having this parent conference today is to discuss how parents can coordinate accurately with their children and how to dispel their tension. I think. This person was Zhang Xiaoqing's class teacher. He was concentrating on explaining to the parents the important things to take note of before the mid-year examinations. Who would have thought that while he was speaking enthusiastically, a cell phone started to ring from somewhere in the audience? Ah, hero, please chase the dream with me, hero. The cell phone rang. The parents were all listening attentively, but the ringtone was so loud that the parents gave a menacing glance all at once, and even the class teacher on stage was forced to stop his speech. What happened next was even more unbelievable. Not only did the owner of the cell phone not silence their phone, but they picked up their phone as if there was no one else around. Hello? He looked up and answered. With all eyes directed toward him, he listened carefully to the phone call with his eyes wide open, disregarding the situation in front of him. The parents stared at one another in bewilderment. The class teacher looked awkward, not knowing whether or not to continue his speech. The person answering the phone was not bothered in the slightest. He seemed very interested to his phone call, listening very attentively. Suddenly, he shouted in surprise, What? What you said is true. You sure? Arg. How could that be? At that moment, the parents inside the hall were petrified. Even the air seemed to have stopped moving. Hello, say that again. This person still did not feel any sense of embarrassment. He left his seat and walked confidently out of the auditorium. On his way out, he was still shouting into his phone, Hold on, let me write this down. After this person left the hall, the parents who were present recovered quickly from the horror and an uproar followed. Who was that? Which child's parent? Someone whispered in a low voice, "What kind of class? Is this a food market?" Exactly, indeed, with this kind of parent, how would the child be taught well? Another said with a disgusted face, "I'm sure his child must be ranked last, hey?" Xiaoyu's mom, "What's wrong with you, why do you look so pale?" A female parent sitting on the side was in disbelief. Shivering, she said, "No. That's impossible? When I arrived, I saw that person on the phone, he came with Jiang Shaoqing. Could he be Jiang Shaoqing? Second middle school's top student," that person asked in shock. "That's not possible? Could you be mistaken? How could Jiang Shaoqing have such a parent?" Parents! Parents! Silence! Silence. The teacher saw that tensions were running high. He knocked on the table hastily to calm everyone down. Let's continue. Without a doubt, the person being condemned by the parents was Zhao Yu. Other than him, who would have such energy? Outside the hall, Zhao Yu found a table, took out a small notepad, and recorded the information that Li Beini had gathered for him. While recording, Zhao Yu was filled with excitement to the brim, and he felt the blood in his whole body boiling. "Heh, murderer, oh murderer. Finally I'm gonna catch you," he thought to himself. Lu Chonghu. Xu Ping. Open your eyes wide and see how I'm gonna arrest the murderer of the lost hand case. After blabbering, he hit himself hard on the head and praised with sincerity, "The great miracle system, how I love you so." The reason why Zhao Yu was so excited to the point of acting like a lunatic was because he had found a new clue about the lost hand case. Zhao Yu thought that this clue, which had been overlooked by the others, was crucial in solving the case. In fact, when Shanshan's mother had been playing the piano earlier on stage, Zhao Yu had come up with a daring and unusual guess. The murderer chopped off the victim's hands. Other than spending money excessively, could there be other reasons? Such as playing the piano? The murderer saw that one played the piano well, and chopped off their hand out of jealousy? As he pondered over the piano, the first thing that came to his mind was the second victim of this case, Yuan Lily. Yuan Lily was a college music teacher. Before her hand had been chopped off, she was giving piano lessons. Naturally, her piano playing skill must have been of a high level. Thinking further, he suddenly thought of the first victim of this case, Gao Tian. On the day Gao Tian's hand had been chopped off, she was attending a concert at the stadium. He vaguely remembered it was not a singing concert, but a musical concert, and it seemed to have been related to piano. With this thought, Zhao Yu immediately gave Li Beini a call. Li Beini had already gone to work, so Zhao Yu asked for her help in checking related records. Li Beini responded quickly, telling him that the concern Gao Tian attended that night was the special tour of Germany's Prince of Piano, Kleiderman. Prince of Piano. Gao Tian had arrived from different part of the country, which undoubtedly showed that she had a great passion for piano. Piano again. Then, what about the third victim, Luo Mena? Did she also have a connection to piano? Thinking of this, Zhao Yu immediately asked Li Beini to investigate further if Luo Mena had any connection with piano while also investigating the relationship between the other victims and piano. Chopping off one's hand just because one knew how to play the piano seemed ridiculous, but Zhao Yu felt that his hunch about piano could very likely be the key to the lost hand case. As it was time for the parents' meeting, Zhao Yu had to be seated, pretending to listen to the class teacher. However, in his heart, he could not hold back. It was as if the grass had grown as he anxiously awaited Li Beini's reply. Li Beini had not known where Zhao Yu was. Once she had gathered the information, she called Zhao Yu directly, and he answered naturally as if there was no one else around. Li Beini told Zhao Yu that she had gathered detailed and reliable information on the three victims of the lost hand case, Gao Tian, Yuan Lily, and Luo Mena. When they were young, they all reached the 10th level of piano. Hearing this shocking news, how could Zhao Yu remain seated? This was how the scene happened. Outside the hall, when he was taking notes on the stone table, Zhao Yu felt his hands trembling. Ever since he had gotten involved in the mysterious lost hand case, Zhao Yu had always felt that if the murderer was after revenge, these three people must have had something in common. However, after a long search, it was still in vain. But ever since the piano clue appeared, it was different. The three people were all linked together by piano. Zhao Yu felt that this was no coincidence. Maybe, the real answer lies here. Chapter 25, Where Are You? Chapter 25, Where Are You? Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. According to the information from the eavesdropper, Xu Ping's team had already changed their focus of the investigation onto the previous two cases. She had even sent someone to Yuan Lily's old house to investigate, reviving the old case. It seemed that Xu Ping truly was out of ideas. Zhao Yu could not help but laugh. Humph. It's your guy's fault for underestimating me. This time, don't expect me to share the wealth either, he thought to himself. He focused on jotting down the newest information in his notepad, and quickly fell into thinking mode. Now, he was sure that the lost hand case had something to do with piano. But, how was it connected, he still was not sure. Zhao Yu felt that since the three victims had some connection with piano, the killer had to be some sort of piano expert as well. The expert must have had some kind of interaction with the victims. According to Li Bei's information, the three victims were all from different piano schools, with different teachers. Even though the three of them were all piano level 10, they had all taken the test at different times as well. In other words, the three may have been piano experts, but they did not know each other at all. Then, could it be that the three of them knew the culprit separately? Thinking this much, Zhao Yu once again called Li Bei, asking her to quickly investigate the three victims' piano history. Could they have studied during the same period? It was not surprising that Li Bei was not too happy with the arrangement. She noted that to finish this, she had to call all of the piano schools. It had been 20 years since the victims were students. Some of the schools had already closed down. It was nearly impossible to search. Please. Now that Li Bei was the only one supporting him, Zhao Yu could only get off his high horse and beg, this information is honestly super important. Once the case is solved, I promise to treat you to something. That's more like it, Li Bei smiled satisfied, I'll try my best then. But, Zhao Yu warned, you have to remember, do not let anyone else know about our investigation. Especially not Xu Ping and Team B, okay? I got it, don't worry. Li Bei hung up the phone impatiently as she finished. Zhao Yu rubbed his hands impatiently, unable to wait. But impatience did not help him at all, he still had an important mission to finish, so he could only go and sit back down in the lobby. The question and answer session was going on. The homeroom teacher was eagerly answering all of the parents' questions, and the parents were listening carefully in return. Not many people noticed Zhao Yu returning to his seat. Zhao Yu had no interest in this. His mind continued to ponder the relationship between the lost hand case and piano. All kinds of evidence, details, and possibilities rapidly spun through his head. In the end, he even connected to his miracle system. Could it be that pretending to be Jiang Xiaoqing's father, coming to the second middle school's music room, and being inspired by the parent playing the piano was the adventure that day? It was regrettable that he could not remember the prompts and theme of the adventure. What could be the secret to this adventure? He started remembering when he entered the lobby, once Shanshan's mother finished playing piano. Could it be, there were still more to what she had said? Shanshan's mother said she had not played the piano in a long time. Those who did not know her well clearly would not know she played the piano. This aspect was very similar to Gao Tian and Luo Mena. Although Zhao Yu had their information, neither mentioned they played the piano despite being level 10. Could it be, the culprit might have known them for many years? The culprit knew their secret, knew they played the piano? Could it be the culprit was a longtime enemy of theirs? Wait, suddenly, Zhao Yu remembered an important point. The three victims were not from the same piano school, nor did they know each other, but there was one time and place they could have met up. Huh? Zhao Yu suddenly remembered Shanshan's mother's words. I still remember 20 years ago, I was right here attending a piano tournament, and almost got accepted into the Central Music School. Right? Zhao Yu's entire body was covered in goosebumps. Holy sh*t. He had finally found it. The point of contact between the three victims was a competition. The three were all piano experts, from the same city, and of a similar age. They very well could have attended the same piano competition. Yeah. There's no other way. Zhao Yu decided that the culprit of the lost hand case had definitely attended this competition. The culprit must have not done too well and was eliminated, causing him to hold a grudge. Thus, he committed such a cruel act. Humph. Without your hand, how would you play the piano now? He imagined the culprit saying. Zhao Yu felt more and more sure of his thoughts, and became excited. If the culprit and the victims were around the same age, then at the time they had to have been very young. At that time the culprit had no power to exact their revenge. After more than a decade, the culprit finally felt like they had the ability, and started the lost hand case. Holy sh*t, the culprit must have really had a grudge. Just a piano competition, is it really worth it? Zhao Yu was still considering this when his phone started vibrating again. He had been anticipating this, and picked up the phone before it even started ringing. Senior. Through the phone came Li Bei's excited voice. I found it. 18 years ago, the three of them all attended Qinshan's 10th annual high school piano competition. All three of them were finalists. Holy sh*t. Zhao Yu slapped his thigh, and nearly jumped up in excitement. His voice was way too loud. All of the parents once again jumped at his exclamation. The giant lobby suddenly went completely quiet. Tell me, where was the competition? Who else attended? Zhao Yu ignored everyone and continued loudly. It's been way too long to know how many people attended. I still have to investigate, but I know the location. It's Qinshan Second Middle School. Hearing the name Qinshan Second Middle School from Li Bei, Zhao Yu felt as he had been struck by lightning, and shook violently. How could this coincidence be? Holy shit *. Zhao Yu's unrestrained words once again flowed out. The parents present all shivered as if shocked. Yeah. I felt like, this couldn't possibly be a coincidence. Li Bei was also excited. Senior, the contest was too long ago. I can't get all the information through the phone. If you ask me, you should go there right now and find some evidence. Right, after all this time? Where are you exactly? Chapter 26, Destructive Quality. Chapter 26, Destructive Quality. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Zhao Yu did not bother to answer Li Bei's question. After ending the call, he rushed into the crowd and hastily searched for the person playing the piano, Shanshan's mother. Hey! It's you! Zhao Yu quickly found her. He hurriedly asked her, Big sis. Tell me quickly, when you took part in that something piano competition, did you know Gao Tian, Yuan Lily, and Luo Meina? Any of these three people? Shanshan's mother's expression froze. She moved back while shaking her head, as if hiding from a plague. No? It's been so many years. How could you say no straight away? Zhao Yu urged. Think carefully again. Do you know these three people? Did they take part in the grand piano competition with you? I really can't remember. Shanshan's mother was frightened by Zhao Yu's aggressiveness. She turned around and wanted to hide. Zhao Yu grabbed her by the arms and yelled, Big sis, what are you afraid of? I'm investigating a case. Hey! This parent over here, I've been watching you, the white-haired class teacher could not look on further. He pounded the table, stood up and yelled, "You'd better stop this. If not, I'm gonna call security. You are simply too low class." Exactly, the fathers started to roll up their sleeves. "Can't you see where we are? Who do you think you are?" These words reminded Zhao Yu of what to do. He quickly took out his police badge and yelled, "I'm a police officer. The Key Case Investigation Unit is doing investigations. There is a big case which could be linked to this lady, so..." He looked at Shanshan's mother and said, "You have to answer my questions truthfully, or else you have go back to the police station with me." "Hey!" Upon hearing herself being associated with a big case, Shanshan's mother's eyes rolled to the back of her head, and she fainted. The parents on her side pinched her upper lip and patted her chest, and managed to revive her after much effort. "Officer, how do you do your investigation?" The class teacher ran over and grumbled, "Look, what have you turned our conference into? This is a school." "Exactly." The parents criticized Zhao Yu one after another. "I've never heard of nabbing someone from a parent conference. Look at how you have scared people." "Hey, are you really a police officer?" another man asked suspiciously. "You are so vulgar. How could a police officer be like this?" "Mr. Wang," he said to the class teacher, "I think it's better that you check his badge first." "Nonsense." Not waiting for the parents to gang up on him, Zhao Yu yelled, "Let me tell you the truth. The culprit is likely going to strike again today. If you hinder my investigation and give the culprit another chance to commit a crime, you would be disrupting public service, and all of you will be in serious trouble." The parents were inexperienced in this aspect, and were intimidated by Zhao Yu's words. All of them kept quiet and dared not to make any more noise. "Officer, it's been 20 years. Shanshan's mother's face was pale. Shivering, she said, "How could I remember who competed? I was nervous enough to perform on stage, let alone remember the others. The 3 names you said, I really haven't heard of them before." Zhao Yu gave this a thought and quickly realized why the 3 victims had not recognized each other. Firstly, a long time has passed. Secondly, a piano competition is about competing one's own ability with no need for interaction with other competitors. Wait, Zhao Yu suddenly thought of something and asked the woman, "Which year of the grand piano competition was it that you took part? You should at least know this, right?" I know, Shanshan's mother nodded several times and tried hard to recall. "It was either the 2nd or the 3rd year, 4th at the most. Anyway, it hadn't been held for too long." Zhao Yu shook his head continuously. All of the victims had competed in the 10th grand piano competition. There was a difference of several years. Naturally, it was impossible for Shanshan's mother to know them. If that was the case, he would have to start from the initial records of the competition. Zhao Yu believed that if the list of competitors from that year's piano competition could be found, he could find the culprit. "That, Mr. Something?" Zhao Yu growled at the white-haired class teacher. "Tell me, if I want to find information on the piano competition held here years ago, who should I look for?" "Well, you'd have to ask the vice principal who was in charge of music." The class teacher frowned. "But it's been so many years, I'm not sure if that information can still be found. Where's the vice principal's office? How do I get there?" Zhao Yu commanded. The class teacher did not dare to disobey. He quickly told Zhao Yu what he needed to know, and Zhao Yu left the hall. When Zhao Yu was completely gone, the parents heaved a sigh of relief. After a moment of silence, someone asked again, "This person, who exactly is he? A student's parent?" "I don't think so," the class teacher said in doubt. "I've never seen him before. Key Case Investigation Unit Police indeed. Why is he like a gangster? If any of our students have a parent like that, it would be a big misfortune." I know. At this moment, a female parent raised her hand and answered, "I saw it, he came with Jiang Shaoqing. He should be Jiang Shaoqing's parent." Thump! The class teacher lost his footing and fell to the floor. Coming out from the music building's hall, Zhao Yu found the vice principal straight away. After Zhao Yu showed his police identification, the vice principal cooperatively called for the file administrator. However, after Zhao Yu and the administrators searched the whole data room, there was no information on the grand piano competition, let alone the participants. Not even an article or anything related to the rules and regulations was found. One of the administrators said that too much time had passed. The information on the type of competition was not as important as other data, and it was meaningless to keep. The school had moved several times, thus the possibility of it remaining was slim. Hearing this, Zhao Yu could not help but feel greatly disappointed. He requested the administrators right away, saying that lives were involved, and asked them to continue searching by all means. The administrators knew that this was no child's play. They promised Zhao Yu right away that they would continue searching to see if any information had been left in the school, and would call him once there was any news. Zhao Yu could only leave for the time being to think of other solutions. Who would have known that just as he came out from the main entrance of second middle school, he received a call from Li Bainey. "Senior, how's the situation at your end? I've good news for you, Xinshan City's 10th Grand Piano Competition competitors list, I've gotten it." Chapter 27, Skipping Authority Levels. Chapter 27, Skipping Authority Levels. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. When he could not find the piano competition data, Zhao Yu had originally wanted to go talk with the three victims. Since they had actually attended the contest, maybe they would remember something important. But on further consideration, he quickly gave up the idea. He had heard through his eavesdropper that Chu Ping had placed surveillance around the three victims, so if he tried to visit them then Chu Ping would quickly find out what Zhao Yu knew. If Chu Ping caught wind of the direction of Zhao Yu's investigation, the result would be disastrous. But the gods were on his side because just as Zhao Yu had been troubled with his dilemma, Li Bainey told him that the competition roster was already in her hands. The overjoyed Zhao Yu quickly rushed back to the police office. In order to keep their investigation a secret, the two did not meet up at the office, but instead went to a restaurant near the building, almost like a spy meeting. Amazing! Zhao Yu praised Li Bainey's handiness. To get your hands on something so difficult, that's amazing. Oh please. Li Bainey smirked, "I am from the Police Academy Information Department after all. If I couldn't even do this, how could I show my face around here?" "Don't get so conceited," Zhao Yu retorted. But he was curious. "Tell me, where did you find this?" "I already searched through the entire records department at the second middle school, but I didn't find anything at all. I pulled this out straight from the city's records, but, honestly," Li Bainey whispered, "I'm just an intern, so I don't have enough administrator privilege. To pull the case information, I actually used Team Leader Mao's username and password. You'll have to help me take care of that later." "What?" Zhao Yu jumped in shock at what she said. Even though he was not well educated himself, the other Zhao Yu was from the STEM department, and was very familiar with these keywords. Pulling out case information was basically when the police department needed information from another department, so the departments shared their information with the police, letting them use it as they needed. Because the information contained a high amount of undisclosed intelligence to the public, there was a certain legal responsibility attached to a person pulling out the information. Only authorities within the police department could use this power. The higher your authority, the more information you could pull out. Because of this, to use someone else's authority to pull information was considered a heavy offense. To pull information from a level higher than your own could be considered a criminal offense. Because Li Bainey used team leader Mao Wei's authority, the consequence was clear. Even if Mao Wei gave her permission himself, it was still enough to give Li Bainey some trouble. My God! How do you have his username and password? Zhao Yu was very worried. Mao's not exactly careful. Every time when he enters his password, he doesn't even bother covering it up. It'd be a bigger surprise if I didn't know. Li Beinei was surprisingly calm. How could you do this? Are you stupid? If they investigate this, then it's over for you. Zhao Yu scratched his head. You said you were in a hurry. So, I helped you. Li Beinei remained calm. Senior, you have to clear this case. If you don't, then you owe me for the rest of your life. Okay, sounds good. Very admirable. Today I won't say thank you, but from now on you're under my wing. If you end up in some trouble, just come look for me. Zhao Yu patted Li Beinei on the shoulder, but startled her. Don't worry, it's just authority. Zhao Yu patted himself on the chest. I'll go find Mao right after this. No matter the method, I'll make sure he takes care of it. If he doesn't, then I'll quit with you. We share the same consequences. Okay? Hearing Zhao Yu's confident speech, despite not knowing some of his words, Li Beinei felt warm inside. The little girl felt her love for Zhao Yu surge back. Even if he was only acting, she still felt it was worth her effort. Senior, actually, what I said was a little vague. Li Beinei blushed as she spoke. I'm not dumb enough to cross the line that easily. Even though I used Team Leader Mao's username and password to pull the case information, I used a virus and erased my tracks. If the higher-up doesn't send someone to investigate, they shouldn't find me. Oh? Zhao Yu gasped, then suddenly realized what happened and laughed. Aren't you sly? I almost got tricked by you. But, this is good, great. To avoid the awkward situation, Li Beinei hurriedly lowered her head and asked Zhao Yu, Senior, I'm a bit hungry. How about you buy me for some food? Right. Right. Look at me, not being considerate, please don't mind me. Zhao Yu hurriedly raised his head, and shouted in a thunderous voice for a waiter, Waiter, we're ready to order. Zhao Yu was from the streets, hostile to enemies, but very generous to people he considered close to him. Li Beinei helped him greatly, so he definitely had to treat her. Soon, a luxurious set of food was placed in front of the two steaks, salad, clam, abalone. It was so fancy that Li Beinei felt dizzy. She kept muttering, I can't eat all of this. Zhao Yu paid over 1,000 yuan out of his pocket for, but that was how it was done on the streets. Some things, either you do not do it at all, or you do it well so they can see that you mean it. Even as they were eating, Zhao Yu could not help but mention the case. He asked Li Beinei curiously, even if it was from the city's records, why would they have such old information? Of course they have it. Li Beinei replied, even though the contest was held at Qinshan's second middle school, the contest was entirely organized by the city's Culture and Education Bureau. One is the host, the other is the organizer. Obviously you go to whoever organized it to find records, right? Oh. Li Beinei's words inspired Zhao Yu greatly. Oh, here. Li Beinei looked around to make sure there were no people watching them, then pulled out the photo on her phone and showed it to Zhao Yu. This was the city record's only information regarding the 10th annual high school piano competition. But it wasn't complete, the only information left is name of the final 10 winners, here. Zhao Yu looked at it carefully, and quickly found the lost hand case's 3 victims' names. They were all there. Not only that, but the 3 names were even side by side. Luo Mena, 1336 points, 4th place. Yuan Lily, 1057 points, 5th place. Dao Tian, 1020 points, 6th place. How's that, senior? Li Beinei grinned, see? Your instinct was right. The lost hand case definitely had something to do with this competition. Right. Of course. Zhao Yu praised himself inside his head. He was also highly excited. The list in front of him had already proved his hunch. It seemed that the culprit should be on the list. Zhao Yu carefully looked at every other name on the list, but no name stood out to him. Who was the culprit? Chapter 28, Who is the next victim? Chapter 28, Who is the next victim? Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Out of the 10 competitors, 3 have already lost their hands. Li Bainey pointed at the list of names while peeling prawn shells. Could the culprit be among the remaining 7 people? That's possible. Zhao pondered for a few seconds and said, but the top 3 could probably be eliminated too. They performed well, so why would they want to chop off the hands of the losers? That's true. Li Bainey was also very excited. She pointed at the list and said, Senior, look, the first victim, Gao Tian, came in 6th in the grand piano competition. Yuan Lily was 5th, and Luo Mena was 4th. The culprit is chopping off hands in order. I think the culprit must be beyond 6th place. So, 7th to 10th place. These 4 people are the most suspicious. Right. Zhao nodded. Since it started from 6th place, the person who placed 7th naturally is the most suspicious. I think the culprit is likely to be him. No. Li Bainey unexpectedly shook her head. I've checked the background of these people. In 7th place is a man named Shang Lei. He died in a car accident 10 years ago. It couldn't possibly be him. If it's like this. Zhao was taken by surprise, then we are left with only 3 suspects? 2. Li Bainey said with certainty, 9th place has a bone tumor and has not been out of bed for a few years. Only 8th place and 10th place are possible, but 8th place lives in another part of the country all year round and is not in this city. Only 10th place fulfills the requirements. Are you serious? Zhao felt anxious all of a sudden, afraid that this would be like previous times where the investigation had led to a dead end. Don't despair. Li Bainey consoled. The one living in the other part of the country will not be spared. I'm already checking his exact address. This afternoon, let's check on this 10th place fella. Who knows, it could be her. Zhao looked carefully at 10th place. It was a woman's name. He felt perturbed and agitated. Could it be? The culprit of the lost hand case was really a woman. Senior, besides finding the culprit, there's another thing that we can't ignore. Li Bainey reminded him, tomorrow is the 26th. If the culprit has not quit, we have to take some measures in preparation. Oh, right. Understood. Zhao pointed at the list. If the culprit will strike, the next victim will definitely be 3rd place? Not necessarily. Li Bainey shook her head again. 3rd place, Xiao Lulu, has already moved to Australia with her family. The culprit won't travel overseas to chop her hands off. Also, the champion for the grand piano competition, Lu Tao, is currently the director of academic affairs at the capital's College of Music, which is a little far. From what I see, 2nd place is most likely going to be the culprit's next target. Li Xinhua? Zhao glanced at the name list. What an old-fashioned name. Is it a man or a woman? A woman. Li Bainey answered, this person is the principal of I Can Fly Art College, currently living in Qinshan City. If I was the culprit, I'd definitely choose her. In this case, our mission is very important. Zhao sighed, we have to catch the culprit, and also protect the next victim. We've gotta hurry. Yes. Li Bainey had finished eating. She took a quick sip of her fruit juice and said, but we've gotta go back to the office first. We haven't gotten the exact addresses of these people, and I want to check on the organizers of the competition, as well as the judges and staff to see if we can get any information from them. How meticulous. I like it. Zhao hurriedly took a few bites and paid the bill before heading back to Team A's office with Li Bainey. Enemies always cross each other's path indeed. The moment the two entered, they saw Lu Chenghu with his hands clasped, standing in front of the whiteboard Zhao used for his case analysis. He was looking at something with great interest. It was now lunchtime, and there were no other agents in the office. Hey! How dedicated! Lu Changhu did not panic after seeing Zhao Yu and Li Beini come in. He asked mockingly, "Why, you don't rest even during lunch?" "Captain Lu." Li Beini greeted politely. Zhao Yu crossed his arms and walked in front of Lu Changhu. He barked, "Shoot. If not, scram. You." Lu Changhu gave a stare, pointed at the whiteboard and sneered, "All right, Zhao Yu. Seems like you really want to win? The case is gonna be solved soon, huh? I've gotta prepare 1,800 yuan for Yue in advance, huh?" He beamed with joy. "You should reflect upon your own ability. Team B has so many people investigating day and night, and has not gotten any clues. You stupid little ruffian, you want to solve the case before others? Ha! Wishful thinking. Be sensible and apologize to me quickly so that when you admit defeat, I'll save your face and not give you a lecture. If not, I'll make sure you won't be able to hold your head up high in front of the whole team." Beini, without waiting for Zhao Yu's rebuttal, he turned and said to Li Beini, "Listen to my advice. Don't associate yourself with this kind of person. You are an outstanding comrade. If you stay with this kind of ruffian, you'll be led astray." Li Beini looked down and neither dared to agree nor disagree. "Beini." Zhao Yu tapped Li Beini lightly on the shoulder. "Help me get a cup of coffee, would you? A big cup." "Zhao Yu. Quit it." Lu Changhu immediately understood the reason behind Zhao Yu's words. "Don't tell me you want to throw the cup of coffee at me?" He pointed at Zhao Yu's nose and ordered, "Let me tell you, I showed you mercy the previous time. If you dare me again, I'll get you dismissed." What Lu Changhu said was true. According to the new laws, unauthorized attack or assault on police officers carried a maximum penalty of 3 years imprisonment. Even though both parties were police officers, dismissal would be inevitable. The previous time, Zhao Yu had attacked rashly because he was emotional after traveling through time. Moreover, he did not want to be a police officer in the first place. However, things were different now, and naturally he would not be rash again. But even if he could not use force, as a shameless little ruffian, Zhao Yu had his own way of pranking people. As Lu Changhu brushed past him and walked toward the main gate, Zhao Yu suddenly turned around and shouted behind him. "Ha!" This yell was like thunder, staring Lu Changhu, leaving him staggering. Zhao Yu raged and knocked over a huge pile of documents. Lu Changhu was still a little bit afraid of Zhao Yu. He had a bad scare, and his face was white. You. Shaking, he pointed at Zhao Yu, but was unable to speak. "Ha ha ha ha." Zhao Yu burst into laughter to the point of keeling over. He said to himself, "It's not a crime to give you a scare, right? So? What can you do to me? So what?" Witnessing Zhao Yu's jerkish behavior, Li Beini could not help but laugh. But after seeing Lu Changhu's murderous eyes, she could only try to restrain herself in discomfort. Chapter 29, The Skeleton Key. Chapter 29, The Skeleton Key. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. That night at 11:30, Zhao Yu crawled into his bed, exhausted. Running around the whole day from morning to night, he had truly exhausted all of his strength. Both in his last life and his new life, he never knew that investigating cases was this difficult. Every piece of evidence, every witness, and every piece of information had to be carefully and repeatedly confirmed. Sometimes, even though he knew that what he was doing was fruitless, he had to stubbornly push forward because the key to solving many cases was often found in unexpected evidences. After leaving the police station, Zhao Yu and Li Beini's primary investigation target was the 10th place competitor from the piano competition. According to the evidence, she was the most likely suspect. Yet when the two found her, their jaws dropped because this contestant was currently pregnant, already in her 3rd trimester. She had been pregnant for 7 months already, and her stomach was like a huge ball. How could a pregnant woman so far along be the culprit behind the lost hand case? With nowhere else to go, the two could only ask her about the piano competition. The lady could not remember anything too clearly. She said she was only 18 years old, just a child. All she knew how to do was play piano, everything else was a blur. She only remembered that the competition was very publicized. Not only did the city and province-level government officials come to watch, but they also invited many professional judges from the famous art schools. It was because the judges' expectations were so high that the contestants' points were very different. With almost a 300 to 400 point differences, this was very rare in professional piano competitions. The competition was also very important to the contestants because those who scored at the top of the competition would most likely be recruited by famous colleges. This was considered a shortcut to highly coveted universities. Hearing this, Zhao suddenly remembered what Shan Shan's mother had said about how she had almost been accepted by the Capital Music Academy. If she had been accepted, her life would be very different. Zhao applied the idea to himself. This was his second life, and it was truly a completely different life. He had made a lot of mistakes in his last life, so in this life, he would try his hardest to avoid them in order to live the life he truly wanted. Since the 10th place contestant could not be the culprit, Zhao and Li Beini could only focus on other evidence. According to Li Beini's friend from another city, they had already confirmed that the 8th place contestant had not returned to Qinshan City for more than a decade, and therefore could not be the culprit. Once again, the investigation came to a screeching stop, since there were not any other suspects on the list. Unable to continue, the two could only split up and look for the rest of the piano contestants. But due to the contest being so long ago, some people were very difficult to find. Some were no longer in the city, some had already retired, and there were even some who had passed away. After spending an entire afternoon, other than getting some information from a retired officer from the Culture and Education Bureau, there were not any other advances in the investigation. The retired officer had been a staff member at the competition and still had some memories. He said that the competition was huge. Not only the city, but the provinces around Qinshan City were also involved. The participants were all 18 to 19-year-old high school seniors that were chosen from their own districts. There was a total of 100 contestants that came to the city for the preliminaries. After the preliminaries, the top 10 were chosen for the finals. The competition level was incredibly high. Also, the winners matched the fierceness of the competition. The top 3 were usually immediately recruited by the famous art schools within the country. 4th, 5th, and 6th place usually entered province-level art schools. As for those following the top 6, it was down to luck. The luckier ones entered city-level art schools, while the unlucky ones were no different from regular students. After getting that information, Zhao still felt directionless. Maybe the direction of his investigation was not wrong, but perhaps this mysterious culprit had not been in the top 10, but had been eliminated prior to that. Maybe because they did not manage to get in top 10, they held a grudge, wanting to get revenge by chopping off the other contestants' hands. If it was really like this, then Zhao would have had to go through the entire contestant list. Since Zhao did not have the full list, how could he investigate? After some discussion, Li Beini felt that maybe they should look at it from another angle, shifting their focus to the culprit's next target. On the 26th, they would secretly investigate the principal of the school, Li Xinghua. If the culprit really targeted her, then maybe they would be able to gain some information. Zhao could only nod. There was not much they could do at this point. But he felt awful, feeling as if his 1,800 yuan had simply gone to waste. Li Beini tried to console him, noting that investigating cases were just like this, often leading to dead ends. In those cases, it was better to get a good night's sleep. Maybe he would feel more inspired after he woke up. Zhao surprisingly accepted Li Beini's advice, and finally decided to go back and rest. The case had been put to rest, but his adventure had apparently continued. While Zhao was showering, he heard the system's ending message, today's adventure has been complete. Completion rate, 88%. Congratulations, an invisibility device has been obtained, please accept. Holy sh*T. Zhao Yu was shocked. Why was his completion rate so high? Not only was it above 80%, it was a lucky number. What kind of situation was this? He quickly stopped showering and examined the item within his mind. Skeleton key. The system introduced the item, one-time consumable. After use, can be used to open any single lock and crack up to level 15 electronic codes. There is no evidence remaining after use. Amazing. Zhao Yu thought. An invisible, traceless skeleton key, amazing. Definitely worthy of an 88% completion rate. But he was somewhat confused. Why was his completion rate was so high? He did not even finish the case or catch the culprit. What exactly was today's adventure? After his shower, it was already after midnight. But Zhao Yu felt refreshed and energized, so he decided to turn on the miracle system again and play the daily lottery. As he was lighting the cigarette, he prayed in his heart, "Dear system, please give me a good roll, let me solve the case faster." Gen can hexagram. The system spoke, "Mountain and water, clear mountain and beautiful water, the dawn is beautiful and colorful. Your luck will be at max." The system became quiet again. This time, Zhao Yu finally wrote down the prompt completely. But even after a long analysis, even using his phone to look it up, he still could not understand it at all. He decided to just sleep it off. But that night, Zhao Yu did not sleep very well. His mind was filled with strange dreams. He even dreamt that he used a kitchen knife to chop off someone's hand. Chapter 30, Who is more absurd than me? Chapter 30, Who is more absurd than me? Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Bang, bang, bang. Early in the morning, someone was banging furiously on Zhao Yu's door. Zhao Yu was still chasing other people in his dream. Suddenly disturbed by the banging sound, he merely licked his lips and rolled over. Although he mumbled, "Who's that?" Annoying, he did not fully wake up. Zhao Yu. You baddie. I know you're inside, open the door quick. Along with the banging sound, a young girl's howl came from outside the door. Jiang Shaoqing. Why is she here, he thought. Zhao Yu frantically looked at his watch. Only 5:30, so early? What does she want? Oh no. Zhao Yu recalled the parents' conference from the day before. Although he had managed to find some clues by coincidence, he had stirred up trouble for Jiang Shaoqing. He had ruined the parents' conference that had been painstakingly prepared by the school, and Shanshan's mother had almost called 120. Yesterday, he had wanted to explain what had happened to Jiang Shaoqing, but he was so engrossed in his investigation that he forgot. After that, Jiang Shaoqing had called him several times, but he dared not pick up the phone. The young girl threw curses at him on WeChat, and even said that their scheme had been discovered, so he had to take responsibility. Zhao Yu had planned to think of a solution today, but he did not expect the young girl to come knocking at his door so early in the morning. Hearing how furiously she was pounding on his door, the young girl was definitely going to curse him out before putting the matter to rest. Zhao Yu had wanted to open the door, but thinking about it further, he decided against it. Her parents were downstairs. I'm a man and only have my flowery underpants on. If I let a young girl in and someone sees it, I'll never be able to explain myself. No. The door can never be opened, he decided. Zhao Yu, I have your location information. Stop pretending. I know you're inside. Open the door quick. Jiang Shaoqing bellowed outside. Zhao Yu hugged his pillow, not daring to breathe loudly. Somehow, he was fearless when he fought with others, but he was really scared of Jiang Shaoqing. The thought of pretending to be the young girl's dad made him feel weak all over. All right? Don't think I can't subdue you. Zhang Xiaoqing shouted from outside the door, and a string of metal clatter followed. Let me tell you, I'm the landlord, I have the key. I'm gonna open the door now. Zhang Xiaoqing was not trying to scare Zhao, but before Zhao could react, she had inserted the key into the keyhole and started turning it. Holy sh**t. Seeing that the door was about to open, Zhao knew the situation was bad and slipped under the bed. He looked left and right, but the room was narrow and there was nowhere for him to hide. Without a choice, he opened the balcony's anti-theft door and dived onto the balcony. Just as he got onto the balcony, Zhang Xiaoqing had already opened his door. Zhao, I'm coming in. Zhang Xiaoqing popped her head in. Stop hiding, alright? I've got something important to discuss. Xiao. She did not see anyone and began searching the place. Just as she began to search the bedroom, she saw the open anti-theft door leading to the balcony. Ha! Where else can you run? The young girl rushed onto the balcony, but there was no one in sight. Strange? Zhang Xiaoqing looked left and right and mumbled to herself, he's really not in? Not possible? I'm sure I heard that fella coughing last night. Why is he gone now? That damned fella, he really has big cases to investigate? Zhao. She returned to the house to check again. After hearing the balcony door close, Zhao popped his head out at the balcony next door. Due to the critical situation, he had been cornered and actually climbed onto the balcony next door through the anti-theft net. Not knowing if Zhang Xiaoqing had left, he dared not move. He crouched and waited on the balcony of the Four Beauties' home, keeping his head low. A few minutes later, he heard the sound of the shutter doors from downstairs. He peeked down and saw Zhang Xiaoqing had locked the shutter doors of their family fruit store and gone to school. Before she left, she turned and caught a glimpse of the balcony. This gave Zhao a scare, and he lowered his head again. Oh! Holy sh**t. Scared me. Zhao patted himself on the chest and thought, it's this early in the morning and I almost got a heart attack. Could this be the adventure that I'm supposed to have today? If it's the case, it is really not fun at all. Having seen Zhang Xiaoqing lock the shutter doors, Zhao realized that Zhang Dafeng and his wife were not in. They had probably gone to replenish their stock. No wonder Zhang Xiaoqing dared to come and find him. If he had known this, he would have opened the door and have a good talk with her, and would not be in such an embarrassing state now. He wanted to shake off the dust on his body, but realized he was half naked and only wearing his Pikachu underpants. He did not even have his slippers on. Let me take a shower first. Zhao slowly thought about it, and climbed back onto his own balcony, but had realized something. His adventure for today had just begun, but the anti-theft door had been locked from inside by Zhang Xiaoqing. Arg, darn. Zhao pulled and tugged, but the door did not move. He checked the window, but the window was also anti-theft and could not be opened. Arg, holy sh**t. Zhao scratched his head. He hated Zhang Xiaoqing from within. The girl had actually pulled this on him. She was full of tricks. She must have guessed that he had jumped from the balcony, so she did this cruel act. Darn it. He looked out from the anti-theft net. He was on the 3rd floor, and the balcony was protruding out. If he climbed to the end of the anti-theft net and jumped down, it would be equivalent to suicide. Zhao anxiously fidgeted in his spot. The lost hand case had reached a crucial point, and he had many things to do. But now, he could not even go home. If his cell phone was with him, he could have called for help, but his phone was locked inside the house. Who could he find? He paced around the narrow balcony. When he finally fixed his eyes on the balcony next door, he decided to take a gamble. I have to go all out. Zhao decided to leave from the next door apartment. The two houses were next to each other. If he could leave from the neighbor's main door, he would be able to return to his main door. Although the Four Beauties lived next door, Zhao Yu knew very well that these four social butterflies always spent their nights out and did not return home, so there was definitely no one home at this hour. Zhao Yu prayed silently, hoping that the neighbor's anti-theft door could be opened from the inside. He took a deep breath and crossed over to the balcony next door in the exact same way. The balcony next door did not have an anti-theft door. With a light pull, the door was opened. Having the same layout as Zhao Yu's place, the balcony connected to a bedroom. At this moment, there was a strong scent coming from the bedroom. It was the seductive and intoxicating scent of a woman. Zhao Yu felt that he had come across this scent before, and it seemed familiar. After some thought, he figured it could be from Miss Hua Hua. He was likely in Miss Hua Hua's bedroom. The curtain was down, and Zhao Yu was worried there might be someone in the house. He took a peek at the bed, which was in a mess. Half the bedsheet was on the floor and it was obvious there was no one on the bed. Zhao Yu heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly left the bedroom and headed toward the living room. On the side of the living room, on the wall with the television on it, was the glass door to the bathroom. Unexpectedly, the moment Zhao Yu stepped into the living room, the sound of water came from the bathroom. Before Zhao Yu could react, the bathroom door opened and the living room was suddenly lit up from the light from the bathroom. A woman with a hot body clashed head-on with Zhao Yu. Ah! A loud cry came from the living room. Chapter 31, Hello Miss. Chapter 31, Hello Miss. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. When the two saw each other, Zhao Yu's was incredibly confused. Ha! The sound of water from the bathroom had clearly been from the toilet, but why was this female in front of him wrapped in a bath towel, her hair still dripping wet? Was she using the bathroom, or showering? The woman stood still, thunderstruck as this creepy man appeared in front of her wearing only boxers. She screamed in shock, and unexpectedly, she failed to hold her towel tightly, letting it fall to the ground and burying her entire body. Taking a glance, Zhao Yu's confusion was quickly replaced with another thought. Whoa! Her body was perfection. Even the young Miss Hua Hua could not compare. This woman is not Miss Hua Hua. Crap! If it were Miss Hua Hua, Zhao Yu could have tried to explain, but it was not, and now Zhao Yu was done for. Breaking in, seeing things he should not have, he was already at death's door. Misunderstanding. Too much misunderstanding. But as the woman continuously screamed, Zhao Yu simply stood still, and started blaming the miracle system instead. Dear system, this kind of adventure is full of misunderstanding, couldn't have been arranged by your highness as well, right? He thought to himself. Was it fun to mess with him? Finally, after she screamed for about 20 seconds, the woman was also a little confused. How come this pervert had not attacked her already? According to her expectations of a break-in, she should have been already restrained by him, dominated, then raped. But how come the guy in front of her was just looking at her like he was admiring scenery? In her confusion, the woman finally took the time to examine Zhao Yu. He had boxers but no shoes, and was dirty all over. Could he be a mental patient? Wait! Suddenly, the woman took a closer look at Zhao Yu's face, and yelled out in shock, How come it's you? Miss, this was an accident. Zhao Yu put his hands together in apology, trying to explain himself as the chance presented itself. I'm your neighbor Zhao Yu. I got locked out and thought there wasn't anyone in your house, so I tried to go through your house to get to mine. I know you guys don't usually have anyone home around this time. I honestly didn't know you were home, it was truly an accident. I'm a police officer, not some shady guy. If you want I can show you my badge. Only after Zhao Yu's long explanation did he notice the woman's expression. He took a closer look at the other's face, and was beyond shocked. Ah? How come it's you? Aren't you the gold digger? Zhao Yu was about to blurt the words out before forcefully swallowing them. Indeed, the woman in front of him was the gold digger Zhao Yu had met at the bar who had almost become a victim of the taser rape case. Thankfully, Zhao Yu had caught the culprit in the nick of time. He could be considered her savior. No wonder the perfume was so familiar. It was hers. How come, it's you? Zhao Yu pointed at her, also feeling dazed. The woman thought Zhao Yu had pointed at her bare body, and hurriedly picked up the towel again. But the tiny towel could block her seductive and perfect body. Zhao Yu could feel himself heating up, and his throat going dry. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? The woman shook her head. Hua was just telling me yesterday that we got some crazy policeman as a neighbor. To think it was you? Damn! Zhao Yu gulped. To think that was how Hua saw him. That was the power of dry humor. I couldn't imagine either. Zhao Yu finally explained what happened again, then asked, I've seen the four beauties, but how come I haven't seen you? Come sit. Because of their special relationship of the savior and the saved, the woman had already let her guard down around Zhao Yu. Leading him into the bedroom, she let Zhao Yu sit on her bed. It should be 5 beauties. 3 of them live downstairs, me and Hua live up here. Oh. Zhao Yu finally understood. Apparently the neighbor also rented out the 2nd floor, leaving only the 1st floor as a laundromat. Officer Zhao, your name is Zhao Yu? The woman grabbed a pack of cigarettes from the counter and handed it to Zhao Yu. Actually, last time, I didn't know what happened until I woke up later. I wanted to thank you personally, but, you know my situation, Hong, what was it? Yang Hong? Zhao Yu recalled the taser rape cases involved personnel name list. Yeah, Yang Hong. The woman confirmed her name. Please. Why the formality? It's just my job. Zhao Yu took the cigarette, but did not want to smoke. Ever since he had connected smoking with the miracle system, he no longer had any interest in smoking. So when Yang Hong tried to help him light the cigarette, he politely waved it off, but Yang Hong still lit one for herself. No matter what, truly, thank you. Yang Hong spoke honestly. If the culprit really got away with it, I don't know if I could have faced anyone. Don't say that. Zhao Yu could feel a certain sadness from the Yang Hong's tone, and tried to change the subject. What a coincidence today, you didn't go out? Ever since what happened, I'm still a little uncomfortable. Yang Hong blew out a soft smoke ring, somewhat reserved. I had planned to rest a bit today. I was sleeping well, but someone was slamming on the door and woke me up. Apparently everything was a chain reaction caused by Zhang Shaoqing. After Yang Hong had finished talking, the two were not sure what to say and the atmosphere in the bedroom became somewhat awkward. Officer Zhao. Finally, it was Yang Hong who first broke the awkward silence. I was always wondering, that day, there were so many people in the bar, how come you targeted me? Did you know that the culprit would pick me? That. Zhao Yu was experienced in this. From Yang Hong's words, he instinctively caught onto something and smiled. Honestly, I was enraptured by you. There wasn't anyone prettier than you there. Looks like my aesthetic was the same as the culprit. Yang Hong smiled wildly, as expected from the love expert Officer Zhao. Today is a rare opportunity. If I say I won't charge you for the 3,000 yuan, and give you a freebie, what would you do? Yang Hong was clearly flirting by this point. Zhao Yu looked at the other's devilish body. His testosterone was running wild with anticipation, but Zhao Yu still kept up his experienced facade, and spoke, then what about the 4-star hotel? This sent Yang Hong into a laughing fit. After she had laughed enough, she threw an incredibly seductive look at Zhao Yu. Random meetings are always more special, I think right here is fine. Hua won't be back all afternoon. Also, you jumped over from the balcony and don't even have the key. How will you go back? Zhao Yu could not even contain his own excitement. How could he even mention the backup key he had under his welcome mat? Not even waiting for Yang Hong to extinguish her cigarette, he pulled her into his arms. It had been too long since Zhao Yu had last touched a woman. He could not concern himself with rules like do not touch other people. He was like a beast in heat as he flipped Young Hong over violently, pressing her under his body. But he had done so too aggressively. Young Hong's cell phone bounced high into the air from the bed and fell onto the ground. The sound was very loud, causing the two to pause. That iPhone 6s, sorry. Young Hong licked her lips and muttered quietly. Zhao Yu hurriedly poked his upper body out of bed and picked up the cell phone. Good thing that the phone was sturdy, and apparently there were no scratches. When Zhao Yu picked up the phone to show Young Hong, the screen was brightly lit, showing a picture of Young Hong herself. But what made Zhao Yu pause was that picture showed Young Hong in front of a piano, playing very intently. Piano again? Zhao Yu thought incredulously. What? Can't recognize me? Young Hong pointed at her youthful self. At the time, I was still in school. You play the piano? Zhao Yu asked carefully. Haha, unexpected? Young Hong was clearly a little proud as she replied, Qinshan was called the piano capital. Ever since I can remember, my mother forced me to practice piano. That's right, I've even reached the 10th level of piano. In high school, I even attended Qinshan City's most prestigious piano competition. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yu could feel a chill crawl up his body, leaving his body with goosebumps. So, Zhao Yu asked, his voice almost shaking, the competition you attended, which one was it? The 10th one, why? Yang Hong answered without a pause. Zhao Yu's hand shook, the expensive iPhone 6s once again fell on the ground. Chapter 32, Something Strange. Chapter 32, Something Strange. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Don't joke. After a brief moment of shock, Zhao Yu regained his rationality and said to Young Hong, you can't lie to a police officer. The largest piano competition for high school students in Qinshan City, the 10th year? Are you kidding me? Why? Young Hong was puzzled. This is the only thing that I'm proud of in my entire life. How could I get it wrong? It was indeed the 10th year. Let me ask you, where was the competition held? Zhao Yu still did not believe her. Yang Hong gave it a thought and quickly got the right answer, second middle school. Yes. It was second middle school. Oh. Zhao Yu was surprised, but he still did not believe her. Immediately, he blurted out, the 10th Grand Piano Competition was 18 years ago. The participants were all 18 and 19-year-old high school students. How old are you now? 36? 37? Well. Young Hong frowned, I really can't tell if you are complimenting me or insulting me. Young Hong pushed Zhao Yu away and took out her identification from her bag. Zhao Yu looked at it and was dumbfounded. The woman in front of him was actually 10 years older than himself. She was already 37. Holy sh*t. Zhao Yu could not believe it. He looked at Young Hong in shock, really know how to maintain your youth. I thought you were a pretty young thing. He. Young Hong naturally felt good hearing such compliments, but she rebuked, if you want a pretty young thing, I can play matchmaker. My housemate, Hua, is only 20. You interested? No, that's not what I meant. By this point, Zhao Yu was not in the mood to flirt. His thoughts returned back to the lost hand case. This time, he strongly felt that the situation in front of him was not a coincidence. He could obtain some valuable information from the woman in front of him, who had participated in the 10th Grand Piano Competition. Hey! Other than praising my youthfulness, don't you have anything else to say? Yang Hong stretched out her fair arms and flirted with Zhao Yu again. Are you gonna let me have a taste of you, handsome young man? On any other day, Zhao Yu would have pounced on his prey like a hungry tiger. But now, he had other things on his mind, and his male hormones were inactive. He held Young Hong's cell phone and asked impatiently, tell me quickly, do you know Gao Tian, Yuan Lily, and Luo Mena? Yang Hong did not know what Zhao Yu wanted. She shook her head in bewilderment. The three of them participated in the same competition as you, and their rankings were at the front, at the 4th, 5th, and 6th. Does that mean anything to you? Zhao Yu asked hopefully. So they were finalists. Yang Hong exclaimed, then of course I wouldn't know them. I didn't have such good fortune, I didn't even get into the top 20. I only remember that the male student who was the champion was quite good looking. I think he was accepted by the capital's music college. Oh, Zhao Yu was speechless. After thinking for a long while, he asked, then do you know any others? Fellow competitors, or even teachers or judges? Hey! Yang Hong was getting impatient. She put up a stern face and said, Officer Zhao, so you're here to investigate? Why are you asking me all of this irrelevant stuff? Do you also play the piano? Stop pretending? Don't tell me I have to pay you 3,000 instead? Zhao Yu thought to himself, to get this woman to cooperate with the investigation, I will need to use some acting. With this thought, Zhao Yu spoke up, hey, and mysteriously made a silencing gesture before lowering his voice. He said to Yang Hong, remember, don't ever mention to anyone what I asked you today, understand? Once it's out, you'll have to go to court. This clearly worked on her. Yang Hong was stumped for a while and asked sheepishly, why? I don't know the people you mentioned. Is that a crime? Ha! Zhao Yu bellowed and returned her iPhone 6s, have you heard of the lost hand case? Yang Hong was in shock and nodded repeatedly. Xinshan City's lost hand case had given rise to much discussion last year, and everyone knew about it. This year, it happened again, and had already caused an uproar with the media. However, the police had used anonymous names for the victims, so Yang Hong did not know their real names. You mean? The lost hand case is linked to piano? Oh my goodness. Yang Hong was completely sucked in by Zhao Yu's words. Seeing that he had attained his goal, Zhao Yu brought his acting to another level. I think you have to be careful. According to the data, those who had their hands chopped off had all participated in the 10th Grand Piano Competition. They have all stopped playing the piano, and they are all women. Yang Hong was terrified and held on tightly to Zhao Yu's arm. Why am I so unlucky? The taser culprit targeted me, and now the chopping hand culprit also targets me. Do I really have such great charm? Seeing how anxious Yang Hong was, Zhao Yu wanted to laugh, but he could only control his laughter and carry on acting. But the culprit has only targeted the finalists so far, it won't be your turn for the time being. That's great. Yang Hong said timidly, Officer Zhao, you have to nab him fast. Having your hand chopped off for no reason is worse than. Yang Hong meant that it was worse than being raped by the taser culprit, but it was not easy for her to say that. Ain't I investigating now? Any details on the 10th Grand Piano Competition that you can think of, tell me quick. Zhao Yu went with the flow, we can only solve the case this way. After all the acting and scares, Yang Hong dared not show her agitation anymore, and told Zhao Yu promptly, Officer Zhao. Those people you mentioned, I really have no recollection of them at all. The piano competition was so tense, and I was still a child. How could I remember? Yang Hong tapped her own forehead and tried hard to recall. The data on the competition I participated in is long gone. I have not touched piano for more than 10 years. Ugh. Seeing Yang Hong's anxious look, Zhao Yu could not help but feel disappointed. Her expression was identical to the pregnant woman who had gotten 10th place. After all, it had been a long time, and many things had already disappeared and turned into ash. It's all right, don't panic, Zhao Yu urged. If you think of anything, just let me know. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Zhao Yu could not help but felt a little tempted to tease Yang Hong, as such chances were hard to come by. But Yang Hong did not follow his cue. She had set her heart on the matter and was trying her best to recall. Just as Zhao Yu went to reach out his hand, she suddenly frowned and asked, "Officer Zhao, anyone and anything linked to the competition is relevant?" Of course. The key to cracking a case usually lies in those inconspicuous details. Zhao Yu started to show off after just a few days of being a policeman. "Why, did you have hemorrhoids on the competition day?" "No." Yang Hong had no reaction to Zhao Yu's joke. She seemed to have thought of something, and was giving it serious thought. After deliberating for a long time, she said to Zhao Yu with uncertainty, "Officer Zhao, I think I vaguely remember, during that competition, there was something strange." Chapter 33, Kid Genius. Chapter 33, Kid Genius. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. What is it? Hearing Yang Hong mention strange things, Zhao Yu was obviously very curious, and chased the topic. Yang Hong started to recall. "I remember, during that year's preliminary competition, our Fengling County had an amazing student. I can't remember the name well, but she was a girl for sure, and even before the competition, she was famous in our county. Apparently, she passed the 10th level when she was only 12, and learned from the best instructor in the capital. Basically, she was super amazing." She continued, "If I recall, during the rematch, I actually saw her once. Her clothing was very old, and even had patches on it. I imagine her household wasn't very well off, but her piano skills were crazy. Even though we were all at the 10th level, we were clearly a level below her." "Right." As if remembering something, Yang Hong said in a hurry, "The weird thing happened here in Qianshan City. She crushed the competition with her insane scores, but for some reason, her name wasn't on the list of final competitors. Apparently, someone said she decided to retire from the competition the night before. Isn't that weird?" Zhao Yu carefully considered what Yang Hong said, and also felt it was very strange. He asked in a hurry, "You sure that she made it to the finals?" Yang Hong scratched her head with both hands, and smacked her lips. "It's really a blur right now. This might have been what I heard from other students' parents, or from my mom." "Oh right, I almost forgot. Just ask my mom. That year, she almost reached piano level 10 herself. If it's about piano, she will definitely remember." Unexpectedly, Yang Hong cared even more about the case than Zhao Yu. Not caring if she would bother the old lady so early in the morning, she called her mother without hesitation. Just so Zhao Yu could hear clearly, she even put it on speaker. The voice of an elderly quickly came through the phone. Yang Hong explained the situation to her mother. To make sure her mother cooperated, she even lied and said she was currently being interrogated in the police station. The old lady was scared by this, and immediately explained everything about the situation back then. Even though her summary was about the same as Yang Hong, the old lady was much more detailed. As it turned out, that year they indeed had a piano prodigy in Fengling County. She had shown promise since she was young. Despite her family's poor conditions, her parents gave everything in order to let her learn piano. According to the rumors, they even sold the village's shrine. And the girl genius also did not let her parents down. Within a few years, she won all kinds of awards, gaining fame in Fengling County. Before attending Qianshan City's 10th Grand Piano Competition, everyone had high expectations for her. They all expected her to be at least one of the top 3. Once one of the named universities target her, the girl could be considered set for life. Her future was endlessly bright. At the time, due to their similarity in age, Yang Hong's mother often used the girl's various achievements to scold Yang Hong, saying things like, "Both of you guys are learning piano, but do you see her? See how good she is?" But unexpectedly, the genius who entered into the final competition with such overwhelming momentum suddenly decided to drop out from the competition the night before. No one knew the reason for her sudden retirement, but there were many rumors. Some said she coughed up blood from exertion while practicing piano. Some said she was kidnapped. Some even said that she eloped with a boy. Ever since the piano competition, no one had seen the girl since. Even her parents had disappeared. Due to the suddenness of the situation, the competition organizers pulled her from 11th place, which caused the girl's name to not appear on the results. Even a few years after the competition, there were still people who talked about her. But as time passed, the genius in her household had long faded from everybody's minds. Child prodigy? Girl genius. Somehow, Zhao Yu subtly felt that the girl's sudden retirement had something to do with the case. What had happened to force her to retire the night before the competition? Then, after her retirement, why did she and her parents disappear? This would not have interested Zhao Yu on its own, but once it was connected to the lost hand case, it was incredibly perplexing. Zhao Yu instinctively felt that the girl's retirement from the competition had something to do with the lost hand case. If he could find her, then maybe he would uncover new evidence. Mom! Yang Hong also cared about the case and asked through the phone, "Do you remember the name of that child prodigy?" Li Dan. The old lady's memory was good. She spoke without hesitation. Fengling County's Li family. Not only was she from the same village as my mother, but she also had the same name as your second aunt. Child, if there's anything the police need, just come ask me. I'll confess everything I know. If you don't have any issues, don't stay at the police station for too long. Don't let people think you're doing bad things. Okay, Mom. I'm done. I'm going to hang up now. Yang Hong awkwardly hung up. The way the old lady said that she would confess everything made it seem like the two of them were criminals. That's my mom. Once she starts talking, there's no end. Yang Hong raised her head. How was it, Officer Zhao? Was this helpful for your investigation? Fengling County, Li family, Li Dan. Zhao Yu repeated the information. I'll have to do some research before I know. If this helps the case, I'll give you a Good Samaritan's award. Keep the certificate, I'm in debt to you anyway. Yang Hong joked, but next time when you jump to our balcony, make sure to tell me first. There won't be a next time. Zhao Yu promised. But after the promise, the two stared at each other for a good 3 seconds. The atmosphere was more than a little awkward. So we. Zhao Yu pointed at Yang Hong, then at himself, as if wanting to say something but could not find the right words. It's fine. I got it. Yang Hong was very understanding. The case is more important. You have something on your mind. As for us, we wouldn't be able to enjoy ourselves anyway. What's the point then? You saved me, I will never forget that. The one-time free service is a long-term promise. Great. Zhao Yu gave the other a thumb up, then grabbed Yang Hong's phone. Here, leave you phone number and WeChat. Once I catch the culprit and get the reward, I'll take you to a 4-star hotel. Then, not even sure why, Zhao Yu gave the other a salute and turned to leave. You're leaving now? How are you going to get back? Yang Hong asked with worry. You're not going to go to the police station in that, right? How about I find some clothes for you? Before Yang Hong had finished, she heard the sound of Zhao Yu closing the door. That guy. Always in a hurry. Yang Hong looked at the empty house and felt rather uncomfortable. Thinking back on what Zhao Yu had said about the lost hand case, she could not help but make a cutting motion on her right wrist with her left hand. She felt goosebumps cover her body. Chapter 34, The Expert in Finding People. Chapter 34, The Expert in Finding People. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Bribery. On the car ride to Li Village, Li Baini blurted out to Zhao Yu, followed by her own reasoning. Someone might have bribed the girl prodigy, gave her a huge sum of money, and got her to withdraw from the competition. Without her as a strong competitor, whoever paid her would be able to place. Interesting. Zhao Yu said while driving, or it could be that someone did not get into the finals and only got 11th place, so he bribed Li Dan, got her to withdraw so that he himself could get into the finals by filling in the position. So, the pregnant woman was 10th place, could she be? No. Li Baini said, the sequence of getting into the finals does not determine one's final placement. The 10th competitor who got into the finals could theoretically be the champion too. Oh, that means we have to check who was the lucky one who got into the finals from 11th place by exception? Zhao Yu wondered. No, senior, we could be wrong. Li Beini quickly negated her own speculation. It's not bribery. Think about it, the girl prodigy was after the top 3 position. Her destiny could only be changed if she got into top 3, and no amount of money could buy that. If I were her parents, I would never let others win, regardless of the amount of money someone offered me. After all, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That's true. Then, could it be because of a threat? Zhao Yu clenched his fist. Someone threatened the girl prodigy to withdraw from the competition. If she didn't, then her whole family would be killed. Ugh. Li Beini pouted. You make them sound like gangsters. Kids who learned piano during that time, could they be so evil? To sum it up, something must have happened during that piano competition. Or else, it would not be possible that all of the victims were in the final competitors list. Zhao Yu said seriously. He drove the car at high speed, eager to make a thorough investigation. However, Zhao Yu was depressed once again by what happened next. He spent the whole morning visiting Li village with Li Beini, but found little evidence. According to the village secretary and old neighbors, the family of the girl prodigy, Li Dan, had sold away their ancestral house more than 20 years ago and left Li village. Although they had a few relatives, they had little contact, and they had not been seen ever since that piano competition. Nobody knew where the whole family had gone. Prior to this, Li Beini had checked on the family in the police station, but there was also no record. She had thought that the village visit would be fruitful, but the result had been very disappointing. The girl prodigy's family seemed to have vanished from the earth. Zhao Yu and Li Beini even suspected that the family had met their end. Before the lost hand case was solved, would a murder case be discovered? Not being able to find Li Dan's family meant that the clues were lost once again. This made Zhao Yu extremely depressed. He felt like a spring that had been stretched repeatedly and was about to break. Holy sh*t. Why? Why is it so difficult to investigate this case? Zhao Yu thought in frustration. Every time after they had gone through tremendous effort to find a small clue, they ended up being stopped and had to give up halfway. Zhao Yu hit the steering wheel furiously, while Li Beini tried to console him. They could not delay anymore. They hurried back to protect Li Xinhua. Today was the 26th. They could not let the culprit chop off her hand. But we can't place all our bets on this. After a brief moment of despondence, Zhao Yu had not given up. If left with no other options, I'll go and see the 3 victims. They did not know that this is linked to piano. If I ask them to think, they might be able to recall something. That works too. Let's split up the work. Li Beini seemed to have thought of something and said hastily, oh yeah. I suddenly thought of this, we can continue searching for Li Dan. Maybe we can ask that person for help. Which person? Zhao Yu did not understand. Don't you know? We have an expert at finding people in our police station. If he is willing to help, we might be able to find something. There's such a person? Zhao Yu was surprised. Why didn't you say so earlier? Ugh. This person is weak in case investigation, but a top-notch expert in finding people. I've heard that he has a secret formula for finding people. Anyone who's been missing for years, he can find them fast. Oh? Such a talent exists? Zhao Yu scratched his head. So, he's in the missing persons unit? Come on. Stop pretending, don't you know? Li Beini said, it's Zhang Dingfeng. The one seated beside you in the office. What? Zhao Yu was a little confused. How could it be him? Isn't he? Yes. The one on the cold case investigation team with Lu Wan, the weirdo team made up of weirdos. Li Beini continued, Zhang Jingfeng has a bad reputation in the missing persons unit. Whenever a colleague would ask him for help to find a person, he would ask for something in return. If there wasn't anything, he would make excuses and not do his work properly. He has been given the nickname Mudfish. His colleagues in the missing persons unit could not put up with him anymore and reported him. So the higher-ups sent him to the cold case investigation team. Although it's affiliated with Team A, if you want his help you've gotta be prepared to spend some money. Interesting. Zhao Yu did not expect Zhang Jingfeng to be such a person. He had thought that he was a slacker with no aspirations. He never would have imagined that he had such talent. Zhao Yu gave Zhang Jingfeng a call before returning to the police station and explained the situation. Unexpectedly, Zhang Jingfeng did not give any excuses and gladly agreed to help Zhao Yu. He cheerfully asked Zhao Yu to send the information to him fast, and he would help him check in the office. After hanging up, Zhao Yu shrugged at Li Beini. Did you get it right? Didn't he immediately agree to help? Well. Li Beini sighed knowingly. That's his usual tactic, agreeing to help you on the surface, but not doing anything until you're desperate. He will state his conditions, and if you don't agree, he will never help. Really? Zhao Yu was still doubtful. Why was there such a deceitful person in the police force? It's no different from untrustworthy ruffians. When the two returned to the police station, Zhang Jingfeng was not there. When Zhao Yu called him, Zhang Jingfeng said he was having diarrhea. He said that he would be a little late, and asked Zhao Yu to wait for him in the office. Zhao Yu urged him, saying that this was an important matter. It was the key to solving the case, so it must be done properly. Again, Zhang Jingfeng cheekily agreed and said he would make it quick. But 20 minutes later, he was still nowhere in sight. Zhao Yu made another call and he did not even pick up. What did I say? Li Beini smiled smugly. I detest such people. If you don't give him any benefit, he will never help you check. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yu laughed instead. He tapped Li Beini on the shoulder and said with confidence, when I first became a man in society, my forte was dealing with weasels like this. Just wait and see, I'm not gonna spend a single cent, but he will behave himself and help me check. Chapter 35, How many cues do you want to hit? Chapter 35, How many cues do you want to hit? Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The Key Case Investigation Unit had a certain rule. Every investigator was required to have a tracking system on their phone so the leaders could know their position at any time. This way, if there was any danger while investigating cases, the leaders could respond in a timely manner. Zhang Jingfeng was obviously not an exception. Li Beini quickly found his location, but unexpectedly, Zhang Jingfeng was not at home, but at a local pool bar. That sneaky, dishonest rat, who, despite agreeing to help with the investigation, was casually playing pool. It's fine, leave this to me. Zhao Yu told Li Beini. You can go first. Investigate Li Xinhua's new evidence, and let me know if something comes up. Senior, what are you going to do to Zhang Jingfeng? Li Beini was a little worried. He is an official investigator, you can't touch him. Please reconsider whatever you're thinking of doing. Your senior isn't that stupid, don't worry. Zhao Yu laughed. Don't worry, he'll definitely help me investigate. Whether he can find the information or not, it's not up to me. Once he split up with Li Beini, Zhao Yu quickly arrived at the pool bar. It was noon, so there were not many people. There were only 2 pool tables in use out of the 8. Zhang Jingfeng was standing in front of one of the tables, rubbing the end of his cue stick with chalk as he considered his next shot. The person Zhang Jingfeng was against was Noi Liang Huan, but Zhao Yu knew him anyway. He was a young police officer in the police dispatch department who apparently had exceptional pool skills. Seeing someone closing in on him, Zhang Jingfeng raised his head. When he saw Zhao Yu, he paused. The tip of his mouth raised as he started laughing. Oh? Little Zhao? What brought you here? The man was truly shameless. He did not even mention that he was supposed to be helping Zhao Yu. Nothing brought me here, except a fire. Zhao Yu smiled gently, pointing at his own chest, signifying his heart was on fire. He was angry. Haha, it's just official business, what's the rush? Zhang Jingfeng continued to smile as he talked. No matter how big the fire is, can't affect you that much, right? Ha ha ha. Seeing Zhang Jingfeng's wild laughter, the young officer also started laughing alongside him. Zhang, Zhao Yu stopped smiling and spoke coldly. You know why I'm here. One word, help or not, just tell me straight up. Zhao Yu knew that Zhang Jingfeng was waiting for him to mention benefits, but he simply refused to bring it up. Zhang Jingfeng's smile faded away. He looked like he was pondering something. Then, as if he finally had decided, he started laughing again. Zhao, look at you. Help or not, we're all good friends here. What's this problem worth? Come, let's play a few rounds first. Hit a few shots first. Zhang Jingfeng was clearly unwilling to help Zhao Yu. If he did not hear anything about his benefits, he would not bring up helping Zhao Yu. What was one to do? With their stances clear, Zhao Yu no longer withheld anything. He first looked around with some reservation, then glanced sideways at the pool table, and asked coldly, okay, so, how much are you guys playing for? He. Zhang Jingfeng laughed. I couldn't tell, but apparently you're an expert. You know how we live paycheck to paycheck already, so not too much. Usually a cue for $50. How about it? A cue for 50? Zhao Yu feigned interest. Then, how many shots can I take? What are you saying? Zhang Jingfeng's eyes bulged. However many shots you want. Oh, so what you're saying is that your pool skills are pretty good? You want to make some bank off of me? Ha ha ha. Zhang Jingfeng laughed for a good reason. His pool skills were exceptionally high, and even in the neighboring area, it was hard for him to find a match. Okay. You said it. Zhao Yu pointed at him with his finger. 1 cue, 50, and I can make as many shots as I want? No problem. Zhang Jingfeng shouted at the service desk. Boss. Set the table for us, today I'll have a go with my bro here. The boss was a burly man. Hearing the call, he hurried over to set the table. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yu blocked him, and grabbed a cue. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, he slammed it straight against his thigh. The sturdy cue broke in half with a thundering sound. Ka-cha! 50! Zhao Yu shouted loudly. He then grabbed the next one, swinging it through the air as if he were drawing symbol. Then he broke another, making the same sound. 100! Ka-cha! 150! Zhao Yu's thigh started to hurt, so he flexed his elbow, throwing the cue roughly into the side of the pool table. With a loud ka sound, the cue split in two yet again. 200! Only when he yelled 200 did the stunned crowd finally react. You wanna die, the boss yelled, stepping forward to restrain Zhao Yu. But Zhao Yu simply turned sideways and punched him. The impact of the punch was strong, hitting his face like a thunderclap, and when the boss lowered his head in recoil, he slammed into the pool table. The huge force caused him to bounce backwards and fall heavily onto the ground. He lay face up towards the ceiling. Zhang Jingfeng and the young police officer were in complete shock, unable to even take a step. Zhao Yu exhaled as if nothing had happened, as if he were simply doing cardio. To him, he truly had not worked out this hard in a while. Zhan. Zhao Yu did not even blink. Hitting shots really isn't that exciting. How about we throw balls too? As he spoke, he picked up a pool ball, and smiled. How about a ball for 20? Good. What? Not even waiting for the Zhang to process what he had said, Zhao Yu flexed his shoulder and threw the ball straight up, causing a chandelier to smash to pieces. With a loud sound, the glass shards fell to the ground, scaring everyone. Go! Zhao Yu reached for another ball, and threw it straight at the window. With a loud sound, the glass shattered. Then, he threw a ball straight at Zhang Jingfeng, scaring him to shudder and retreat backwards, but he lost his footing and fell on the ground. Zhao Yu's movement was actually fake, he had only pretended to throw the ball. Seeing Zhang Jingfeng fall, he grinned and threw the ball for real. The ball whizzed past Zhang Jingfeng's ear. With a whoosh sound, the ball flew by, scaring Zhang Jingfeng into holding his head as he yelled in shock. Whoosh! Zhao Yu continued. The balls were slamming next to Zhang Jingfeng one by one, not actually touching him. Okay. Okay. Stop. Stop. Finally, Zhang Jingfeng could not take it anymore, and raised his hands in defeat. I'll go look. I'll search. Okay? Chapter 36, Do you have to do this? Chapter 36, Do you have to do this? Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Zhao Yu. Zhang Jingfeng got up and patted the dust off his body. He scolded Zhao Yu, you're a madman. Damn you. Zhao Yu held the broken cue and took a big step toward Zhang Jingfeng. He looked like he was going to stab Zhang Jingfeng to death with the cue. I'll check. I'll check, all right? Zhang Jingfeng waved his hands frantically. It's just checking on a person. Do you have to do this? I should be the one asking you this. It's just checking on a person. Do you have to do this? Zhao Yu rebutted. Okay, I'm scared of you, let's go. Zhang Jingfeng admitted defeat. As shameless as he could be, he was also afraid of Zhao Yu's dramatic attitude. Wait. Although Zhao Yu had achieved his goal, he had no intention of letting the matter rest. He pointed to the broken cues and said, I've hit so many cues but you have not paid me. What? Zhang Jingfeng was speechless. Let me calculate. Zhao Yu took his time to count, 50 for a cue, I hit 4 so that would be 200 exactly. Oh, for the balls, 20 for one ball, I hit 7, so 140, plus 200. You owe me 340 yuan in total. Let me say this first, I don't give discounts. What? You? Zhang Jingfeng was going crazy. What kind of logic was that? We were playing billiards, who played it this way? Hitting the cue meant breaking it? Zhang Jingfeng thought to himself. Yeah. Zhao Yu raised his eyebrows, didn't we agree on that? You wanna cheat, or should we play a little longer? Zhao Yu took another cue in his hand. No. The young police officer ran over and nodded, we've lost. I'll pay the money. I'll pay. He hurriedly pulled out his wallet and placed a few 100 yuan notes in front of Zhao Yu. There, 500 yuan. Keep the change. Zhao Yu slowly took the money in his hands, turned his head sideways, and stared at the young police officer. All right. You're sensible. You have a bright future. He turned around and kicked the owner who was laying on the floor. He threw the 500 yuan on his face and said, Hey? Are you dead? Take this money so you can buy some candy for good fortune. Maybe if you eat it every day, you can go to the police station's key case investigation unit and report me without me getting revenge on you. Otherwise, shut up. Understood? The owner had slowly regained consciousness. Seeing the fierce-looking Zhao Yu, he nodded his head timidly. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. Hey! Zhen! Why are you not moving? Zhao Yu ordered. Zhang Jingfeng had no choice but to lower his head as he left the billiards center with Zhao Yu. Tearing down one shop as he had just done had been an everyday affair for Zhao Yu in the past. He felt a little unnatural going back to his old trade again because he was missing 50 to 60 men as subordinates. As Green Dragon Clan's top fighter, Zhao Yu had his own saying, if it can be settled by force, I will never consider other methods. It was better to torture one's mind rather than killing him. After Zhao Yu's insane behavior, both the owner and Zhang Jingfeng were suppressed by him, and dared not act rashly. Zhang Jingfeng followed him back to the office cooperatively to check on the girl prodigy's family. Finding people had been Zhang Jingfeng's specialty, and he did not want Zhao Yu to see it. However, Zhao Yu was worried that the fellow would simply go through the motions, and not put much effort into it. He pulled up a chair and looked carefully at how Zhang Jingfeng operated. Zhang Jingfeng was infuriated. Because Zhao Yu had such a shameless and extreme superior, there was nothing he could do to retaliate. Zhao Yu was no fool, and it did not take him long to figure out Zhang Jingfeng's method of finding people. He did not use conventional ways such as searching for identification, household registers, bank cards, or immigration records. Instead, he logged on to the medical database of major hospitals to retrieve medical records that matched the targets. Brilliant! Zhao Yu could not help but felt great admiration. This was indeed brilliant. Even if a person changed their name, it was not possible for him to change their own medical records, unless they had not visited the hospital in their entire life. Soon, Zhang Jingfeng had retrieved 6 or 7 medical records that matched the girls. The earliest one can be traced back to 15 years ago. Zhang Jingfeng pointed to the information on top. Li Shushuan, from Fengling County Li Village. The ID card number matches the number at the registry office. He was admitted to City Hospital's cardiology department due to heart disease. After that, he was admitted again twice for the same condition. And this, Zhang Jingfeng pointed to another, this is the latest medical information. It was registered last May at City Hospital's oncology department. The patient is Hao Fenglian, from Fengling County Li Village. The registered ID card number also matches the original number. The ID card has expired, but because she paid her own fees, the hospital still used the expired ID card number for registration. Li Shushuan was the name of Li Dan's father, and Hao Fenglian was the mother's name. Hearing this news, it was at least proven that not only had the girl prodigy's family not vanished from Earth, but that they had been living in the city. Ha! That's even more strange, Zhao Yu pondered. Since they were still living in the city, why did they disappear? Could it be there was really a problem somewhere? Zhao Yu asked, Zhang, is it possible to find the patient's address? Zhao Yu asked hastily, I want the most recent one. Yes. Zhang Jingfeng said as he typed. But if she had deliberately tried to hide it, and gave a false address during admission, then I have no solution. Zhang Jingfeng was indeed an expert. He got the result right away. Here it is. Zhao Yu bent and looked at the screen. He had goosebumps all over after just taking a glance. He typed the address into the map and was thunderstruck. What? Zhang Jingfeng saw that Zhao Yu did not look right, and wanted to ask what exactly happened, but was stopped by Zhao Yu. Quick! Zhao Yu shouted anxiously, send all this information to my cell phone. Don't leave out a single word. I have to run. Well. Zhang Jingfeng was clueless about what had happened, and could only follow Zhao Yu's instructions. Zhao Yu left the police station and drove the police car toward the address Zhang Jingfeng had found. While driving, Zhao Yu felt extremely nervous and his palms were sweaty. Although he was still unclear about the sequence of events of the lost hand case, the newly obtained address strengthened his belief that he was definitely going in the right direction. This time, I can't be wrong again? Chapter 37, Taboo. Chapter 37, Taboo. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Fearing Chu Ping would solve the case before him, as Zhao Yu worked on finding the girl, he never stopped listening in on Chu Ping's conversations. The invisible eavesdropper had an effective period of 47 hours. There were still a lot of time before it wore off. According to the information from the eavesdropper, Chu Ping had already realized her investigation direction could be wrong, and was currently looking for a new direction. Team B had also already guessed the possibility of revenge for the motive. There were even some who mentioned the word piano. If they continued like that, they would surely catch up to Zhao Yu. Holy sh*t. Hearing the information from Team B and seeing the address on the map, Zhao Yu could not help but be a little nervous. He was not sure if his new evidence would actually help him find the culprit. Apparently, the address Zhang Jingfeng helped Zhao Yu find was Qingshan City HY District, Zhongjun Temple number 53. This address did not seem like much, but to Zhao Yu, who was familiar with the lost hand case, it was quite special. The area around Zhongjun Temple was exactly where the culprit had escaped to after cutting off Luo Meina's hand. Chu Ping had already analyzed it before. Since the culprit had never been caught running away on camera, they deduced that the culprit must have been very familiar with the area, or even lived there. It seemed that the second guess was correct. According to the map, Zhongjun Temple number 53 was only a few hundred meters away from where Luo Meina's BMW had been stopped. If the culprit walked fast, it would not even take him 2 minutes to get away. The short distance almost made Zhao Yu feel shocked. Was the culprit really brave enough to commit a crime in front of their house? Could I be wrong, he asked himself. Could it be like before, where he hit a dead end? Due to his previous mistakes, Zhao Yu's confidence was surprisingly low. He was even considering that the girl genius had nothing to do with the case. If he was wrong again, what would he do? With these conflicting thoughts in mind, Zhao Yu made his way to the destination. Even though Zhongjun Temple was part of the HY district, this area was at the edge of Qingshan City already, and had come into being by combining neighboring districts over the past few years. Most houses were built in the old way, and the residents were mostly poor. Citizens often called this area the slum. Here you would meet all kinds of people. Other than a few actual residents, most were migrant workers. There were even some who sold illegal goods. Similar to the other houses, Zhongjun Temple number 53 was a broken old house. From the outside, you could only see 3 rooms and a yard. The area inside was not too big, and the walls were slightly slanted, giving off a feeling of unreliability. No way? Zhao Yu thought. Li Dan's family lived in a place like this? Looking at the ugly iron door, Zhao Yu was filled with suspicion as he knocked on the door. But someone quickly responded. A weak woman's voice rang out, "Coming, who is it?" Zhao Yu did not answer in a hurry, but looked through a crack in the door. The person who spoke was a hunchbacked old lady. Zhao Yu asked carefully. "Excuse me, is this Hao Fenglian's family?" "Yes." "Yes." "Wait a minute." "Oh?" Zhao Yu's eyes brightened. He was surprised that it was actually Hao Fenglian. It seemed like the address on her medical record was not fake. When the old lady answered, Zhao Yu stared at her. The old woman did not appear strange. It seemed like she had not guessed Zhao Yu's identity yet. The door squeaked opened. Despite the elderly woman's weak body and pale face, she looked very gentle and kind. "Youngster, what do you need?" "Oh, hello." Zhao Yu reflexively saluted, then spoke openly, "I am a police officer, and I would like some information. Please give me your cooperation." "Oh, it's the police. Quick, come in and we can talk." The elderly did not even suspect Zhao Yu's identity, but very openly invited him in. "Mr. Police, I wonder, what is it that you need from me?" Originally, Zhao Yu was hoping that by being frank with his intentions, he could see the others' reaction. If their expression changed and showed worry, then maybe they had something to hide. But seeing as the old woman was calm as usual, Zhao Yu could not help but feel a little disappointed, feeling as if this was a waste of time. The elderly woman led Zhao Yu into the house. Seeing the simple decor, one could tell their life was very simple and poor. "Officer, I rarely leave the house, I'm sick." The elderly woman offered Zhao Yu a plastic stool, and asked, "What is it that you wanted to ask of me?" Zhao Yu looked through the elderly's medical record and knew clearly why she was sick. Last year in May, she was in the central hospital undergoing a surgery to remove the majority of her stomach. There were only 2 reasons for such a surgery. One is severe gastric ulcers, the other was stomach cancer. The elderly woman unfortunately had the latter. Zhao Yu knew that due to the 9 months of chemotherapy following her surgery, the elderly had lost all of her hair, and she immediately knew what she had. But Zhao Yu was only investigating a case, so there was no need to mention this. I just wanted to know about your family situation. Zhao Yu was very much to the point. Do you have a daughter named Li Dan? Yes. The elderly nodded, but she hasn't used this name in a long time. She changed her name. Now she's called Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao? Zhao Yu paused and asked, do you live with your daughter? Of course. The elderly woman was honest. Our old man died early, leaving me and my daughter to survive together. My daughter is very obedient, everything in and out of the house is taken care of by her alone. Oh. To think that the girl genius's father had already left this world was sad. What kind of job does your daughter do? Zhao Yu continued questioning. Oh, my daughter is very talented. Mentioning her daughter, the elderly woman's face was bright with pride. These past years, she's done many jobs, sometimes even part-time. Like cab driver, nurse, this year she even helped out in a theater troupe. She continued, but my daughter also lived a hard life. In order to take care of me, she hasn't found a husband yet. Mr. Policeman, you seem pretty suitable. How about I introduce you to my daughter? What? Helping out in a theater troupe? Zhao Yu thought to himself. Zhao Yu was alerted instinctively. The one-sided film used in a BMW was from a theater troupe. Could it be? Zhao Yu thought carefully and asked, I wanted to ask, did your daughter used to play the piano? Ah. Unexpectedly, when the calm old lady heard Zhao Yu mention the word piano, it seemed as if she had been hit by lightning. She stood up in a hurry and yelled, Ah, Mr. Policeman. Please don't mention piano again. If my daughter knew, then it'll be bad. That word, it's a taboo in our family. Chapter 38, The Unimaginable Truth. Chapter 38, The Unimaginable Truth. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Seeing the old lady so agitated, Zhao Yu was extremely curious. Something must have happened to the girl that year. Zhao Yu told her it was a very important matter, one that he urgently needed to understand, and hoped that the old lady would cooperate in the investigation. He even threatened her indirectly, saying that if she did not cooperate, he would have to personally ask her daughter when she came back. The old lady was very worried about her daughter hearing the word piano. After weighing the pros and cons, she could only tell Zhao Yu the truth. Zhao Yu had had many guesses regarding the girl prodigy's sudden withdrawal from the competition. However, after hearing the story from the old lady, he realized that the matter was far more complicated than he had imagined. Yes, my daughter Li Dan played the piano, and was even a piano prodigy well known in Fengling County, the old lady said with a heavy expression. We only have one daughter. Her father and I spent our entire fortune on her. In order for her to learn piano in the capital, we even sold our ancestral house. She continued, my daughter was very sensible. She knew that her father and I worked very hard, so she put in much more effort than anyone else learning piano. She had won competitions on the county level, city level, and even on the province level. Although we were very poor then, we saw hope in Dandan, so we felt fortunate. Her father was very confident that our Dandan would have a bright future and bring glory to our ancestors, better than people who had sons. But at this point, the old lady's hands started to tremble, and a painful expression crossed her face, but our dream was completely shattered during the Qinshan Grand Piano Competition. Auntie! Are you talking about the 10th Qinshan Grand Piano Competition? The one that was held at 2nd Middle School? Zhao Yu asked. Yes. To be exact, it was the 10th Qinshan High School Student Grand Piano Competition. That competition, I will never forget in this lifetime. The old lady was tearing up. She massaged her stomach, probably because she was agitated, and managed to continue her story after a while. Although it was just a city-level competition, it was very important, and it had a great significance to our Dandan. Only graduating high school students were eligible to participate in this competition. If a competitor was able to place well in the competition, they could be enrolled in advance by some art universities or provincial schools of higher learning. It was a great platform for the piano students. She continued, if our Dandan could get into the finals, we would have been able to save a hefty amount of money for her future college studies. As a result, she was extremely nervous during that competition. She was determined to place well and make us proud. Initially, the competition began smoothly. The qualifiers, trials, and preliminaries, Dandan overcame them all, and her extraordinary potential was visible from the very beginning. Some teachers even believed that with Dandan's potential, it was not only possible that she could move to the finals, but that it was possible for her to emerge as the champion. Soon, Dandan placed third in the preliminary round and got into the finals. We were all elated. If Dandan was able to perform up to her usual standard during the finals, she would have certainly gotten into the art university. But Dandan wasn't satisfied. She felt that she was on par with the two who had placed ahead of her in the preliminary round, and wanted to increase the difficulty of the piece she would play during the finals to surpass them. In the end, the old lady lowered her head helplessly, and tears flowed down her aged face. It was pointless for Zhao to say anything, so he waited patiently for the old lady to calm down before she continued. To make things fair, the competitors had to play on the same piano during the finals. To familiarize the competitors with the piano, the committee would allocate practice time for each competitor in advance. The old lady sighed and said, the other competitors were all from the city, and had some connections with the organizing committee. The good time slots for the practice session were all given to them. Since we didn't have any connections, we only managed to get the last slot, which started at 8 p.m. We thought, 8 p.m., so be it. It wasn't too late anyway. Moreover, there was no time limit for the last person, so you could practice for as long as you'd like. The musical piece that Dandan had chosen was still not satisfactory, so she practiced more. But God knows what happened during the day, and our time was pushed back to after 9 p.m. Although Dandan's dad tried to reason with the management, the finals were the next day, and his efforts to reason went in vain. We had no other choice but to wait. It was almost 9:30 when the child finally got to practice. Everyone had left, and there were only 3 of us in the hall. Dandan had very good psychological qualities and was not affected at all. She put her heart and soul into practicing the piano. But, the old lady was shaking all over. She continued with much difficulty. Her father and I were listening in the audience. The child played beautifully, and we were enchanted. Suddenly we heard Dandan scream. Her father and I rushed on stage and saw the child holding onto her right hand, and blood was oozing out, staining her clothes red. There was blood on the piano, the floor, everywhere. What? Zhao was engrossed in the old woman's story, and exclaimed suddenly. He would have never expected such a thing to have occurred that year. The child was terrified and looked at us in shock. Her father and I were freaked out. The old lady continued painfully, we did not know what happened to the child. Seeing that she was bleeding non-stop, we immediately brought Dandan to the hospital. There was no one around the hall, so we did not manage to get any help. We couldn't get a cab at all, until finally a kind truck driver drove us to the hospital. After the doctor examined my child, he said that her middle finger had been cut by a sharp object. Not only were the tendons and some joints injured, but half of her finger had also been cut off. We needed to find the finger to reattach it, otherwise the poor girl's finger would be permanently disabled. It was the first time her father and I had come across something like that, and we were dumbstruck. Hearing the doctor telling us to go back and find the rest of her finger, her father rushed back to the hall to search for it. But when her father returned to the hall, the blood stains on the piano were all gone. The piano had been wiped clean, and Dandin's finger could not be found. At that point, the old lady could not restrain herself and cried out. Chapter 39, The Answer Was Close. Chapter 39, The Answer Was Close. Translator, Nayabo Studio. Editor, Nayabo Studio. Without the small piece of finger, Dandin's hand couldn't make a full recovery. The woman paused for a long time before she could continue. Wiping away her tears, she spoke. When the doctors were doing the surgery to repair Dandin's finger, Dandin's father knelt in front of them, begging them that no matter what, they couldn't let Dandin's hand be harmed, that she was the family's only hope. But, even then, the doctor told us after the surgery that the joints in Dandin's finger had been severely injured, that she wouldn't make a full recovery. Her middle finger's ability to bend was severely affected. Do you know what that meant for a child whose entire life was piano? Being unable to bend her finger was equivalent to a death sentence. Upon hearing this, my husband had a heart attack and fainted right there. If it wasn't for the emergency treatment, my husband would have left us then and there. Then what happened? Zhao asked for more details. On top of feeling pity for the child prodigy and her family's misfortune, he also had a bigger question in mind. After that, we obviously went to the competition organizers and called the police. The elderly woman's face was expressionless, but by that time the finale of the piano competition had already started. With so many districts arriving, the government officials, the judges, and the host didn't want Dandin's accident to affect other contestants. So, they buried this incident, and asked the police to only investigate after the competition was over. I was just an ignorant housewife. My daughter and my husband were both in the hospital at the time. What was I supposed to do? Other than listening to them, what could I do? Regret was written all over the woman's face. After the competition was over, everyone had already left, so how could you catch anyone? The police investigated the incident as minimally as they could, and then they left it at that. The only thing we knew was that the thing that had cut my daughter's finger was some sort of sharp and sturdy razor that had been hidden between the piano's black keys. According to Dandin's recollection, the razor had been purposely placed in an unusual spot. Only Dandin's piece required her to play a very heavy note, so that only she would be cut by the razor. Then whoever placed the razor was targeting your daughter? Zhao asked. That seems to be the case. Even if other contestants had played across that spot, nobody was playing an especially heavy note, so if they had been cut it wouldn't have been as severe as what happened to my daughter. Then the culprit had to be one of the other 9 contestants. Someone was jealous of your daughter's talent, or feared that she would do better than them. That's such a low blow. Zhao could not help but be angry. When your daughter's hand was cut, the person was definitely watching. As soon as you left, they came out and erased the evidence, took away the razor, and even took the piece of your daughter's finger. What a sneaky bastard. Of course, we knew that. The elderly shook her head helplessly, but at that time there were no surveillance cameras, and no weapon. Not to mention the long time between the incident and the investigation. All fingerprints and bloodstains were long gone. With no evidence, how could they investigate? Even though my husband he tried many times after his recovery, he came to a dead end every time. Tisk, tisk. Zhao thought to himself, if this had happened now, then they definitely could have caught the sneaky bastard. This type of person is completely unforgivable. At first, even though Dandin's finger was hurt, the elderly continued, with time and practice, she regained most function. Not only did her finger grow back partially, but the finger was able to bend a little as well. It just took a little more effort. But after a long time, her dad and I realized that Dandin had not only injured her finger that day, but her heart as well. Having injured her hand caused Dandin to have severe trauma. At first, she tried to play some piano, but gradually she became too afraid. At her worst, she started shaking as soon as she saw a piano. Me and her dad spent quite a bit of money looking for a psychologist to help, but her trauma never went away. This went on for a few years, and our family of 3 was completely exhausted and bankrupt, without any hope. This truly crushed Danden's dad, and he became bedridden and left us soon after. The old woman took a long sigh. This is life. At least my daughter was very strong and isn't afraid to work hard, so the two of us managed to survive. But now, Perhaps the old woman wanted to talk about her cancer, but after some thought she decided not to and changed the subject. Mr. Police Officer, now that you know, if you see my daughter, please don't mention piano. As a favor to me. Speaking once again of her pain, the elderly held back more tears. Zhao nodded, and pitied their family greatly. If they had just been poor then it would not have been so bad, but they had had such a bright future, but it had it stolen away from them. Such misfortune was even more pitiful. If this tragedy had not have happened, then their family might have been able to live like Luo Mena or Li Xinhua, or even better than them. If it was like this, Zhao continued to ask, then how come you guys didn't go back home? With such a difficult situation, didn't you guys have any relatives to help you out? You see, the elderly sighed again. Danden's father was very stubborn. Our relatives were all on bad terms with him. Back then, after we sold our shrine, he left the village after a huge fight. How could we have the face to go back? Oh. No wonder the girl prodigy and her family had disappeared after the piano competition. Zhao, you never expected the truth to be something like this. Even though the story was unexpected, it proved the story of the lost hand case. What the old woman had said was enough to confirm that the direction of Zhao Yu's investigation was completely correct. According to the woman's description, the girl prodigy had become the lost hand case's primary suspect. The reason was clear. Li Dan's entire life had been ruined by the piano competition. She had all the reason in the world to want revenge against someone who ruined her. Li Dan had injured her right hand, and the victims of the lost hand case had all lost their right hand. There had to be some sort of connection between the two. Zhao Yu had read Li Dan's mother's medical record. The previous year in May, her mother underwent surgery right at the end of the two lost hand case. Then, after 9 months of chemotherapy, her mother had entered resting period, so she finally had the chance to do it again, enacting the third incident of the lost hand case. Not to mention, she had worked at the theater troupe, and her house was also so close to key locations in the case. Zhao Yu finally felt that this time he had found the truth behind the lost hand case. The culprit he had been painstakingly looking for should be the child prodigy, Li Dan. Chapter 40, Why Aren't You Wearing Gloves? Chapter 40, Why Aren't You Wearing Gloves? Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Do you know where your daughter is? Zhao Yu had a bad feeling about Li Dan and asked the old lady immediately, how can I find her? Officer, I've told you everything that you asked, why do you still want to look for my daughter? The old lady was still worried about the piano issue, afraid that Zhao Yu might add salt to her daughter's wound. Nothing much. We only need some information about her, so it's not necessary that we find her. Zhao Yu showed her his police badge and spouted nonsense, I'm just fulfilling my mission. The police are currently investigating something related to that piano competition. Who knows, we might be able to find the culprit who harmed your daughter. Oh. The old lady pondered for a while and said to Zhao Yu, my daughter should be with the performance troupe. Probably the City Cultural Palace performance troupe? When she left today, she told me she might be going to the countryside with the troupe tonight, and would probably be back after 4 or 5 days. Oh? Out of town? Zhao Yu thought. He felt tense. Why was it so coincidental that Li Dan was rushing out of town at this time? If she was the real culprit of the lost hand case, did this mean that she was going to strike again? Officer, how about this? The old lady tried to cooperate, let me give my daughter a call and ask her? There's no need for that. Zhao Yu waved his hands immediately. If there was really something wrong with Li Dan, calling her could alert her. It was better to investigate discreetly. He said to the old woman, all right, there's no need to call. My mission is almost complete. I will stop troubling you. He began to walk outside and wanted to call Li Baini quickly. He wanted her to check on Li Dan's location to see if she was with the performance troupe. However, on his way out, he suddenly noticed something was not right. There was a lock on the door of the bedroom next to the living room. Seeing this lock, he stopped and asked, "Ma'am, why is this door locked?" "Oh, this is my daughter's room," the old lady answered truthfully. "My daughter cares a lot about cleanliness. Her room is always locked, and nobody is allowed to go in." "Not allowed to go in?" Zhao Yu got more curious. He asked the old lady if she could open the door to let him take a look. No, definitely not," the old lady waved her hands. "My daughter is very against others entering her room, and that includes me. Moreover, the key is always with her, so even I cannot enter." "Don't worry. I can open it." Zhao Yu did not care and reached for the lock. "No. You really can't," the old lady stood in front of the door, blocking it. "I beg you, officer. I'll be honest with you. My daughter is a clean freak. If she finds out that someone has entered her room, she will be very angry. I beg you, my daughter has suffered enough, please don't add salt to her wound." "A clean freak? Really?" Zhao Yu thought. By this point, Zhao Yu felt that he had to go in and take a look even if he was wrong again. He would not give up. But the old lady was blocking the front of the door, guarding it from Zhao Yu with her life. Facing an old lady like this, it was not possible for Zhao Yu to use force. What should be done? A normal policeman might have been stuck in this situation, but this was nothing for a crafty fellow like Zhao Yu. He came up with an idea fast and immediately asked the old lady with a stern face, "Ma'am, let me ask you, is the cleanliness of her room or the life of your daughter more important?" "Ah?" The old lady was confused. "Officer, what do you mean?" Zhao Yu took a deep sigh and pretended to be hesitant. "Actually, I did not want to say this. But under such circumstances, I have to be honest with you in order to save your daughter's life. The reason why I'm here to find your daughter today is because someone wants to harm her." "Ah." The old lady was startled and began to tremble again. Who's the wicked person who wants to harm my daughter?" "It could be the one who planted the razor blade, or it could be someone else," Zhao Yu lied. "Your daughter might have some important evidence, which is why I want to take a look at her room. If the culprit could be arrested soon, wouldn't your daughter be safe?" "Oh, I see." The old lady was terrified and confused. She said in a trembling voice, "No, I must quickly give my daughter a call and tell her to be careful." "No, don't worry." Zhao Yu quickly stopped her. "We've already sent some men to protect your daughter. You don't have to worry about this, but I need to take a look at your daughter's room. How about this? Believe in my skills, and I guarantee that I won't leave a single trace so that your daughter won't be able to tell." "Really?" The old lady slowly moved away from the door after hearing Zhao Yu's words. "Don't worry. I'm a professional detective." Zhao Yu smiled happily and walked to the door. Without using a screwdriver or anything, he held the door frame with one hand and forced open the lock. "See, the lock is not damaged. I'll fasten it again when I come out and everything will be fine." Zhao Yu signaled okay with his hand to the old lady. He had done numerous lock-picking activities in the past, so naturally he was good at it. The door squeaked open, and there was a smell akin to that of resin. A neat and tidy room was vividly in front of Zhao Yu. Although the room was furnished very simply, everything was placed neatly, and the window was spotless. It was evident that the owner not only liked cleanliness, but was also a very meticulous person. Although Zhao Yu was inexperienced in criminal investigation, he was good at observing people. Just from this glance, he became aware that Li Dan's character seemed to match the psychological profile of the culprit of the lost hand case. The culprit was also meticulous, calm, and level-headed, someone who had the ability to execute all of the details with perfection. Zhao Yu stepped into the room. The old lady wanted to follow him in but was stopped by Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu told her to look from outside the door as the chances of her daughter discovering would increase if more people came in. The old lady looked from the outside obediently. The room was not big and there was little furniture inside. Other than a big, old-fashioned wooden bed, there was a wine cabinet, a wardrobe, and a bookshelf. The design of the furniture was old, but they were well maintained and timeless. After a simple observation, Zhao Yu felt that searching the bookshelf was necessary if he wanted to find any information. There were many books on the bookshelf and each book was clean and intact. The books had been carefully categorized by Li Dan. From the categories and book titles, Zhao Yu could tell that Li Dan read extensively, from literature and science, to technology and medical science. For medical science there were actually a few books on anesthesiology and anatomy. The moment he saw these books, Zhao Yu could not help but feel agitated. He was about to take a book when he suddenly heard the old lady shout at the door, "Officer, why aren't you wearing gloves?" Chapter 41, Perfect Crime. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. I'm here to investigate, not to take evidence. Zhao Yu spoke bluntly, why would I need gloves? Don't worry, your daughter's not Sherlock Holmes. She won't notice. As he finished, he ignored the old woman's protesting and grabbed one of the book off of the shelf. The book was about anesthesia. Zhao Yu flipped through a few pages, and saw that there were many notes in the margin. Li Dan's handwriting was elegant and clean, with little flaws. Just from a quick glance, you would be able to tell that she was someone who was very careful and methodical. Zhao Yu flipped through a few other books, and they were all similarly marked. He could not help but ask the woman standing in the doorway, "Does your daughter study medicine? How come she has so many books related to medicine?" None at all. The elderly responded assuredly, but many years ago, she worked at a veterinarian office, and it was a pretty famous one too. Dandan was their assistant. So she probably learned some stuff when she worked there. What? Pet hospital? Veterinary store? Zhao Yu exclaimed inside his head. He was shocked with every new discovery he made. The anesthesia that the culprit of the lost hand case used was a medicine intended for animals, and the source of the medicine was from veterinarian offices. This can't be a coincidence anymore, right? Could it be, this Li Dan? Zhao Yu thought. He put down the book and scanned across the entire room. For some reason, he kept wondering there was something more important in the room. Old lady. Zhao Yu thought for a while, then asked, "Does your house have internet?" "Yeah." She responded, "I don't use it, but my daughter does." "What about computer, do you have one?" "My daughter has a laptop that she brings with her everywhere." "It's not here." Then. Zhao Yu pointed at the room. "She doesn't have a writing desk in the room. How does she usually use her computer?" "While lying in bed?" "Yeah, she works while lying in bed." The old lady withheld nothing, not only to use the computer, but if my daughter is reading or writing, she usually does it while lying in bed. Oh right, under her mattress, she had a lot of papers. I often see her writing, and also there were also a bunch of photos. Oh. Zhao Yu nodded, but suddenly realized what she had said. What? What did you say? Under the mattress? Zhao Yu was shocked and his eyes bulged as he asked, What's written on it? I don't know. I only saw it a few times by accident. My daughter doesn't even know that I know. She usually kneels on the bed frame and writes very seriously. I only saw through the door crack. The old lady stumbled over her words in fear and did not know what she should say. Ah. Zhao Yu spoke no more and took large strides over towards the front of the bed, extending his hands to flip up the mattress and the bed covers. Officer. The old lady was stunned and rushed in to block Zhao Yu. My daughter is germophobic. Please don't move the bed. My daughter's eyes are sharp, so no matter how you do it, she will be able to tell. Old lady. Zhao Yu yelled in agitation, don't you understand the situation we're in? You're still thinking about your daughter's germophobic tendencies. I'll let you know, the things your daughter's been writing might affect her life, and you want to stop me? Seeing Zhao Yu so agitated, the elderly woman finally realized something serious was happening, and reluctantly let go of Zhao Yu's shoulder, retreating back to the entrance of the room. Zhao Yu grabbed the corner of the bed cover, and in one quick motion, flipped the entire bed cover high into the air. After lifting the cover, what he saw on the bed frame shocked Zhao Yu. On the flat surface of the bed frame, there were indeed sheets of white papers taped together. The white papers had many words written on them. Among them, there were also many pictures, drawings, and even printed and copied documents. What was in front of him was exactly like the analysis whiteboard back at the police station, but this was even more detailed and elaborate than his analysis board. The volume of information that Li Dan's papers contained was much greater than anything the police had. Holy sh*t. At that moment, Zhao Yu's heart went crazy. He could feel his body boiling with adrenaline. Just from the photos on the white sheet, without looking closely at the writing, he could completely and surely say that the girl genius, Li Dan, was the culprit of the lost hand case. On the sheet was Gao Tian, Yuan Lily, and Luo Meina's pictures. Beside their pictures was all their information noted down with a black marker. Clearly, Li Dan had done very detailed research on them. Zhao Yu folded up the bed cover and put it aside, then carefully looked for where the white paper started. He saw that below Gao Tian's photo was a printed version of black and white photo showing a ventilation duct. Below the pictures was also detailed information describing the date, position, and MUC more. All of the information perfectly matched the Gao Tian's case file. One could tell that Gao Tian's hand had definitely been chopped off by Li Dan. My God! Zhao Yu flipped through the information and realized he had connected all of the points of the lost hand case. When he finally understood Li Dan's modus operandi, he was stunned yet again. Li Dan's plans were detailed to the point of being insane. It was the perfect crime. She had been planning her attacks months before they happened. Using Gao Tian as an example, Li Dan knew that Gao Tian would come to Qinshan to listen to the music concert, and even knew her seat number. She even knew that once the concert was over, Gao Tian would definitely use that underground tunnel, and that the tunnel had no surveillance cameras inside. Because Gao Tian's seat was near the front, she would be at the end of the line as the audience members left. Zhao Yu estimated that Li Dan had probably also bought a ticket to the show, and followed Gao Tian afterwards. Once the concert was over, and Gao Tian entered the tunnel, Li Dan knocked her out while no one was paying attention, then dragged her into the power distribution room in the tunnel. Li Dan used anesthesia, then she chopped Gao Tian's hand off. The most insane thing was that after the crime, Li Dan did not flee in a hurry, but went to the ventilation room on the other side of the tunnel. The ventilation room helped circulate airflow for the gymnasium, and led to many other places. Li Dan waited there until dawn, then crawled into the tunnel. Using a pre-planned route, she escaped through the exit near the cleaning department. She had left exactly as the sanitation workers were going to work. She had prepared a uniform ahead of time, and exited when there were many people leaving the gymnasium. No matter how good the police officers checking the surveillance were, they would never be able to notice her. The most insane thing was that in order not to raise suspicion on the surveillance camera, she even brought a container of preservative fluid, and hid Gao Tian's right hand in there. Only after 2 whole months did she go back and retrieve it. Originally, Xu Ping guessed that the culprit had used alternate routes to escape, but because the ventilation room was locked, she did not investigate there. How could she have known that Li Dan had obtained the key to the room a few months in advance? Regarding Gao Tian's case, Zhao Yu already felt it was unbelievable. But when he saw the second victim, Yuan Lily's case, he was even more shocked. Chapter 42, A Hole on the Grave. Chapter 42, A Hole on the Grave. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. The second victim of the lost hand case, Yuan Lily, had her hand chopped off while she was sleeping at home. The chances of solving burglary attacks like this were usually quite high, but only Yuan Lily's case was unsolved. There were numerous security cameras in the surrounding district, but there was no sign of any suspects, which had perplexed the police. What method had the culprit used? When Zhao Yu saw Li Dan's detailed plan, he finally realized how she had done it. If the keyword for Gao Tian's case was vent, then the keyword for Yuan Lily's case would be ladder. Last month, Li Dan had taken a retractable ladder and climbed up to the building next to Yuan Lily's house. There was a distance of 5 meters between that building and Yuan Lily's apartment. After the ladder had been set up, it could be placed between the two buildings, acting as a bridge. Li Dan had not only meticulously planned her use of the ladder, but had gathered food and water as well, which she had hidden on the rooftop. On April 23, after Li Dan chopped off Gao Tian's hand and left the stadium, she did not return home, but went straight to the district where Yuan Lily stayed. With the help of the morning work crowd, she went to the rooftop and hid there. As she had entered from the unit of another building, and had done so few days ahead, the agents who checked on the security camera did not notice her. Li Dan waited patiently on the rooftop for 3 days until the night of the 25th, where she set up the ladder and climbed over to Yuan Lily's building. The corridor of Yuan Lily's apartment did not have direct access to the rooftop. Li Dan had dropped a rope down to enter the corridor from the window. Yuan Lily stayed on the 3rd floor. Not only had Li Dan duplicated her house key in advance, but she had also planted a listening device in her house months in advance. Therefore, she had already known that Yuan Lily would be home alone that night. Li Dan's next steps were the same as with Gao Tian. First, she knocked out victim, then gave her anesthesia, and finally chopped off her hand. After chopping off Yuan Lily's hand, Li Dan kept the listening device, and damaged the door lock on purpose to create a false impression of forced entry. Thereafter, she climbed back to the rooftop using the rope, and returned to the neighboring building using the ladder. What happened next made Zhao Yu's hair stand on end. In order not to be caught by the security camera, Li Dan hid on the corner of the rooftop and stayed there for a week with Yuan Lily's chopped hand. Zhao Yu would never have imagined that when the police had been investigating Yuan Lily's case, the culprit was hiding on the rooftop of the next building. Li Dan's confidence and boldness were on a completely different level. During that time, there were police officers who checked the rooftop of Yuan Lily's apartment, but since Li Dan was hiding in the corner of the neighboring building, she had not been discovered. It was only after 1 week that Li Dan went downstairs and left the district. The ladder was removed from the rooftop after a long period of time. From duplicating the key to planting the listening device, followed by preparing the ladder and food, and then finally committing the crime, the whole process took several months. The meticulousness of Li Dan's plan made one speechless. When she was hiding at the rooftop, she had even prepared a waste bucket to collect her own waste, and did not leave a single trace. Such a carefully planned crime had made it impossible for the police to investigate. Moreover, the motive of the crime was unclear, resulting in the case being unsolved for a long time. Looking at the information before him, Zhao Yu felt perplexed once again. Li Dan's modus operandi, her meticulousness, and her endurance was a precise reflection of her deep hatred for the victims. To exact her revenge, she had created the perfect crime, but if Li Dan was doing this on behalf of herself, could she be overly blinded by her own hatred? There was probably only one person behind her injury during the piano competition. Did she really have to take revenge on so many people? Did she have to chop off the hands of all the competitors in top 10 positions? At that point, Zhao Yu was not in the mood to find out Li Dan's plan for Luo Mena. He looked at the end of the document to look for Li Dan's other targets. Who would it be this time? Once he found his answer, Zhao Yu was astonished once again. Other than the 3 victims, there was detailed information of another person on the paper. This person was likely to be Li Dan's next target. The photo was of a stylish and very tall woman. Beside the woman's photo was a printed document, and there was a black and white photo on the document. Zhao Yu took a glance and suddenly felt nervous. The photo was actually of a tall burial mound. In front of the burial mound was a black gravestone. The strange thing was that there was a big hole caved between the gravestone and the burial mound. What does this mean? What does a grave have to do with Li Dan's plan? What does she want to do? Zhao Yu wondered. He quickly looked at the information below the photo. He had thought that Li Dan's next target would be Li Xinhua, whom he and Li Beini had predicted. However, the information did not show Li Xinhua, but a woman named Xiao Jiaying. Zhao Yu did not recall such a person on the competitors list. What is this? Doubtful, Zhao Yu continued reading and understood why. The information showed the woman named Xiao Jiaying was a female entrepreneur in international trade and had moved to Australia. Oh. So it's her. Zhao Yu suddenly realized that Xiao Jiaying was actually Xiao Lulu, and that Xiao Lulu had placed third in the grand piano competition. The information that Li Beini had gotten showed that after the competition, Xiao Lulu was the first to be accepted by the National Conservatory of Folk Music, and later to study abroad. After that, she started a business in musical equipment, and became a well-known entrepreneur. It had been smooth sailing for her, and she was indeed very successful. Don't tell me, she is Li Dan's next target? Zhao Yu tried to suppress his inner agitation and read on. He quickly realized there was no information on other people behind Xiao Jiaying. There was nothing on Li Xinhua, and also nothing on the champion that year, Lu Tao. Was Li Dan planning to wait until next year to exact her revenge, or did she think that those two people were not her enemies, so there was no need for revenge? Wait. Zhao Yu seemed to have realized something. He quickly turned back and looked carefully at the document with the gravestone photo. Although the words on the gravestone were not clear, the caved-in hole in the middle of the grave was very clear. After he read the general meaning of the document, he was startled. Holy sh*t. It's actually like this? This is gonna be terrible. Chapter 43, Could I Make It? Chapter 43, Could I Make It? Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Police officer. What's up? The elderly woman saw Zhao Yu's reaction and was excited and nervous. She asked as she stood by the door, Are these the things you needed? My daughter is a good person. You have to protect her well. Zhao Yu was still in a state of shock and confusion as he ignored the woman's inquiry. Not only did he carefully read the document with the photo of the grave, but he also made sure to read through all the information regarding Xiao Lulu. As with the last few cases, Li Dan had already done extensive research and planning for her next act. The place with the collapsed grave was the key to her current plan. As it turned out, the person in the grave on the document was Xiao Lulu's father. Her father had passed away many years ago due to a sudden illness. Returning to his roots, his body was buried in his family's ancestral graves. Had Li Dao dared to alter the grave? Earlier, she dug a hole in the grave, then forged an official document and sent it to Xiao Lulu. The document said that Xiao Lulu's father's grave had unexpectedly collapsed for no apparent reason. It asked for family members to promptly return to take care of it. Xiao Lulu's mother remarried early, and Xiao Lulu's father had taken care of her Xiao Lulu ever since. All those years of learning piano, she had always been accompanied by her father. The relationship between the two was also very strong. Hearing that her father's grave had been disturbed, Xiao Lulu would obviously come rushing back, no matter how busy she was, in order to take care of it. Li Dan had planned everything ahead of time. Even though Xiao Lulu still had relatives in Qinshan, their relationships had never been good. Li Dan knew that Xiao Lulu would definitely not ask those relatives to help her. Also, the anniversary of Xiao Lulu's father's passing would be in a few days. No matter what, she would come back to pay her respects. Since there were issues with her father's gravesite, she would obviously attend to it herself, and would also arrive early. Li Dan's information was incredibly thorough. Xiao Lulu was still single, with no boyfriend. If she came back to Qinshan to take care of the grave, then her business in Australia was definitely being taken care of by someone else, so she would most likely return to Qinshan alone, which gave Li Dan the perfect chance to put her plan in motion. Yuan Lily had been attacked on April 26 of last year. It was currently April 26, so if Li Dan was going to attack Xiaolulu, would it be today? Thinking this far, Zhao Yu could not help but inhale heavily. Was it possible that Li Dan had already attacked Xiaolulu? Had Li Dan already cut off her right hand? Zhao Yu wanted to immediately call Li Baini and tell her everything, but when he pulled out his phone, he realized that he did not even know where Li Dan planned on attacking Xiaolulu. If they could not find the location of both Li Dan and Xiaolulu, then there was no way for them to stop Li Dan. Zhao Yu could only keep on reading. Quickly, he found a copy of a plane ticket among the vast amount of information. On the bottom part of the ticket, Li Dan noted the time April 26, 3 o'clock. This was probably the time Xiaolulu would arrive in Qinshan Airport. But it was already 4:15 now, so Xiaolulu had already been in Qinshan for more than an hour. Within that hour, a lot of things could happen. Xiaolulu was in great danger. Zhao Yu continued to read. Other than seeing a picture of something similar to a water gun, there was not any other useful information. No. We can't drag it out anymore. We have to find Xiaolulu immediately. Zhao Yu cried in his head. Thinking this far, Zhao Yu quickly pulled out his phone and started taking pictures of all of Li Dan's documents. Although he was pressed for time, he figured that was probably more information on the white papers in front of him, so Zhao Yu made sure not to miss a thing as he took pictures. The bed frame was huge. He could not take a picture of everything all at once, and only managed to take the pictures of the papers piece by piece. Due to the angle, Zhao Yu had to kneel on the bed frame to take the picture. Unexpectedly, when he knelt down, a wooden board suddenly sprung up between the two pieces of white paper. Zhao Yu touched it with his hand, and realized that there was a huge box under the bed. Zhao Yu was already in a hurry. He did not even think about it much when he went to pull at the edge of the box. The aged wood made a squeaking sound, and the entire board was flipped open forcefully. Zhao Yu only took a single glance before he hurriedly shut the box again. Not only did he shut the box, but he also pressed the bed frame forcefully onto it. Holy sh*T. Holy sh*T. Zhao Yu cursed several times to himself before he felt his heart finally slow down. Although he had only taken one glance, Zhao Yu had seen it clearly. Under the board were 3 large glass containers with some sort of mysterious liquid in them. Inside every container was a pale hand. My God! Zhao Yu bit the inside of his mouth. No matter how much he thought, he could never imagine that Li Dan would leave such incriminating evidence in her own house. 3 human hands. Just leaving them under the bed where she slept, she did not even feel a little bit uncomfortable? Suddenly, Zhao Yu remembered his original hypothesis. The reason why the culprit kept the chopped-off hands with them might be similar to the gangsters on the streets. They could look at them at any time, and relive the hatred in their hearts. The reason why Zhao Yu closed the box so quickly was not due to fear, but he was worried that Li Dan's mother would see it. If the elderly woman saw them, then the problem would escalate. Thankfully, Zhao Yu was used to these sorts of situations. He forced down his own nervousness and agitation, and feigned calmness as he turned to Li Dan's mother. Old lady, you're right, exactly. As Zhao Yu spoke, he quickly put the bed cover back to place, then covered up all the information. I found some very important information. It will help the police greatly. You have to keep it safe, otherwise your daughter will really be in danger. The elderly woman did not suspect Zhao Yu one bit, and was scared out of her wits. Then, what should I do? Will someone bad come here? Don't worry, I will tell the police right now. Zhao Yu quickly left the room, putting the lock back in place, then warned the elderly woman at the same time, old lady, in a few minutes, there will be many police officers coming here to get the information. Don't worry. Just make sure to guard the house properly. If you don't see police coming, don't go anywhere. Oh. The elderly woman was still in shock, but Zhao had already pushed open the gate and ran out in a flash. Xiao Lulu! Xiao Lulu! As Zhao rushed to his police car, he wondered if he could save Xiao Lulu in time. She could not end up as the fourth victim of the lost hand case, right? Chapter 44, Where will the crime take place? Chapter 44, Where will the crime take place? Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Senior, what a coincidence, I was about to call you. Li Bei's vivacious voice said through the phone. Li Xinhua's private life is a mess. I just saw her go into a hotel with 4 men. Ah? What? Zhao had wanted to tell Li Bei about Li Dan, but as Li Bei suddenly told him that, he became lost for words. Li Bei sneered and said, I knew you were not thinking of anything good. I was joking. She was at the hotel for a conference. Ka-keek. Zhao cut Li Bei short and told her what he saw at Li Dan's house all at once. After listening, Li Bei was completely dumbstruck. She was only a clerk intern, and although her investigation skills were quite good, she felt a little confused now that they had discovered who the culprit was. Senior. What should we do next? Li Bei asked, shivering. What should we do? Zhao was also barely a real policeman. Encountering such an earth-shattering event had also made him lose the ability to think straight. He needed to take control over Li Dan's place, and obtain evidence of her crime as well as the hands of the victims. At the same time, he needed to find Li Dan and Xiao Lulu's whereabouts. Zhao was aware that time was running out. It was impossible for just him and Li Bei to complete an emergency task like this. They needed to request support, however. Zhao was feuding with Lu Changhu and Chu Ping, so he did not want to hand over his hard-earned results to them. After much consideration, Zhao finally had a plan. He immediately told Li Bei to contact the agents in Team A and get them search Li Dan's place. As they were often surpassed by Team B, most of the agents on Team A hated Team B to the core. If they could solve the lost hand case before Team B, it would be a good chance for them to earn some pride and glory, so they would definitely put in their best effort. As for locating Li Dan and Xiao Lulu, Zhao intended to get Zhang Jingfeng to help. With the help of his expertise in finding people, they would certainly catch the culprit. Li Bei went along with Zhao's plan and sought for help immediately after hanging up. In order to help Li Bei convince the Team A agents, Zhao had wanted to send her the photos he took at Li Dan's place, however, his cell phone had no data, so how could he possibly send them? Luckily, Zhao was a fast thinker, and drove to the KFC at the entrance of the alley. This KFC was the same place where Luo Mena had called for help after having her hand chopped off. Using the data from KFC, Zhao sent the information to Li Bei. Zhao wasted no time and called Zhang Jingfeng right after sending the photo. Zhang Jingfeng had not learned his lesson and tried to pull the same trick of delaying and extorting Zhao. Zhao did not get angry. He sent him Li Dan's photo. With this, Zhang Jingfeng was convinced. The fella's nickname was Mudfish. How could he realize the benefits his involvement entailed? If he was able to help Zhao catch the culprit of the lost hand case, he would definitely become a valued asset. This was the famous lost hand case. If it was solved, he would not be sent to the traffic police team. After realizing that, Zhang Jingfeng was on fire. He quickly told Zhao to wait a moment and he would get to it immediately. Zhao knew that this time, wait a moment was genuine. Zhao only waited for 5 minutes and Zhang Jingfeng called him back. Bro, we've got a challenge this time. Zhang Jingfeng could be heard typing furiously on the keyboard. This Li Dan is very careful. Her cell phone cannot be located. Not only is her phone switched off, but the SIM card may have been removed too. As expected. Zhao shook his head. Li Dan was so meticulous. She certainly would have made such preparations in advance. Moreover, precisely because her cell phone could not be located, it was without a doubt that she was planning to exact her revenge on Xiao Lulu soon. It's okay. Check on Xiao Lulu. Oh. Never mind, she's now called Xiao Jiaying. She has just arrived from Australia, and is now in Qinshan City. Her airplane ticket is on the photo I sent you. Zhao you all at once, just get her location. Quick! I'm checking, bro. Zhang Jingfeng replied straight away, I've gotten her cell phone number, but she's using an international SIM card, and the code format is different from our countries. I need time. How much time? Zhao Yu urged. About 10 minutes if I'm in the police station, but... What? You're not in the station? I'm using the computer at the billiards center. Damn, if you die, I'll definitely buy a billiards table to be buried with you. Zhao Yu cursed. I'll hurry, give me 15 minutes, just 15 minutes, okay? Zhang Jingfeng pleaded. Zhao Yu thought to himself, 15 minutes and Xiao Lulu's hand could be gone. But under such circumstances, he had no choice but to wait patiently. After hanging up, Zhao Yu quickly looked through the photos on his phone to check if he had overlooked anything. All of a sudden, he thought of something. He remembered that when he saw the 3 glass bottles with the hands under Li Dan's bed, there was an empty space. There should have been a 4th bottle there. That space was obviously reserved for Xiao Lulu. Since the bottle was not under the bed, could Li Dan have brought the bottle with her? Wouldn't such a big bottle be inconvenient? Or did Li Dan put the bottle elsewhere as she did the previous times? Where could it be? The airport? Impossible. There were so many people at the airport. Li Dan would not strike there no matter how capable she was. Other places other than the airport? A thought struck Zhao Yu, and he hastily took out the document with the photo of the gravestone. Right. Why did Xiao Lulu come to Qinshan City? To repair her father's grave. The plane was scheduled to arrive at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. If there was no delay, it was very likely that Xiao Lulu headed directly to the graveyard after landing. Who would not be worried if their father's grave had been ruined? So, if Xiao Lulu headed directly to the graveyard after landing, where would Li Dan choose to strike? Holy sh*T. Where else? The graveyard. There's no one there, and no security cameras. It's the perfect place to strike. Chapter 45, The Ignored Water Gun. Chapter 45, The Ignored Water Gun. Translator, Naibo Studio Editor, Naibo Studio. The Zhao Yu of this world had never driven before. He did not even have a driver's license. But the street king Zhao Yu of his previous life was different. In his old world, he was often invited to the police station due to frequent speeding. Although his driving skill was not considered amazing, his opponents were always very afraid of him because Zhao Yu drove in a style similar to how he fought without a care for his own life. Zhao Yu was driving his police car with the siren was going off. How could any traffic police officers stop him now? He floored the gas pedal and headed straight towards the place called Ma Jia Chang. Along the way he sped past countless cars, ignored every traffic light, and nearly ran a few cars into the ditch. The drivers behind him cursed endlessly. Of course, the reason why Zhao Yu drove so carelessly was because he was in a state of emergency. Ma Jia Chang was a fairly famous graveyard in Qinshan, and was the home of Shan Lulu's father's grave. He was rushing to save someone. Despite that Zhao Yu only took 10 minutes to get to Ma Jia Chang, the graveyard's area was fairly big, and he did not know where Shan Lulu's grave's exact position was. Baidu's map feature would not show the exact position of graves, so Zhao Yu could only circle around the area and search. It was currently the end of April, so the graveyard was filled with long weeds. With his sight obstructed by the weeds, Zhao Yu's search was even more difficult. His car could not enter the tightly packed graveyard areas, and could only circle around on the dirt road near the outside. At this time, the tracking expert was finally of some use. Zhang Jingfeng had finally found Shan Lulu's exact location, and immediately called Zhao Yu. Originally, Zhang Jingfeng had wanted to send the location to Zhao Yu, but Zhao Yu's phone had no data, so he could only ask the other to describe the location coordinates orally, then use the police tracking device to pinpoint the position. After inputting the coordinates, Zhao Yu's eyes lit up. He had guessed correctly. Shan Lulu was indeed in the Ma Jiachang graveyard area. If Shan Lulu was near, then Li Dan was most likely there too. Zhao Yu quickly got started on using the coordinates, but the car suddenly plunged into a ditch in the grave area and could no longer move. Zhao Yu could only try to memorize the location, then left the police car behind and headed towards the grave area. Even though it was almost May, the graveyard was still cold, and the air was humid. The area had not been maintained in almost 2 weeks, and the cemetery was completely empty except for some stray pieces of paper money and firecrackers. When Zhao Yu crossed through an area of weeds and tombs, he raised his head to see a blue taxi. Oh! Why is there a car here? Zhao Yu ran over in a hurry, and saw that the taxi was stopped on a sidewalk. The driver was smoking and listening to the radio. There's a driver? Zhao Yu thought to himself, this area is very close to Shan Lulu's location. Could it be this taxi? Zhao Yu exclaimed, "Hey!" He rushed over and pulled out his police badge. I'm a police officer. Tell me, what are you doing here? Seeing a living person jump out from the cemetery, with such an excited attitude, shocked the driver greatly. Their face nearly turned green, and he almost burnt himself with his cigarette. When he saw Zhao Yu's police ID, he stuttered, I was here with a customer. Not here for anything. Was it someone from the airport? Zhao Yu asked in a hurry, with a woman? How did you know? The driver was suddenly curious, and turned off the radio. A pretty cute lady. Said she was from somewhere foreign. Ah? Zhao Yu was shocked, and nearly roared at the driver as he continued his questioning. Where is she? Where did she go? Over there. The driver did not know the situation, and could only point to where the lady had went. How long ago? Zhao Yu yelled. Like a few minutes? The taxi driver was very confused. Are you really a policeman? What's the problem? Zhao Yu was in no mood for small talk, and ran off with all his strength in the direction that the taxi driver pointed towards. A few minutes. A few minutes. He was not sure that if he could find her in the next few minutes. Zhao Yu moved faster than he ever had before. As he bolted through the graveyard, he craned his neck and looked around in every direction. Suddenly, through the cracks of the endless weeds, he saw something of a different color. Green? Where did the green come from? Also, it was moving. To see it clearly, Zhao Yu hopped over some tombstones, and finally saw what was happening in the distance. When he saw it, his expression changed rapidly. Ah! Holy sh*T! About 20 meters away, a woman in a tight gown was messing with something in front of a tombstone. The woman was wearing a surgical cap. The hat was green, which was what Zhao Yu had seen moving in the distance. Below her, there was a woman dressed in a white fur coat and stiletto heels lying on the ground. The woman wearing the surgical cap looked as if she had just finished something. She rolled up the sleeve of the woman on the ground, and put her hand flat against a small chopping board. Then, as Zhao Yu watched, she raised a silver axe high into the air. Ah! Zhao Yu was shocked, and jumped up in a rush and yelled, Hey! Stop! His yell was filled with thunderous power. When it reached the woman in the surgical cap, the woman could not help but shiver, and raised her head to look at Zhao Yu. Her face revealed nothing but panic. Zhao Yu bolted towards her as he yelled. Holy sh*T! I finally caught you. Zhao Yu thought. The woman in the surgical cap saw Zhao Yu running towards her, instinctively put down her weapon, and started running away. Hey! Don't run! Don't run! Zhao Yu roared as he chased. You can't run. You're already surrounded. Where are you going? When Zhao Yu ran past the front of the tomb, he checked on the fashionable and beautiful, rather tall woman lying on the ground. She was completely knocked out on the floor. Needless to say, this person was definitely Shan Lulu. The one who was running away was without a doubt the culprit, Li Dan. Li Dan! Zhao Yu realized. Zhao Yu quickly left Shan Lulu and continued to chase after Li Dan. Li Dan was running in the direction opposite of the taxi. There was a small path leading towards a highway in the distance. Humph! You can't get away. Once Zhao Yu realized their geographical position, his confidence boosted. He more or less had confidence in his ability to chase down people. Li Dan! Where do you think you're going? Zhao Yu took huge strides as he chased her. He was incredibly fast, and was visibly catching up to Li Dan. But as soon Li Dan reached the end of the graveyard area, she stopped. Ha! Zhao Yu paused as well. Why did she stop? Could it be that she finally realized she had nowhere to run, and was going to surrender? Zhao Yu was only thinking of catching her as soon as possible, and had not stopped running. He stood in front of Li Dan, but he had not expected that Li Dan would be holding an extra water gun. Zhao Yu recognized the water gun from what he had found in Li Dan's room, but because he had been in a rush, he had not checked on it, and did not know what it was for. But Zhao Yu did not even have the chance to be curious as a syringe flew out from the water gun. Due to their close proximity, Zhao Yu could not dodge, and the syringe stabbed his shoulder. The liquid quickly entered his body. Ah, shit, holy shit, I was tricked. Zhao Yu's eyes bulged out as he glared at Li Dan a few meters away from him. He felt his limbs go weak, and the world began to spin. As his vision faded, he saw Li Dan turn and run towards the highway. Then, sirens started ringing out around him which should have been backup. *T, they're pretty fast. Zhao Yu cursed out, then felt his eyelids grow heavy. Within a few seconds, his head hit the ground and he lost consciousness. Chapter 46, Why are all forensic pathologists great beauties? Chapter 46, Why are all forensic pathologists great beauties? Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Zhao Yu was still in a semi-conscious state when he heard Lu Changhu's clamor. You are really a piece of work. Such a major thing happened, and I'm the last to know. Do you still regard me as your superior? Although I'm not the acting leader, I'm still your superior. Why wasn't I informed earlier? I'm no different from an audience now. What do you think you are doing? Listen up, if the culprit is not caught, none of you will have a good life. Having heard Lu Changhu's annoying voice, Zhao Yu opened his eyes and realized he was weak all over and unable to move. Chief Wang, is Officer Zhao alright? Li Bainie's worried voice rang in Zhao Yu's left ear. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. A gentle female voice came into his right ear, it's just a fast-acting anesthetic. With such a small dosage, I estimate that he will wake up in a few minutes. Just as Chief Wang ended her sentence, Zhao Yu opened his eyes and shook his head. Hey! You've woken up! Li Bainie shouted happily, you've really woken up! At that instant, Zhao Yu suddenly recalled what had happened, holy *T. I was taken down by a little woman. That water gun was actually a powerful anesthetic gun. Zhao Yu quickly got up from the ground and wanted to check on what had happened to Li Dan. Did she run away, or had she been caught? However, the drug still lingered in his body, and his legs were unable to support himself. After getting up, he staggered and fell forward. Seeing the shaky Zhao Yu, Chief Wang rushed up to hold him. Who would have expected that Zhao Yu had used too much strength and fell onto the floor with Chief Wang, pressing her under his body? What was more shocking was that Zhao Yu's hand was pressing on her chest. Oh! Li Bainie witnessed the whole incident and was too shocked for words. Chief Wang was the police force's Forensic Identification Bureau's top forensic pathologist, Wang Fei. Although her name sounded a little masculine, she was a true beauty. Just past the age of 30, she was as fair as a flower, and as beautiful as the moon. This graceful woman was definitely one of the top beauties in the police station. With her great charm, and a soft voice that melted the heart of anybody listening, she was the fantasy of many male agents in the police station. However, due to the nature of her work as a forensic pathologist, many people did not dare get close to her. According to gossip, Wang Fei had gotten divorced a few years ago due to her frequent contact with dead people. Zhao Yu had taken advantage of such a great beauty. It was a habit of his in the past to take advantage of women. When he felt their softness in his palms, he did not withdraw his hand, but instead took the opportunity to grab once more. Usually, a woman would have slapped Zhao Yu across the face. But Chief Wang did not seem to mind. She spread out her arms and stared at Zhao Yu with interest. She seemed to be asking Zhao Yu, "Let's see how long you're gonna grab me for?" "Hey! Senior!" Ahem! Li Beinei could not stand it anymore. She forced a cough and pulled Zhao Yu up. At that moment, Zhao Yu finally regained full consciousness. He looked around and realized he was still in the graveyard. After that fall, he and Wang Fei were covered in mud. Zhao Yu quickly bent over to help Wang Fei up and apologized at the same time. "I'm sorry, Chief Wang, I knocked into you. I'm really sorry, I really didn't do it on purpose." Ka-keek. Wang Fei sized up with Zhao Yu and laughed. "I had heard of a rogue detective in Team A, but I didn't expect it to be you. I'm impressed." Ka-keek. Wang Fei laughed amorously without any hint of awkwardness. "Interesting. I like." Zhao Yu thought. He had wanted to continue flirting with Chief Wang, but Lu Changhu had rushed over in rage. "Zhao Yu! Look what you've done!" He pointed at Zhao Yu's nose and howled, "How arrogant of you! You'd gotten such an important clue and you didn't report it? You really think you are the Lone Ranger? What exactly were you thinking? See? Now what, the culprit has escaped? Hey!" Although Lu Changhu yelled at him, Zhao Yu did not pay him any attention. Instead, he put his arms on Li Beinei's shoulder and whispered softly, disregarding Lu Changhu. Zhao Yu asked about the case development. Li Beinei told him that when Team A agents confiscated Li Dan's criminal information in the three hands, they realized the severity of the situation, and immediately reported it to Chu Ping and Lu Changhu. When the two found out, they were both furious and shocked. They never would have imagined that Zhao Yu would really uncover the truth behind the lost hand case, thus they quickly found Zhao Yu's location and rushed to the graveyard. When they got there, they first found the Xiao Lulu, who had been knocked out with anesthetic, and then found the unconscious Xiao Yu. As for the culprit Li Dan, there was no sight of her. No way? Zhao Yu recalled the moment before he was unconscious. He had already heard the sirens of the police cars. How could Li Dan have escaped if she had no transportation? Seeing that Zhao Yu totally ignored his existence, Lu Changhu was furious. "You guys, quickly inform the workers at the checkpoints of the road junctions around the area. We must not let the culprit escape." Xu Ping's voice was approaching Zhao Yu. "The culprit is very likely to have gotten her right out of here. She wouldn't have gone far in this short amount of time. We must catch her." Yes, the team members received the order and ran out of the graveyard. After giving instructions, Xu Ping took big strides over toward Zhao Yu, stared fiercely at him and shouted, "Zhao Yu, you're really too selfish." Team leader Chu looked sullen. "Because of a trivial thing like betting, you held up an important matter for the police. Why didn't you tell me about such an important lead earlier? If you had told me, the situation wouldn't be like this now. The culprit would have been brought to justice. But look at what's happened now," Xu Ping scolded. "With the culprit's ability, if she leaves Qinshan, it will be difficult to catch her in future." Exactly. Lu Changhu finally got a chance to rant. "Zhao Yu, You think you're so great because you found out a little clue. Let me tell you, as long as the culprit is not caught, the case is not solved. I'm gonna report you to the superiors later. Just you wait for your punishment. Captain Liu, isn't this too much? Li Beinei could not stand it anymore, and stood beside Zhao Yu. Officer Zhao had found the clues. Even if there's no reward, there should not be any punishment. That's right, Captain Liu. Wang Fei suddenly chimed in, I don't think there's a need for any punishment. If not for Zhao, that woman would have lost her right hand just now. Although Wang Fei spoke with a soft voice, her words as the first in command of the Forensic Identification Bureau carried much weight. Lu Changhu had not expected her to speak for Zhao Yu, and felt embarrassed. Because of this case, Zhao Yu was even shot by the anesthetic gun. Li Beinei said angrily, how dangerous was that? You still want to make things difficult for him? Li Beinei, where are your manners? Lu Changhu could not say anything to Wang Fei, but for an intern like Li Beinei, it was different. He howled, I haven't even gotten to you yet. You helped Zhao Yu conceal evidence. You're not getting away with it too. The two of you just wait and see. Ha! You also know that it's dangerous to be shot by an anesthetic gun, right? Chu Ping said coldly, this is the consequence of doing things your own way. Exactly, he obviously doesn't have the ability. Lu Changhu added to express his bitterness. Lu Changhu had thought that Zhao Yu would fly into a rage after hearing all of this, and cursing, however, he was surprised to see that Zhao Yu was not angry. He looked as if he had been praised and started to smirk. Chapter 47, The Competition to Catch the Culprit. Chapter 47, The Competition to Catch the Culprit. Translator, Naibo Studio Editor, Naibo Studio. Seeing Zhao Yu laughing for no reason, Department Leader Wang Fei, who was at the location to collect evidence, stopped his work to watch what was happening. Zhao Yu, you can laugh. Lu Changhu was still making faces, your happy days are at its end. We'll see how long you can laugh. Chu Ping was uninterested, and turned to leave. Even though she did not like Zhao Yu, she also did not like Lu Changhu. But as she was leaving, Zhao Yu called out to her. Oi, Team Leader Chu. Don't leave yet. Zhao Yu spoke as he laughed, you have to be my witness. What? Chu Ping turned around, confused, what do you mean? Oi. Lu. Zhao Yu turned towards Lu Changhu and laughed, say, about our bet, does it count or not? Lu Changhu rolled his eyes as he replied, yeah, why not? Didn't we say so? If you can solve the lost hand case, then I'll pay the 1,800 yuan for you. But where's the culprit? If you don't have the culprit, how can you solve the case? What's the rush? Zhao Yu tilted his head, didn't we say 7 days? 7 days was the limit. It's only been 5 days, don't I still have time? Right. There's still time, still time. Lu Changhu also laughed, how about it, Zhao Yu? Could it be that you still want to catch the culprit? Alright. But I'll say it right now, I'll only complete the bet if you specifically catch the culprit. If it was someone else, it doesn't count. He, I just wanted your promise. Zhao Yu turned to Chu Ping, did you hear, Team Leader Chu? You have to be my witness. After this, I'll go and catch the culprit of the lost hand case with my own hands. How about we also have a competition? See who catches the culprit first? Hearing this, the police officers present could not help but talk among themselves, creating a commotion. In their eyes, Zhao Yu was digging himself a grave. Chu Ping's had access to all sorts of surveillance, roadblocks, and patrols. For Zhao Yu to catch the culprit before her was almost an impossible task. Fine. Chu Ping had also been taunted by Zhao Yu, and mocked him, looks like, I can only wish you good luck. Hearing Chu Ping's mockery, the investigators on B team all displayed varying degrees of mocking expressions as well. But Zhao Yu even extended his hand towards the crowd. Come, everyone, interested? I'll pay. If I win, you'll get 10 times what you bet. If you bet on team leader Chu Ping and she wins, you'll get twice what you bet. How about it? Anyone? Zhao Yu's words made the police officers even more awkward. Everyone thought he had gone crazy. He had the audacity to make bets? How was this anything like a police officer? But everyone was watching curiously. No one actually went ahead and made bets. Shay. Seeing no one taking the bet, Zhao Yu waved his hands with little interest. A bunch of chickens. Go do whatever. I'm leaving now, got a criminal to catch. See you guys. After he finished, Zhao Yu turned and walked towards the graveyard. Hey, senior, you didn't make a mistake, right? Li Beini was somewhat agitated as she waved her hand at Zhao Yu, but Zhao Yu simply waved back. It's fine. Don't need your help this time. I can do it myself. No need to see me off. Not that. Li Beini stomped her foot in frustration. Senior, you're going the wrong way, it's that way. As it turns out, the way Zhao Yu was going was deeper into the graveyard and not towards the exit. Ha ha ha. He laughed. The investigators on Team B thought that Zhao Yu was still under the effect of the anesthesia, and could no longer control himself as he bent over with laughter. Li Changhu spit onto the ground to vent his frustration, and muttered, can't even find the right direction, and he wants to catch the culprit? What a joke! By that time, Zhao Yu had already walked far away, but the group could still see his every move. However, they saw that Zhao Yu did not intend to leave the cemetery, but circled around the tombs. Ha! Zhao Yu's strange movements quickly attracted the investigators' attention, especially team leader Chu Ping. She had previously intended to leave, but seeing Zhao Yu making rounds around the tomb, her face also showed confusion. TSK, but Zhao Yu, what was he planning? Suddenly, while everyone was distracted, they saw Zhao Yu stop in front of a certain grave. Then, as if he had found something, he suddenly started kicking the tomb. Wow, wowie, whoa. The investigators were all stunned, and thought to themselves, Zhao Yu, this guy, did he really go nuts? After he kicked the tomb a couple of times, Zhao Yu suddenly leaped forward and disappeared. Ah! Where did he go? No way? Could he have fallen into the tomb? Quick! Over there! Chu Ping had already realized something, and was the first to rush towards Zhao Yu's location. The other investigators followed, including Lu Changhu, Wang Fei, and others. When the group got to the front of the tomb, everyone was stunned in silence. Unexpectedly, the side of the grave had a nearly half-meter diameter entrance. Before everyone could take a closer look, Zhao Yu popped up from within the opening, and beside him was a woman. The woman was wearing a tight-fit windbreaker, still donning the surgical cap. She was definitely the culprit, Li Dan. Quick! Zhao Yu pressed Li Dan under his body, and extended a peace sign to the group. Quick, take a photo for me. A few minutes later, Li Dan was handcuffed, and taken away by a police car. As she was being taken away, Li Dan continued to use a bitter expression and glared at Zhao Yu, making him very uncomfortable. Thinking that she was the woman who had chopped off the hands of 3 victims, Zhao Yu felt nothing but a chill up his spine. Hey! Li Beini slapped Zhao Yu hard on the back, making Zhao Yu shiver. Jesus, oh, it's you? You scared me. Zhao Yu put a hand over his chest. It really had scared him badly. Please. You can go grave diving, but you're scared of me? Li Beini was all smiles as she sat beside Zhao Yu, but she also could not hold off her impatience. Quick, tell me now, how did you know the culprit was hiding inside the grave? I. Zhao Yu pondered for a moment, and made up a lie. Li Dan's mom said that Li Dan was going to follow the theater troupe and perform in the rural areas, and that she'd be back in a few days. So that meant that Li Dan had already prepared not to go home? Zhao Yu continued, You have to remember, last year after she cut off Yuan Lily's hand, in order to avoid the surveillance cameras, she sat on top of the building for 7 days. So, I thought, maybe she'd stick to her ways and do it again? That makes sense. Li Beinei thought about it, and said, there aren't any cameras in the cemetery, but all around are streets. If she did not want to leave any evidence, then hiding near here would be the perfect idea. But, to pick a grave, this culprit was too daring. If she wasn't, how could she have cut off all of those hands? Zhao Yu was unsurprised. Huh? Wait? Li Beinei suddenly remembered something, then asked, Senior? Even if you knew the culprit was hiding in a tomb, how did you know the exact position? Just now, how did you find the position right away? This is, TSK. Zhao Yu stuttered for a while, and could not find a good excuse. Chapter 48, Man Will Triumph Over Nature. Chapter 48, Man Will Triumph Over Nature. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Actually, Zhao Yu had not found the culprit by using his wits. He had been able to determine that Li Dan was hiding in the grave by using the Miracle Systems' gift, the invisible tracking device. When Zhao Yu had been shot with the anesthetic needle, at the verge of unconsciousness, he suddenly remembered the invisible tracking device and planted it on Li Dan using his last bit of strength. This tracking device was indeed powerful. It was totally invisible, and Li Dan had not discovered it at all. When Zhao Yu woke up, he quickly became aware that there was a radar in his brain, and that the target on the radar was pointing at Li Dan's location, thus that scene in which he found her had taken place. Zhao Yu had not expected Li Dan to be so cunning as to dig a hole beforehand and leave an escape route for herself. Although the grave was empty, what kind of mental torture would it be to lie inside and not speak for days? Any ordinary person would not able to do that. If Zhao Yu had not arrived in time, Xiao Lulu would definitely have become the fourth victim in the lost hand case. And if Zhao Yu had not checked on Li Dan, this case would have most likely become an unsolved case like the previous years. Hey! You still want to keep me in suspense? Li Beinei urged, tell me quick. How did you do it? Well, take a guess? Zhao Yu could not make up any reason and threw a question back at Li Beinei. It seems to me, Li Beinei rolled her eyes and guessed, you didn't use any reasoning or evidence at all. I think the anesthesia must have been too mild. The culprit thought that you were unconscious, but you were in fact still awake, and saw her hide inside of the grave, right? Zhao Yu held his thumb up, faked his admiration. You are really something to have guessed right. Of course. Li Beinei was pleased with herself, so you already knew where she was hiding. You purposely put up a show for Captain Lu and Team Leader Chu, you are really bad. But Senior, that really helped vent our anger. Li Beinei said in a low voice. When the two of them saw that you had found the culprit, their jaws literally dropped, and they looked terrible. Ha ha ha. Looking at Li Beinei smiling so brightly, Zhao Yu also forced a smile. Even though the case had been solved, and the culprit had also been caught, Zhao Yu did not feel especially excited. He only felt exhausted and a little defeated. Although the case still needed further investigation, Zhao Yu already understood the entire process of the lost hand case. All that had happened originated from the tragic incident that had happened to Li Dan 18 years ago. If not for that, then the lost hand case would never have happened. A girl with a bright future had turned into a demon for the sake of revenge. Yuan Lily had said that she needed the police to seek justice for her. Now that Li Dan had been caught by the police, would there be justice for Yuan Lily? And what about Li Dan? 18 years ago, she had been the victim. Where was her justice? Maybe Li Dan cruelly chopped off the hands of those people because she wanted to get justice for herself? Many things conflicted each other. While Zhao Yu was investigating the lost hand case with all his effort, although he was very tense during the day, he was able to sleep once he shut his eyes at night. Now that the case had been solved, he should have been able to relax, but instead he could not sleep. When he was back at the police station in the afternoon, Zhao Yu reported the entire process, from initial investigations to finally getting hold of Li Dan, to the recording officer. Needless to say, he could not mention anything about the miracle system in Zhang Xiaoqing, so he had to make up a story as a great detective who had figured out all of the details by himself, with abilities beyond Conan and Sherlock Holmes. The recording officer was stunned. He was engrossed with his version of the story as he laid in bed. All of the complicated details of the lost hand case were still showing up in Zhao Yu's head, making a mess out of him. He was exhausted. He seemed to cling onto the right and wrong of the case, wanting to figure out who was in the right and who was in the wrong. However, the lost hand case was too complicated. How was it possible for an ordinary person to discern? In the end, one would only fall deeper into it. Zhao Yu's confused thoughts were suddenly disrupted by the miracle system. Current adventure has been completed. Completion rate, 95%. Congratulations, you have been awarded 5 invisible tools, please check. Oh. At that instance, Zhao Yu's mouth opened in shock. 95%? So high? 5 tools at once? Holy sh**t. Zhao Yu quickly went to the system to check, and the introduction followed. Invisible lie detector, 5 units. Disposable consumable product. After activation, the lie detector function lasts 10 minutes. Oh, it's a lie detector. Zhao Yu could not help but feel greatly disappointed. Although he had achieved such a high completion rate, he had only received 5 lie detectors. This thing. Thinking back on the previous tools he had received, like the listening device, tracking device, multifunction key, and now the lie detector, it seemed that the miracle system was trying to make him a secret agent. Well, I can be a secret agent. Give me a cool sports car like James Bond's. Laser phone, multifunction watch, or something. Something that I can show off. Switching thoughts, the items that he had gotten previously had indeed come in handy in some way. If he had not used the tracking device in the graveyard, how would he have caught Li Dan? He'd scared. Alright, it's better than nothing. Who knows, in future these things might be useful. After keeping the items, Zhao Yu pondered over the miracle system in detail. After a few consecutive days of understanding, Zhao Yu gained a deeper knowledge on the miracle system. He felt that although he had already put great effort into investigating the lost hand case, it would have been impossible if not for the miracle system. If not for the miracle system, he would not have gone to Zhang Xiaoqing's parents' conference and connected the lost hand case to piano from there. If not for the miracle system, he would not have gone into Yang Hong's room and gotten information on the piano prodigy, Li Dan, and if not for the awarded tools, he would not have caught Li Dan by himself. Of course, there were always 2 sides to everything. From another point of view, if Zhao Yu had not put in so much effort into the investigation, even with the benefits of the system, he would not have been able to solve it. If he had not been thinking about the case constantly, he never would have linked chopping hands with piano. Even if Yang Hong had told him about the piano prodigy, he might not have paid attention to it. In other words, if Zhao Yu had not put effort into investigating the case, even if the culprit had been standing right in front of him, he might not have even known that that person was the culprit. Zhao Yu felt that the miracle system was not making any divine calculations at all, and that there was no such thing as good luck or bad luck. The system merely provided Zhao Yu with various encounters, but whether those encounters materialized depended on himself. Ultimately, man will triumph over nature. Chapter 49, How did you find me? Chapter 49, How did you find me? Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Miracle System engaged. Duijin hexagram. Reverse of thunder, split from within, cannot distinguish between the 5 elements. Financial situation may fluctuate, and there may be surprises in the future. After a series of violent coughs, Zhao Yu engaged the miracle system successfully that morning. Duijin hexagram, he wondered. Zhao Yu recalled his old predications, and realized that there had never been the thunder hexagram. What did thunder represent? Even though reverse hexagrams had appeared multiple times before, Zhao still could not guess its significance. As for the difficult hexagram explanations, he was even more clueless. Zhao could only write it down carefully, hoping that he would understand it one day. The reason why he woke up so early was not because he wanted to get to work on time, but because Li Bainey had given him a phone call early in the morning. Li Bainey had said that Li Dan, who was caught yesterday, refused to say anything during interrogation, and asked only to see the police officer who had caught her. The police in question was obviously His Highness, Zhao. Zhao could not help but be a bit curious. Why would Li Dan cause a ruckus wanting to see him? What did she want to do? It was probably still a good idea to meet her because despite knowing most of the story behind the lost hand case, Zhao still had a lot of questions. So after the miracle system, Zhao went to the police interrogation room bright and early. The interrogation room was dim and silent, but the light bulb was overwhelmingly bright. This setup was to affect the criminal's mentality, driving them to confess faster. This was not the first time that Zhao had been in an interrogation room, but he had always been sitting on the other side of the table. Now that he was in the reverse position, he felt a little new to the table. Li Dan was sitting on the interrogation chair, her arms bounded. Her head was down, with her long hair messily draped over her shoulders. She almost looked like a ghost from a horror story. Hearing some noise, she raised her head, finally revealing her appearance. Zhao took a careful look. Li Dan was not very tall. Her chin was sharp, and her skin was smooth with certain shine to it. Even though she was 36 years old, she looked more like a student. It was hard to believe that such an average-looking woman had cut off the hands of 3 people. I heard you were looking for me? What about it? Couldn't believe I caught you? Zhao did not know how to interrogate someone properly, and started the conversation with a tone that investigators usually avoided. Hearing this, the investigators in the interrogation room all knitted their brows. It was you? Li Dan seemed as if it had not come from her throat, but straight from her chest, giving it a hostile tone. It was me, what about it? Zhao also spoke arrogantly, trying to intimidate the other with his imposing manner. He slammed the table. I'll tell you now, confess everything or suffer. Admit to your crime while you still have time, don't spit on our kindness and force our hands. Since you caught me, then you definitely know why I did it. Li Dan was a bit agitated as she asked, tell me, quick, who was it? Huh? What? Zhao was surprised. What do you mean, who was it? Who was it that put the razor in the piano? Li Dan's eyes were wide. Who was it that set up the trap for me? Zhao looked at Li Dan's right hand, and saw that on her right hand, there was a small piece missing from her middle finger, causing a small deformation. But it was very hard to tell unless you looked carefully. Wait, let me think for a moment. Zhao knitted his brows and thought about the situation, then asked, could it be that you didn't know who put the razor in the piano? Then why did you go and chop off so many people's hands? Are you crazy? Humph. Li Dan spoke savagely. If they hadn't used up my practice time, then nothing would have happened to me. As long as they entered the final competition, they all have responsibility. You tell me, Gao Tian, Yuan Lily, Luo Mena, which one was it? Hey! Zhao was puzzled. What do you mean? There were so many people in the final competition. Why do you say the culprit is among the 3 of them? I've already chopped off the hands of the 3 of them. Li Dan clenched her teeth as she spoke. I don't think my plan had any gaps. Only if one of the 3 admitted to putting the razor in the piano would you guys be able to connect the crime to me. Quick! Tell me, which one of them was it? Li Dan was exceptionally agitated, and kept struggling in vain against her restraints on the interrogation chair. Could it be? Hey! Aren't you being a little too confident? Zhao shook his head. You think that other than the victims admitting to attacking you, we wouldn't have any other way to find you? Aren't you looking down on Suddenly, Zhao Yu realized that Li Dan's words held some truth. If it had not been for his miracle system, he really would not have found Li Dan. Not only that, but Li Dan had even kept incriminating evidence, the hands of the chopped off people, in her own house. Was that not the epitome of confidence? Regarding the first two cases, the police force were unable to solve it for an entire year. Who could have imagined that the source of the lost hand case was a piano competition 18 years prior? Fine. You don't have to tell me. Li Dan laughed ferociously. I've already gotten my revenge. The person who harmed me was one of the three. I already have the hands and the evidence in my house. I'm fully ready to take them down with me. Now, I'll let her taste it too, the feeling of losing your hand. No. You're wrong. Zhao Yu shook his head inside. None of the three admitted to hurting you. You were wrong. I used other methods to find your information. What? Li Dan was stunned. What method? That's impossible. I already found out that the three victims all attended a piano competition 18 years ago, then I found a witness who told me about you. Then, I found your house, and caught you. Who? Impossible. Li Dan was still in disbelief. Not many people knew what happened. Not many doesn't mean there were none. Zhao Yu responded, but since it's been 18 years, they were difficult to find. But still. Li Dan retorted, even if you found me, how could you know where I lived? When your mother went to the hospital for chemotherapy, she used your actual address. What? Li Dan was shocked. My mom was the one who completed the registration. I thought that she used the address on her social ID. Damn it. That's why we say there are no perfect crimes. Zhao Yu said proudly. That's still wrong. Li Dan continued to retort, even if everything you said was true, I didn't include what tomb I would hide in at the information in my house. How did you find me? Your anesthesia was expired. Zhao Yu lied without blinking. Even though I was fainting, I saw you turn back over and crawl into the tomb, so I knew. Impossible. Impossible. Li Dan continued to mutter impossible with a face of agitation, but her body slumped down in disappointment. Chapter 50, Get It From the Camel. Chapter 50, Get It From the Camel. Translator, Nayabo Studio Editor, Nayabo Studio. Zhao Yu understood two more things. 1. Li Dan's anesthetic gun had been specially prepared for the crime. As she was not sure if Xiao Lulu would enter the grave alone, the anesthetic gun would have come in handy. Who would have expected Zhao Yu to be the one shot in the end? The second thing was, that throughout the years since the piano competition, Li Dan had not thought of chopping off hands for revenge, although she had felt robbed. It was only last January when she found out that her mother had a terminal illness. Devastated, her vengeance surfaced. Zhao Yu took a deep sigh and said, You're so capable, but why were you so stupid to choose this method of revenge? You could have just caught the suspects and forced them to tell the truth. Whoever harmed you, you chopped off their hand. Every injustice has its perpetrator, but you chopped off the hands of 3 people. Isn't that equivalent to killing innocent people? What did you say? Li Dan had not expected a police officer to say that and was agitated. I'm stupid? I didn't want their life. If I had kept one to interrogate, wouldn't I have just revealed myself as the criminal? That's true. Zhao Yu nodded and frowned. I'm just puzzled. You have the abilities to pull off such arrogant crimes. If you used those abilities to make money, wouldn't you be able to lead a good life too? Why do you have to obsess yourself with revenge? You don't know anything, you are not fit to lecture me. Li Dan breathed heavily. You did not experience the same kind of pain as I did. You don't understand how deep hatred is. After my hand was hurt, I could never look at a piano in the same way. It's like seeing a demon. The very same thing that my life had revolved around. Can you understand the pain worse than death? She continued, "My father put all of his hope on me, and I shattered all his hope. Do you know how ashamed and guilty I was? My father's gone, and my mother has cancer. Everything has been taken away from me. Do you understand the despair?" She yelled, "And what about them? They all went to famous universities and led extravagant lives. If it were you, how would you feel? Indeed, I'd want to slaughter them." Zhao Yu admitted, "Not only them, but also those darned organizers, darned police. If they had cooperated and investigated thoroughly, justice would have been served. I say you should chop off their hands too." "You?" Li Dan was stunned by Zhao Yu's words. After the police outside heard them, they shook their heads, and all looked at one another in astonishment. They had never seen any police interrogate a criminal like that. But Zhao Yu changed his course suddenly. "Before I take revenge, I would spare a thought for my family. If I was in jail, who would take care of them? Li Dan, let me say something. The human heart cannot lose balance, and hatred cannot cross boundaries. If not, bad doings will only result in bad consequences, and it will be too late for regret." Zhao Yu's words deeply touched Li Dan. Tears welled up in her eyes and she was too agitated to say anything more. Not only Li Dan, but the policeman outside also felt the same. No one had expected Zhao Yu to say something so profound and started to look at Zhao Yu with some respect. Those words originated from a triad leader who gave Zhao Yu advice during his early days in the underworld. It was to make him understand that even as a gangster, there was a bottom line in doing things, and that he must not do as he pleased. Zhao Yu had not fully understood the meaning behind these words then, which was why he had been framed by others later. The human heart cannot lose balance, and hatred cannot cross boundaries. After Zhao Yu had become a policeman, those words were engraved more deeply in his heart. When Zhao Yu returned to the office, he intended to ask Li Baini things like, what kind of punishment would crimes like Li Dan's receive, and how do we deal with her old mother and her cancer? However, when he entered Timei's office, he was shocked to see such a mess. Initially, Zhao Yu had thought that the colleagues were preparing to celebrate solving the lost hand case. It was only when he saw a few ruffians arguing with the criminal police that he realized something else had happened. Lu Chenghu was trying hard to explain to those people, and his forehead was covered with sweat. When he saw Zhao Yu entering, he immediately pointed at Zhao Yu. All right. Let me tell you, the person who damaged your things is him. Take up your issues with him." Upon hearing this, the ruffians immediately surrounded Zhao Yu as they shouted, "Pay for our losses." Their arrogance was so big it seemed that they were going to swallow Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu did not allow himself to be pushed around. He aimed at the leader who had yellow-dyed hair, and tied his hands behind his back before giving his calf a kick, causing him to kneel on the floor. Ah! The yellow-haired guy felt his hands breaking and shouted in pain. "Hey! Zhao Yu! Stop it! Stop it now!" Lu Chenghu signaled hastily, "These are all representatives of the vendors from Yushiali whose things were damaged by you. They're here to seek compensation from you. You can't hit them." Yushiali? Zhao Yu tried to recall, and realized that Yushiali was the alley where he had rode on a camel to catch a thief a few days ago. In order to catch the thief, he had indeed damaged many of the vendors' things. Are you kidding me? Zhao Yu thought to himself with his eyes wide. They are here to seek compensation? They dare come to a police station to ask for compensation? How bold are these people? Zhao Yu let go of the yellow-haired guy. The other representatives saw that Zhao Yu was not one to be trifled with and quickly took a step back. Zhao Yu saw Li Baini and asked softly, "Sis, what happened? Wasn't this matter already settled?" "No." Li Baini bit her lips. The vendor representatives formed a compensation committee and complained to the local police station every day. The local police station was under pressure and sent them over here. Ha! Under pressure? They were obviously too lazy to deal with them. Zhao Yu thought. He glanced at the people in front of him. Seeing their hooligan mannerisms, he immediately knew what happened. Those people were not vendors who had suffered losses, they had been hired by the vendors to extort money from the police station. How daring, they actually dared to extort money from the key case unit. Zhao Yu. Although Lu Chenghu knew what had happened, he chose to help the outsiders. You damaged other people's things, so of course you have to pay. Let me tell you, these representatives are here to seek compensation. If this can't be settled, the other vendors will petition around our police station. If the station chief gets to know about it, you have to bear the consequences yourself. Lu, we shall settle our personal feud later. Let me tell you, if they actually surround the police station, you as the acting team leader will be punished as well. Zhao Yu scolded him. Zhao Yu was right. If such a small matter could not be settled, he would definitely receive a heavier punishment than Zhao Yu. Hey, the leader is right. The leader is brilliant. The yellow-haired guy quickly took a bill and said to Zhao Yu, whoever damaged our things should pay. If the public's welfare is not protected, how can you still uphold the law? Officer, take a look, this is the bill. Hope you can compensate our losses as soon as possible. There was no way Zhao Yu would look at the bill. He turned to the leader and said, "Humph, let me ask you, are you really vendors from Yushi Alley?" Officer, we're at the police station, we wouldn't have the guts to lie to the government. The yellow-haired guy conjured a smile, I sell rat poison. This one sells spices. And that one sells tableware. Officer, it's not easy for people like us doing small dealings. The things you damaged are our entire belongings. We are not asking for sky-high prices. It's really not a lot of money, have a look at the bill first. All right. Zhao Yu waved his hand and smiled. Let me ask you again, your things, were they damaged by a camel? Yes. Yes, a few people nodded in unison. Then isn't this settled? Zhao Yu clapped and smiled. Go, get going, quick, go get it from the camel. If you're late, it may have returned to the desert. Chapter 51, Call Me Your Senior.